The cat. Yes, the cat. We have to have the cat. We cannot not have the cat, you know? Did I watch the new vid for Blue Archive? No, I haven't really had much time to do that. I haven't really been able to focus on it. Actually, when was it? I need to make sure I actually log in to Blue Archive. I'm pretty sure I logged in recently. Okay. I'll at least do that. But no, I have not seen it. I've been a little swamped as of late. But, I need, it's like, this has been one of those situations where it's like I want to be more active, but, eesh. The event is absolute cinema. I have heard, and so far it's been pretty good. It's got some pretty solid build-up. Oh, I forgot to do these. We can do these for a bit, and then we can get into part 2. Though I honestly could probably just use Void Mustina and just clear all this real quick. Alright, let's get it over with. This is fair and balanced. I really feel bad for anyone who has to deal with that in PvP. I just actively avoid it. You have a lot of stories to catch up, but I know! I hate it! I'm gonna have to do this with, I'm gonna have to do something like this with a Blue Archive. Though I'm not gonna mind it, because I always did like Blue Archive stories. I had no issues with that whatsoever. I love marathoning them. Because they usually are very solid story, and this is a lot of people. You know what? You're gonna stand alone. You do what you need to do. Yeah, it's really funny that I can just press this and it's just... No, I think this is actually one of the few times there's more people than she can take out. And then there was one man. Welp. Is she... I just thought about this. She's not able to go up ladders, is she? She has to go like this way, right? I just thought about this. No, she just jumps. Oh. I guess that's fair. This thing can kind of... Can this thing fly or kind of like hover? Curse you, ladder, my weakness. I'm pretty sure you can engage from there, but... No, we do not have the... We do not have the... We don't have the angle, I don't think. Yeah. I'll just flip side.
Engine 起動.
Well, I'm gonna get him, guys. I've got a shot lined up. Blah. You're not allowed. Go away. Just straight up deny it. I find those kind of abilities really silly. By the way, I am eating some candy. I need some sugar for the day. I hope you guys don't mind. I ate some candy. It's gonna be a long one, so I kind of need something to kind of give me some energy. Especially since this has been a little bit of a marathon, alright. Yeah, it's funny, right? Like, you'd think, oh, hey, we can just have We can do, like, before it was Kukai, now it's Boy. Yeah, we'll have Kukai just in case. Just so she can feel like she's still, just so she can witness the power creep. I feel like that's a very mean thing to do to her. Witness the power creep, Kukai. Though to be fair, like, you already are kind of, like, if you hit this button, you're already kind of AFKing, you know? Did you just not take a turn? Oh, well that'll... Oh god! If it's a candy... Oh no, I just bought it today. Wait, did you take 2 people out? I've not just seen the like more cinematic over-the-shoulder view instead of just a bird's eye. Like that. The dork. But no, I just need, like I said, I needed some candy. We're gonna be going at this probably for a while. I just wanted some sugar. I want to have some sugar so I can keep myself going. So, for those that are joining us for the first time, if you are asking, not that I know, I think there's many of you that are. Do not have a worry. We have both Elva and Boymazina. We have both their weapons too. So we are looking already pretty good. We just have to level them up and get them out of core hell, which that's a thing. And yes, cat. And in case you're wondering, this is very important. This is very important, I assure you. I intentionally did this because I thought it was funny. She does pretty good damage though, so I'm not, well, when she really can be played towards, I guess I should put it that way. I'm very much aware she's got a lot of glaring weaknesses, but still, it is fun to use her for that. I do like my cat. Some early April Fool's content has been very amusing. Yeah, I've seen some of it already. I think some really silly shenanigans are afoot. I do like what people can do with April Fools. What's going on? Is this login? Oh, I just didn't do this from yesterday. So we went from what? That to... Oh, that's pretty good. I usually just take this. I don't go for anything else. Does anyone else do anything besides collapse pieces? I would imagine people would do collapse pieces over anything else. Free stuff. Oh, right, there's the other things. Ready for another 9 hours? Yup. You know it. We gonna be busy today. Alrighty. So, you guys did say one thing. Wow, this is 11. Are these story notes? Oh my gosh, those are story notes, aren't they? Wow, yeah, it's 48 too instead of 33. Dang. So, from what I understand, and I need to make a mental note here. Let me actually write this down because I've got a clipboard I can use this for. Should I do, like, when I get to here, right? Do I instantly go to up to these first? Because it's like kind of things that will help understand this point, or like is it one of those that I can do later, like afterwards as like side notes? That's probably the one thing I'd probably need to ask there. Okay, 1 second. think they are due later. You can do whenever. Okay, so they're not like critical story points I should actually go through beforehand. They're just like little after, you know, things you might learn more about. Closing loose ends of the story. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so there's only 2 of them, which is interesting. So, let's see. If I remember correctly, Alva's been freed. Voimastina did go to help break her out. They also got a whole bunch of advantage with the location that they were at. They fought Igla, got away. Unfortunately, Chilaveg found Helena. So now they're in the situation where Paradeus has Helena. Which is not good. How did Chilaveg find Helena? I think they mentioned earlier that, this is back in part 1. They were able to, like, either ping or track or trace Helena, and I think that's why she woke up, maybe. And they were able to somewhat find it because of the, what was it, the Rubik's Cube? Giving them away for a period of time when they were in the sewers. So I think that's what it was. Void punched a hole through the floor, not that hard to follow that. That might also be partially true too. It's probably both of those factors. So, anyway. Let's dive in, shall we? Nighttime, 2074. I stand before the hotel's full-height window, my fingers lightly tapping against the tempered glass. The sumptuous skyline of the White Zone traces a dazzling horizon in the night, sharply contrasted with a dim, gray outline of the satellite city in the distance. The prosperity outside the window feels utterly at odds with the weight on my mind. With Leva's coordination, we managed to shake off the security authorities far more easily than expected. That identity card sent every official who tried to inspect us scampering. Really? We returned to the hospital to reorganize our intel while waiting for any new updates from Group 2. In one corner of the room, Wolfmead kneels on the carpet, completely absorbed in sorting through the materials we retrieved from the Research Institute. Rosa leans against the wall nearby, carefully inspecting her weapon, while keeping a constant eye on the scene outside. I let out a quiet sigh, and refocused my thoughts on what we encountered earlier at Orphalune's Institute. That sudden attack, and the mysterious scientist named Chilaveg. Or Chilaveg, whatever. Algosa updates Leva and the others on the situation. I also take the opportunity to contact the Elmo and throw my questions at Dandelion. Dandelion speaks with an unusual seriousness after I finish recounting everything. Man's finally found his limit. My goodness, is Chilaveg. The Agnes Tachyon of GFL. What is it? I love the fact that that's the case still, though. Your Springfield stickers came today. I put them on your rifle. Oh, you actually have a rifle? That's kind of cool. Now you can gaze at my wife every time I fire. Fair. Is this one of those things where it's like if I get like a vector, I need to get vector stickers or something to kind of decorate it with? Considering my dad would probably be like, "What is this? Why is this here?" Right, this is another rival. I have to dispose of. Oof. Pin up art. Fair enough. I didn't finish reading that. 'Cause I'm gonna buy a new mouse at this point. It has definitely been doing that. But it's hardly some profound scientific secret. That's actually kind of sad. So donate new funds for you. You don't have to. It's fine. I am not gonna sit here and ask for people to give me money so I can buy something. That's not how that works. I've seen a handful of content creators do that in my time. I never know how to feel about that. But this does make me feel sad about this, but yeah, don't feel like you have to. If you're gonna do any like super chat or anything, make it for like if you're like appreciating the content or something. I'm not someone that's gonna beg for it. Watching Hawk while playing Uma Usame. Well, that wasn't me buying anything though. That was me suffering through a bunch of chibis on a screen. You know what? You bring up a good point. You bring up a very good point. Where is that thing?
Tadaima.
Uh-oh. No, I don't want rice. I don't want rice. How do I open this thing again? I forgot how to open it. It has been a while since I've used this thing. I need to remember how to do it. Did I close that thing before? Is that rice shower? Yes, that was rice shower. I was gonna make a joke and try to pull up Agnes Tachyon, but I can't figure out how to put it back up, so it's whatever. Because, you know, a certain one individual is in here.
楽園計画は本当にオルフェルーネの言うように何の変哲もない研究プロジェクトなのか、それともその裏にパラデウスが何かを隠しているのか。
もし本当に発表通りに計画が進めば、低コストでイエローエリアの浄化を行いながら発電もできるのだから、確かに楽園に違いないわね。でも都市一つの消費電力を賄うなんてペルシカにすらできないゲートをあの小娘にできると思う？
確かに。
I do really feel bad for her. I massaged the bridge of my nose, trying to ease the strain from all the thinking.
そういえば気がかりなことがある。
何？
オルフェルーネはフランクフルト事件で真理を見たと言った。彼女もあの空間に影響されたのか。
That's space? Oh right, you guys were saying that they were doing something, like opening a door to something. That's probably what the space is. Never mind.
すまん、忘れてくれ。話を戻そう。問題はオルフェルーネ本人がどこまで知っているかだ。彼女の研究に対する熱意は本物だった。こんな記者相手に誇らしげに実験施設を案内したくらい。私を騙すための演技だとは思えない。
複雑に考えすぎよ。またいつものように女の子をたぶらかしたんじゃない？
はあ、 その可能性は限りなくゼロに近いな。
じゃあゼロではないのね。オルフェルーネのことは引き続き調べるわ。新しい情報が入ったら共有してちょうだい。
Here we go into esoteric. Oof. Did they make the threshold towers from Kinza to open a portal to Scrin Homeworld or something? Nah. I guess that could be a good parallel now that I think about it, because I think you guys were saying it was like a door or something that they was trying to open up into, and that could be what the space they were talking about is. Don't join the global technocrats, just like all of Asia did. Oh, whatever the version of the US is there.
Ah, それじゃ。
Have they ever has there ever been any mention of any place outside of like what, Eastern Europe? I walk over to the large round table at the center of the room. Spread across it is a huge map of Lviv, with several key locations marked in red. Overluna's research facility, the Gerard Group headquarters, and several experimental fields on the outskirts.
彼女が無実だとしたら。
Okay, Frankfurt is okay, fair, but still.
オレク・ジラード、イグラ、それとも。
The US went full isolationist post second civil war. Oof.
一番怪しい
Type of question mark on the map of my finger. Okay.
のはチルロビグ。
Funny enough, Mika was inspired by the Command and Conquer series. Really? I mean, I think we were talking about this yesterday, how Collapse, Crystal, and all that, and Elid and stuff could have pretty good parallels to Tiberium. But then again, the same could be said about Arknights, which, actually, now that I think about it, Arknights' dev team was like a splinter faction off of Mika, so that actually is really funny. Now that I really sit down and think about that. I'm like sitting here like, I don't fully understand all that stuff, but it is kind of funny, like, thinking about that now. Wolfie springs up from the floor and hops excitedly over to the table, then brings up a photograph, one of the pieces of evidence we secretly took at the facility.
イグラがこんなやつのためにオルフェルーネを一人にしたんですか？オルフェルーネの生活のすべての面倒を見てきたんですよ。チルロビグの電話一本で彼女の元から離れるなんて怪しすぎます。
でもオルフェルーネ本人は異を唱えなかった。あるいは不審に思わなかった。
Almost literally an MCV. I guess? I kind of see it more like a grounded what was it called? The Kodiak? I think that was what the, like, headquarter ship was that one of the GDI commanders we played as had. It's called the Kodiak. I think it was the Kodiak. Yeah, the flying GDI ship. Yeah.
ということは、オルフェルーネも承知の上か、以前も同じことがあったかよ。
At least Kane is somewhat sane. I still can't believe they were trying to get him to... They were trying to, like, get him to be a part of the Red Alert universe, and that was really funny to watch. Setting a weapon aside, Groza steps up to the table and points at a spot on the map.
仮に黒幕がチルロビグだとして、イグラはどういう立ち位置なの？
I caught Eagle's ever-vigilant eyes and subtle body language from yesterday at the research facility. Even as Orphalune naively demonstrated her experimental results, Eagle maintained an almost flawless professional mask. But in certain moments, especially when I pressed deeper, her reactions revealed a level of wariness far beyond that of any ordinary assistant.
一枚噛んでいる。
I voiced my assumptions outright.
チルロビグがオルフェルーネに何を隠しているのかも知っているはずだ。
The lore there was crazy. Yeah, it really was. And then they never did anything of it. But that's, to be fair, that would have been messy. Especially when they started branching out into, what was it? When they started doing like the general's timeline and everything. But to be fair, that kind of made that easier.
パラデウスのことも人体実験のことも私の口から聞かされるのを何よりも恐れていたようだった。オルフェルーネのことを守っている、あるいは監視しているのか。
もしかして二人にとってオルフェルーネはもう邪魔になったとか。
イグラが離れた直後、研究所が襲われた。
Oh, we're getting a wrong picture here.
私たちが襲撃者を撃退していなかったら、オルフェルーネは確実に死んでいただろう。誰が送り込んだ？ファルベングループ、パラデウス。
I have to remember this faction exists sometimes. It's been used. It's starting to show up more because it's like we've been so used to seeing Gerard group all the time, and now we're starting to see this one play out more alongside Paradeus. But I think this is what Zerman's more affiliated with, right? I don't know what the Elmo. It's like a. Isn't it like a train? Or not really a train. It's like a. I don't know what to call it. It's like a gigantic. It's like a giant train car. I like how you chose the Allied MCV too. I guess it's close. I could see that a little bit, but honestly the Allied MCV felt more like a 18-wheeler than it did anything else. It'd be funny if you unpacked that. That would be. I don't know why I would find it was so weird to see an RTS like anime, but anime style or something. Universe, to be honest. Kinda. How was Collapse created? Like, was it a lab accident gone wrong? 'Cause I don't remember if they've really talked into the origin of it that much. Alien relic sites. Oh. That's why they were talking. That's why Alba was talking about relics earlier. I see. That would explain Alba asking about the relics. Okay. That's a bit different because I think if I remember correctly, Tiberium was introduced by an asteroid into Earth. I forget what year, but it was it basically was like a I don't think invasive species is the right thing to say, but it definitely was a not a good thing when it hit. I don't think they've ever really dove. Did they dive into? I'm like sitting here like, did Tiberium ever really have like a true origin? It's got a chemical makeup, I remember, but I don't think they really ever explored its origin beyond what they knew. And I don't think the screen campaign that you had on CNC 3 went into it too much. Ancient aliens. Yeah, the National Geographic aliens, man. And collapse fallout caused by some kids doing an accident. Oh. Can you imagine the kids do the thing and they're just like, it was just a prank, bro. It was just a prank. Meanwhile, he turns into an Elid. I drum my fingers on the tabletop, sinking into thought. The entire situation feels like an intricate chessboard, and we can only see one small corner of it.
ところで指揮官、本当にオルフェルーネが何も知らないと思っているんですか？
状況的にそう考えた方が自然だ。だが完全には信頼していない。思想がどうであれ、ジラードグループの次期総裁兼主任研究員だ。本人が事情を知っていようがいまいが、何かしらの形でパラデウスの陰謀に関わっていたはずだ。
Yeah, but I don't think you can necessarily, like, consider her as an enemy for that. She doesn't seem that evil.
彼女は純粋な科学者よ。目の前の研究に没頭するあまり、周りの状況が見えていなくてもおかしくないわ。
That's like one of the biggest things programmers have a problem with too. I say that because that was a problem I had for years. I nod. Gross's analysis is likely correct.
それから彼女の言っていた真理とは何だ？
Hawk speed running 3 streams of 9 hours. I kinda gotta though. I want to get through this event. I haven't had the time to really, like, I'm glad that I was able to get this time for this, because I have not had as much time as I would like in the past couple of months, so now that the project is starting to finally reach its latter end, I'm happy. I can do this, like, I can start to pick this up again. The truth, the thing she claims to have beheld during the Frankfurt incident. It's almost laughable. But when it comes to the Frankfurt incident, I was without a doubt a certain essential figure. I was right at the heart of it. I did witness some deeply unpleasant things, but nothing I'd ever call the truth. So what exactly was she referring to? Just as I sink deeper into thought, the communicator on the table suddenly vibrates. I grab it quickly and answer.
私だ。
Klukai's voice comes through the other end, with the wind blowing and static crackling faintly in the background.
指揮官、緊急事態です。
There's a trace of tension and excitement in her voice, rare for the usually composed Klukai. After leaving Orphalune's research facility, Klukai has been leading Team 2 in monitoring Igla and Orpha. Oh yeah, Igla they were probably tracking her at the facility. Those movements.
どうした？
オルフェルーネらを尾行してジラードグループ傘下のホテルに到着しました。今夜そこで楽園計画の前祝いを行う模様です。現在そよ風招待がホテルを見張っています。イグラはオルフェルーネをホテルに送った後、黒塗りの車に乗って衛星都市の方角へ向かいました。
衛星都市？何のために？
わかりません。気づかれないよう距離を保っていたので。ですが、あそこにはジラードグループの所有するビルがあります。警察の通信によれば、30分前にそこで警報が鳴りましたが、誤作動だったようです。
Claiming it was a false alarm.
誤作動？
If it were truly a false alarm, it wouldn't warrant a personal visit from someone like Igla.
どうする？
来るかい？そのまま監視を続けてくれ。グローザ、コルフェン。行くぞ。
Alright. I'm curious how Defy is gonna get found here, though. How many battle nodes are there? It's the VAs. 10? 11? 12? There are 12 nodes. 12 battle nodes and 11 story nodes. That is a lot. By the way, Hawk, try doing these branches in the story since it's... Yeah, I know. I think you guys were telling me it on Sunday, and then I made sure to keep a reminder of it. Plus, I also, in the off chance that I'm hitting continue on the action stages, I've also worked on the breakpoints for him. You want to play OG GFL 0 to 100? Good luck, man. The combat is dog water. Absolute brutal grind. It was. I'm not gonna probably play through the entirety of the game. It was more so just like playing it for the novelty. Kind of like somebody that was introduced to the entire IP through its sequel and wants to see what its original was like. Not that I actually really intend to play it all the way through, mostly because I already don't have the time for it. But I do want to at least see it. Kind of like, what do they call it, pay tribute. Based on the coordinates provided by Klukai, we are already close to the target area. This entire district is an industrial park belonging to the Giard Group. We disembark some distance away from the park itself. There's a scene you ought to rewatch before we get to something. Really? After checking our weapons and comms, we begin moving towards the park. Although security personnel are patrolling nearby, slipping past them and entering the park is effortless for us. I feel noticeably more at ease after changing out of the dress suit. We followed the route Klukai sent, and our journey has thus far been uneventful. With security forces present here in such numbers and guarding the area so tightly, it is easy to imagine there's something here they're trying to hide. Fort Boar is positioned on a small rise outside the park. While the location does not allow a full view, we can still make out the general situation inside. There are no civilian facilities anywhere around the park. It is also particularly strange that the interior is completely empty, with visible signs of a hasty evacuation. Did I read that right? Hang on. Oh, this probably means more like public facilities, like a bathroom or something, or like a restaurant or something like that. Something that's more publicly facing. Aside from the security personnel, almost no one is left on the site. We approach 404. Klukai is observing the park through a pair of binoculars.
来るかい。状況は。
監視している間、誰もここから離れていません。イグラはパーク内にいるはずです。リバにこの場所の情報を要請しました。
それで
ジラードがかなりのコストをかけて物流センターとして建造した新施設のようですが、使用された形跡がありません。
何かのカモフラージュか。
おそらく使われていないのに毎月巨額の資金が投じられています。イグラがここを訪れたのもチルドビグが関係していると思われます。実態は秘密研究所かと。
There's always a story novel page at the community. You don't want to deal with the gameplay from GFL 1, so you can read it as a novel. Sure, but it's more of I wanted to. It's more just getting the experience. But like that's really it. Like that means playing the game a little bit. You know, however you go about getting the characters, which I. Like sitting here, do I know that or not? I don't think so. Game is what, 10 years old, so I wonder what system it used. Was it because games back, the only games I knew back then was Conclave, but Conclave had a like you invest resources, put up and like set a timer, and you know pray that you got the right roll. It's kind of it's very close to Ozzer Lane, except Ozzer Lane's is way more like streamlined and simplified. It's closer to Confrontation system. Okay, so it's a construction system. Alrighty. Oh, I'm gonna have flashbacks.
さすがリバ、よく調べている。
String length is getting wild. Yeah, this is all the story though, man. That's how it be.
実はリバより先にあの人が情報を提供してくれました。
あの人？
カリーナさんです。あなたが合流したら連絡するように言いつけられています。
そうか。
Let her have it, man. You know she wants this.
通信コードはこちらです。
It's a similar system like Conclave. It was made by that era. Yeah, it was, but it's a bit better. I'm curious about that. Oh well, you're doing GFL 1 for the story. It's pretty much top grade like Arknights in 1999, and make infield one day. Maybe. Yeah, like I said, it's more so just the experience. I'm not like gonna be like super invested into GFL 1. I'm not that worried about it. Well, like I said, it's gonna be weirdly like a tourist day. And I don't mean that in the negative connotation that it applies now. I mean more so the, you know, like the, oh, someone who likes the franchise is gonna go visit the old one and see what it's like. I'm gonna go visit the museum, guys. I feel like people are gonna be like visiting a museum or a graveyard, and I'm like, I don't want to think about it. Anyway, I take the code from Kukai hands me. After hesitating for a moment, I connect to Kalina's channel.
Karin, 調子はどうだ?
Alright, see you. I guess have a good one, man.
平気です。リバさんとレナさんは局長に同行しているため不在です。ここから先は私がサポートします。
Leva and Lena are, I'm assuming the director is Kruger, just to make sure I have that connection properly.
ありがとう。イグラを追って目標エリアに到着した。相手の位置はわかるか？
管理局の人間があの場所を見張っています。情報が入り次第共有します。ただ警察の通信を傍受した結果、ジラードグループの施設で戦闘が起こっていることが分かりました。
今この瞬間、イグラと交戦している可能性があるのは、
はい、反逆正体しかありえません。
彼女たちを見つけるのが最優先だ。
Igla means needle in Polish. Oh, in Polish, not Polish. Here we have Genki Kalina, our naive shop girl. Look at her, so full of life and unaware of the future. Poor girl. That would be one of those moments when you just like walk up to her and just like put your hand on her shoulder and be like, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. And she's gonna give you the biggest deer in the headlights look and be like, eh? And then for some reason she'll be pondering that for the next 5 days, wondering what you meant.
ヘレナも一緒にいるかもしれない。
おとなしく返してくれると思いますか？
アンジェの元部下たちだ。きっと昔と変わっていない。
はい、私もそう思います。
You can see that. That's good.
インダストリアルパークには大きな通風口がいくつかあります。その周囲に秘密研究所への入り口があるはずです。入り口までは誘導しますが、そこから先は指揮官様の判断にお任せします。
わかった。
Clay sends over a route map leading into the heart of the underground facility. After a brief exchange of opinions, the dolls of 404 begin preparing the infiltration. Grossa distributes the ammunition and weapons she brought along for resupply, while Kofni calibrates her equipment next to me to ensure stable communications. I gesture downward.
ここを第一撤退ポイントにする。ここがダメになったら、パークの正面入り口で合流しよう。
交戦規定は？
反撃のみ許可する。
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that closed the one says she's... It looks more like Scrubs. It looks more like medical, like just medical Scrubs. It's like a step up from that.
面倒ね。
カリンがセキュリティシステムの穴を特定してくれた。まずはハッキングで情報を集めてくれ。必要とあらば電子戦で敵の自立戦闘ユニットを無力化できるはずだ。
I like how Bouncy Cactus is just turning into the tour guide. He's like, over here we have NP5 who is still drinking milk so that she can grow taller one day. Little did she know Perry would always be fun side. Fun side. Perry has taken a critical hit. You know what? You can have fun making up all the possible tour guide lines as much as you want. Like sitting there thinking just all the goofy things.
簡単に言ってくれますね。
できるか。
当然です。任せてください。
Fun size, of course. Is this full? This is full 404, right? I don't remember if I think Andoris and Belka are here, or is it just them? Is it just Kukai Mekti? I want to believe it's full team. It's been a while since we had 404, like in mainline. It's full team. Oh, okay, well, that's easy. Oh well, you know what? I should just click the button. Andoris is literally right here. Alert those pests. Oh man, you didn't go for a stealthy. Oh, is this one of those get to a point interact? No, it's just elite. It's just eliminate. Well, you know what? I can do this now, and I'm not gonna feel like I'm slowing down. Mekti, we need you to kill them with sleep. I should probably actually switch you two. Look at the sleepo people. I love that they have that for her. It's really funny. Don't use her, let her sleep. Oh, don't worry, she'll be fine. She'll be fine. You get a turret. I like how I play indoors very differently depending on what game, what like type of mission it is. If it's like story mode, it's just turret spam. Otherwise, I'm actually bothering to take this a bit. Oh, they're immune. That's cool. Are they all immune? Okay, so they're interesting. They haven't immune yet? Where's that shown? Cannot receive. Okay, neat. So I'm assuming you can't take heat. No, you just take less burn damage. Okay, so there's actually characters that are a bit more punishing on using a specific element. I like that. Cool. I didn't actually realize that. Get stick bugged. Yep. That is how this goes when I'm playing story mode. Is the guys will get stick bugged. Can I just reach? I will not be able to take them out. Okay, the only problem I'll have will be this guy. Belka might be able to get him. Yeah, but no, it's a Storm Hunter, though. Hmm. Yeah, it's fine. But I think the other team takes less corrosion damage, which is probably better because it's better for her to target them. I don't think. Yes, it'll be fine. And then the Mekti will smite them. Yes, hello, I'm here.
どうってことないわ。
I'm pretty sure all I need to do is this. That should hit somebody else with negative charge. Yep. Takes 2 out, and then Mechty smites. I don't know what else to call it besides Mechty smite. Be gone!
指揮官の期待通りだといいけど。
Defeated by a creature who is asleep. Also, hey Tactician, how you doing? Nighttime, 2074. Inside the top floor conference room of the GR Group headquarters. Kruger, Lega? What? Leva, Lena. I think I combined, like, his last half of his name with the first half of hers. Lega. Did you guys know it's the 4th UMP doll? Leva, Lena, Laney, and Lega. She looks... If you're wondering what Lega looks like, she looks like a Lego girl. When defeated in battle, she makes the Lego fall apart sound effect. And several agents from the I'm gonna say Nonfa are already in position. CEO Oleg Gerard of the Lviv headquarters appears far more shrewd compared to Rurik of the Odessa branch. At this moment, he is sitting at the far end of the long table, a metal case and several documents placed before him. A doll is falling into the river in Lviv. I don't know why this is a man I was not prepared for. I expected someone more intimidating, but nah.
これがそちらの望む人形暴走事件とワクチン事件の証拠だ。データ、実験記録、議事録。
Someone more elegant. No, not elegant.
揃っているはずだ。
随分と塩らしいじゃない。
時代は変わったんだ、リーバさん。悪あがきを続けても私には何の得もない。
Kruger signals for Leva to inspect the materials. Leva takes the memory drive and plugs it into an interface. She scans through it quickly, then nods.
全部揃ってる。不備はないわ。裏はなさそうね。
私の誠意を感じてくれたか
I don't know why. I just hear the very silent. More generous than you expected, wasn't I? I just keep hearing that every single time I see him make this face.
条件を提示できる立場にないことは理解しているが、そちらも同等の誠意を示してほしい。
It's the lips. No, it's more it's the combination of that and the way his eyes are closed, and his overall expression here.
あなたの身の安全を保証する。
Oh man. The face you make when you win the 50-50, but you lose on the weapon ban.
一言余計かもしれないが、総裁、あなたはどうやら社員のことは眼中にないようだ。
ビジネスとは残酷なのだよ、局長殿。時には誰かが犠牲になるしかない。私の弟のようにな。
Younger brother, I'm assuming is Rurik.
本質的には生存競争だ。違うか？
もう一度契約を確認しよう。あなたが全ての証拠を提出し、調査に全面的に協力するなら、身の安全を保証し、こちらで新たな。
I'd rather make that one. Oh, the one where he's like looking down, the smile one. I think I've seen that one a couple times. Down that hall is the dorms to the AR dolls. If you hear cursing from down the hall, MDR Kuro is screaming. Do not disturb. This is fun. Man seems to be having fun inventing his all of his dialogue lines for when when we actually go through this whole museum visit shenanigans. He and Rory do not look alike. There are some things, but it's very minimal. They are kind of polar opposites in a lot of ways.
資産といえば、まだまだ示せる誠意が残っていた。これで年金が増えるといいがな。
He turns on the tablet he brought with him and pulls up a series of files.
楽園計画のことを探っているのだろう。イグラの勝手な行動もこれが関係している。
Unauthorized actions.
正直、そちらがなぜこの計画にこだわっているのかはわからないが。持っていくといい。楽園計画の資料だ。オルフェルーネのノート、実験データ、すべてが入っている。
His eyes widen slightly.
娘を売るっていうの？
なんだね、その目は。科学者たる者、自らの選択に責任を負わねばならない。私はただ商人として取引をするだけだ。
楽園計画は数時間後に開始されるわ。
I can't not look at that face.
お嬢さんは今も全力で準備を進めているはず。裏で父親が自分の積み上げてきた全てを差し出そうとも知らずに。
I know he wants to save himself. I just can't with his face. And her father is destroying all of her life's work on the other side of the city. Can you believe it? The father is destroying all of her life's work. I can't with this face. I can't.
これは娘のためでもある。あなたたちに目をつけられた以上、関わり続ければ罪は重くなる一方だ。
The face of Anne.
損切りは早い方がいい。
I don't even know what I would call that face, honestly. The face you could you sell out your daughter? Guru's expression remains unchanged as he takes the tablet.
確かに価値のある資料だ。だがこちらが誠意を示すほどではない。非軍事勢力管理局を代表して楽園計画の凍結を求める。
Oh. Well then.
無論だ。
Well then.
手はずは整っている。
He pulls out his communicator and rapidly inputs a command.
今しがた CEO 命令を出した。
Oh, I feel so bad for her.
楽園計画に関する一切の活動を中止せよとな。公表もする。これで満足か。
まだだ。計画に関してだが気になる証拠が。
Make his face an emote on the server. I don't even know what I would call it. I gotta figure that out still. Before Kruger can finish, the lights in the conference room abruptly go out. Then the alarm flashes red.
レナ、局長を守って。
Oh. The conference room doors are flung open as armed personnel and marionette dolls pour in and swiftly surround everyone present. Oleg jumps to his feet.
誰の指示だ。出ていけ。
静かに。セキュリティシステムをリセットしました。ただいまをもって一切の出入りを禁じます。
馬鹿げてる。私は総裁だぞ。今すぐ。
オレク・ジラード、修正協定違反につき身柄を拘束します。あなたの命令は受け付けません。
Oh.
修正協定だと。何の話だ。誰の権限で動いている。
楽園計画始動まで全ての人員の出入りを制限します。抵抗しないでください。
Oleg's face drains of color.
これはクーデターだ。誰だ。ツイマーマンか。取締役の誰かか。
Neither the armed personnel nor the dolls respond to Oleg. Cold sweat pours down his face as he slowly collapses back into his chair. Greer casts Oleg a cold glance, then stands and addresses the armed personnel sharply.
これは非軍事勢力管理局との契約に抵触する。それだけじゃねえ。我々の許可なしに非武装エリアへ侵入することは犯罪に当たる。
局長殿、申し訳ありませんが従ってください。抵抗しない限り危害は加えません。我々に引き金を引かせないでください。
Leva and Lena exchange a glance and move to shield Kruger at the center.
外部に繋がらない。通信を妨害されているわ。
やる。数は相手の方が上だけど。
局長の安全が最優先。
どうやらあなたの想像以上に部下たちは覚悟が決まっているようだ。
奴らめ。
Well, this definitely, if the GR group isn't going to go under from this, they definitely are going to go under now. Even with the board, that could be a potential really serious problem.
こうなってしまっては仕方ない。総裁、契約を変えよう。
The conference room doors close behind the marionette dolls. The red warning lights continue to flash, casting every face. Ah! Well, that happened. No board to do this. Yeah, the problem is that, like, even if it was to financially secure themselves, they've just landed themselves in even more legal trouble. Now, granted, they might be able to squirm their way out of it, but it still comes with the risk. That poor Hulk. Yeah. I still haven't fixed it. It's kind of sad. The five dolls move swiftly through the underground passageways. Beneath their feet lie shattered combat automatons and bodies riddled with bullet holes.
クリア。新たな敵へなし。
地表に近づけば通信妨害の影響を受けずにケビンと連絡が取れる。でもその前にヘレナはどこ？
置いてきた。場所はここだ。
When Womansky appeared, Alva could already guess what she had decided to do, but she still clings to the sliver of hope and scans the surroundings. Womansky does not bother to search for Helena. Her wolf eye has already swept this area countless times. The answer is obvious. Disappointment and regret are written all over Womansky's usually impassive face.
本当にここで合ってるの?
Womansky walks to a small broken opening along the sewer wall. Alva switches on her flashlight and shines it inside. There is no sign of Helena.
激しい戦闘の痕跡が残ってる。自動防御システムのビーム跡だ。
捕まったか。
Womastina bends down and picks up fragments of a shadow communicator. Her gaze, her heavy.
私の判断ミスだ。すまない。
Alva checks her terminal, but she cannot locate the signal from the container.
さっきあなたの言う通り、すぐに撤退していれば。私が引っ張ったから、敵にヘレナを探す時間を与えてしまった。私のせいだ。
いや、私がもっと早くあの人形を倒せていれば。
うん。撤退できただけでも奇跡だよ。ヘレナのことは後で考えよう。今は得た情報をアップロードしないと。
強行突破だ。
うん。その方が早く動ける。
Womastina reloads a fresh magazine and nods to Alva. Just as Alva is about to move, she suddenly freezes, listening intently to the answer, or to the sewer.
銃声。
遠いな。だが間違いなく戦闘が起きている。誰かが警備隊と戦っているのか。
私たちの撤退ルートにいる。
This is how they conveniently run into each other? That's funny if they run into each other. Well, in this case, we can bring. No, I really should probably get them developed. We can do that later. Who have I not borrowed one from? I see Anthony's got. I don't think I used Shadow Gardens yet.
手加減の必要は?
I'm trying to think who else. After Shadow Garden, we have. Probably is everybody, unless someone else is hiding. No. There's Musashi's. STM's. Oh, Scarf's got. Oh, right, Scarf has not been playing much recently. This is probably gonna be over quick anyway. The fight moves through the underground corridor. Just as Alpha suspected, the passage is packed with defensive units. Combat automatons and dolls have already built fortifications, waiting for Defy to walk in straight into their traps. But the automatons before Alpha's eyes are completely motionless. Their drooping limbs and weapons indicate that their neural circuits have been fried on the spot.
Kevin か?
いや、ケビンのやり方じゃない。でも運がいい。
It was in fact over quick. Yes, it was.
そののんきさ、嫌いではありません。
Uh-oh.
しかし、幸運の女神はいつも気まぐれです。
Alpha immediately searches for the source of the voice, but Igla is nowhere to be seen. Womansky suddenly shoves Alva aside. The massive force slams her into the wall. As her vision spins, a violent explosion erupts, where she had been standing just moments ago. She scrambles back to her feet and sees that the ceiling overhead has been blown open. Igla drops down from above, her dagger already buried in Wemosnia's forearm. Wemosnia lowers her stance to dissipate the force. She shoves Igla aside, then lashes out with a brutal kick. Igla blocks the strike with both arms and lands lightly on the ground, and arcing through the air.
お見事。ここまで私を楽しませたのはあなたが初めてです。
Wemosnia pulls the dagger from her forearm and glances at it. The blade had originally been aimed at her core. She refocuses her attention on Igla, who makes a brief gesture toward her.
倒さないと先へ進めないようだね。任せろ。
お。
戦闘終了。脅威はすべて排除しました。これで先に進めます。
Actually, I probably can close. I closed up the. Give me a second. I'm just closing some stuff. I'm noticing a minor hit. I had Adobe Illustrator up, so I was like, wait, that's why I'm taking a hit. I wouldn't have to worry about it if I didn't lose a RAM stick. No eleganto this time, huh? Not yet, not yet. Kukai pulls her connection jack free from the control panel. After releasing an abnormal surge of current, the panel gradually falls silent, but her frame is still shaking violently.
電線も大したことないわね。
Supported by her teammates, Kukai barely manages to stand up. Even with 4 dolls, plus the equipment carried by Endora sharing the load, the immense computational strain from the hack has nearly caused her to crash. Fortunately, before Kukai's neural cloud could burn out, she manages to breach the system's defenses and destroy the automated command chain through the entire facility. Oh, so that's why they were all... That was Kukai doing all that? Dang! She just, like, Thanos snapped the entirety of the automata. Okay. Jeez.
指揮官、ハッキングで施設内のすべての自動戦闘ユニットをダウンさせました。
That is just stealing a RAM sticks out of your control. No, I was doing an infield stream, like what, a couple months or so back? Maybe a month or two? I actually don't remember when I exactly did it. And, I had a power surge, and the power surge killed one of my sticks. Actually, well, you were there. I think you were there for that. But yeah. The price to replace that right now is currently set at $430 US. I'm gonna wait for the AI bubble to crash before I think about getting that. So, yeah. You know, the downside is, I mean, the good thing is, I'm gonna basically be able to buy what is it? A set of 2. But yeah, I'm gonna wait for that. Because I don't want to pay $400 for RAM. It's already downward. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna ride it out a little longer and see. Because I think there's a bunch of stuff that they had to, like, you know, it's the early days of the bubble bursting, so we'll see. It'll stabilize eventually, though. Like most tech bubbles do. So, eventually I'll be able to get it. But yeah, not right now. Paper ASMR. Yeah, when I went to go get my computer checked for that, for a bunch of stuff, because I don't have like the full the ability to fully like check everything. Nor am I that skilled with hardware. I'm more of a software guy. I had them basically print out a whole bunch of stuff for parts. So I've got a bunch of, I've kept them here so I know that they're, well, and I know the exact make and model and everything that I need. So that way I don't make the wrong decision. Bruh. Anyway.
さすがだな、来るかい。
当然です。どんな任務でも完璧に遂行します。
頼もしい。
You upgraded yours a year ago. I did a full build, a new build of my PC, I think 2 years ago. I haven't built a PC before that one since, what, 8 years before that? So I'd saved up like 40-50 bucks for 8 years to buy the next PC that I was going to build. And now it's the one I'm using. So, I'm happy with that.
セキュリティシステムの権限をこちらに譲れないか。
はい、確認お願いします。
うん、無事入れた。地下エリアで4カ所から大量の損害報告が上がってる。最後に報告が上がったのはすぐ近くだ。
Your old PC got fried using from Skyrim mods. Mine's doing okay. It does show its age every now and then. But it is still doing, like, all the parts are working fantastic. I can still, like, I've started using it to hold old storage. It's got a bot, one of my bots on there. And it makes a fantastic host for Minecraft servers. I host RLCraft and a whole bunch of other servers on it, and so that way my friends don't have to spend like 50 bucks on a Minecraft server. So that works out well. I take advantage of my what is it? My day job to manage Minecraft modpack servers for people. One of your hard drives died a couple months back and I can't afford to replace it yet. Oh no. That sucks. I usually keep a hard disk. I still do hard disk drives on my PC, but I use them more for like long-term storage, stuff that I'm not going to use immediately. Though I'm mostly going SSD and other types of storage nowadays.
反逆招待ですか?
It still works mostly. Yeah. I mean, if you, like, the way I go about my PCs is, like, when I go to build them, I'll get, like, if not the top of the line, like, second or third from the top. So, like, this old PC I have, it was a workstation PC more so than a, gaming PC. So, I had twin 1070s in it. And I had it set up so when I was doing like Autodesk Maya work or Blender work, one of them was handling rendering, the other one was doing like physics work, because I had to do a lot of stuff for special effects, rendering, and physics and all that stuff. It was really cool. I didn't know you could do that back then, but I found out you could. I was like, oh, that's neat. So, but yeah, I usually go for like second, like if not the top of the line, somewhere up towards the top, and then I just take care of it, and it usually, you know, gives me 8+ years of service before I'm like, all right, you can have an easier time now. Your load will be very low most of the time.
可能性は高い。
誘導してください。連れ戻します。
ああ、任せた。
That's like the one thing I can at least appreciate about like old PCs. We're back to the squad again. Sleepo beepo.
ごめんね。おじけついたの?
But it's like the one thing I do like about old PCs is like if you've got a decent one, you can just turn it into like a server for various games. With how many games have like online, like you can make your own dedicated servers. If you know how to port forward and everything, or do whatever you need, and handle proper security management, like you're set. It's pretty nice. I did that for a bunch of groups. I hosted, I think I already said RL Crap is the big one. Okay, where are the corrosion guys? Because I'm going to assume the corrosion guys are probably going to be the more annoying ones for Klukai to deal with. Okay, they're called pulses. Edgewalker is the fire one. Stormhunter is the electric. Is there no Hydro one? Is there no Hydro, for lack of better terms, Power Ranger? Is there no Power Ranger? You get a turret. And you get a stick bug. And you get a stick bug. And you get a stick bug. You're immune. I'm actually, let's see. I don't think this reaches all of them. Oh, it does. Even better. I call everyone just calls them Power Ranger. Well, I don't know what else to call them. Like, yeah, they're marionette dolls, sure, but it's kind of easier to just to call them something goofy like that, you know. Better to have the goofy levels of name calling. The only comparison I have is, what is it? I think World War II, people called them Jerry's. Okay, so if I remember Belka properly, if I do this, attack with this, these two should get negative charge, and that should take all three of them out. Oh no, he gets targeted first, and somebody else gets it. So Mekti just smites another man. Never mind, Belka just eliminates him anyway. I forget about that at the end of it. 4-4 enters the facility without a hitch, disappearing from view even through the binoculars. I watch their coordinates on the terminal and consider what they might encounter next. One of the Elid bosses is just nicknamed Pineapple for the community. I know which one you're referring to. It's like an egg with like the opening on top, right? I forgot what it's called. What its actual name is. I know which one you're referring to though. The poison pineapple. Yeah. What is that thing's name? I forget. Based on the information, the area is likely the area they'll likely run into Defy. With a combined combat strength of 404 and test Defy, breaking out of the facility should be difficult. Literally in PvP you can slaughter. I mean, like the negative, what is it? The negative charge mechanic. I actually really do like that a lot because it works. It counts for Mosin, and it gives her basically a free shot. The fire plus if other enemies have it, she just wipes out whoever it is. Because my Mosin is actually pretty decent. I don't have her fully built, but she's decent enough. Homunculus or something like that. Yeah, it's some. I remember it was some ridiculous name. That is funny that people call it Pineapple, and honestly, I kind of want to start calling it Pineapple. However, even if they manage to rendezvous with the Defy dolls, the presence of that third gen doll will still pose a major obstacle. To be honest, I don't have much confidence in that our current dolls can defeat Ikla inside an underground facility. However, defeating her isn't our objective. We just need a plan to shake her off and leave quickly. As I study the facility map, an idea suddenly comes to mind. There's no data in the terminal to support this plan, though. Looks like it's time to seek support. I quickly gather my thoughts and call Kolina. She picks up almost immediately.
カリン、ジラードの地下施設の見取り図が欲しい。
何のために？
イグラ相手に正面戦闘は厳しい。潜水艦基地の時にやったことを覚えてるか？同じ手を使いたい。
あなたらしいですね。ですが、ここは当時と違ってホワイトエリアの都市です。社会的影響を考えたことはありますか？
だからこうして打診してるじゃないか。
また私に後始末を。まったく、相変わらず人使いが荒いですね。
え？
私は政府内部のことはよく知らないからな。カリンが協力してくれると助かる。
そうですね。戦闘を地下に留めることができればなんとか。報道管制を敷くことはできますが、それ以上はクルーガー局長の手に負えるかどうか。
But Kruger right now, though.
面倒をかけないよう尽力する。
その言葉、一応信用しておきます。
This there boo job look like a dang pineapple. You fellas reckon you ever seen one of them boo jobs look like a pineapple? I saw it eat clam the other day. And ate them whole. I didn't even put them in a fire or anything. No, I just ate them whole. I couldn't sleep for 3 days. It's about as bad. It was about as bad as the day my dog died. What we got here, Lester, is a pineapple boochum. Kill it and put it on your pizza. Alright, Twitch. Okay, Twitch. Get out of here. I feel like I've banned a lot of people on Twitch, which is really funny. I've never banned so many people on Twitch before. Really just says something. Though, to be fair, when I first started out on YouTube, I had that problem too. There were so many of those bots back then. I don't see them much anymore now, but it is what it is. And that boojum right there looks like a dang deer. Your thing shining a light on him, make him freeze. Is that really a person? No, it's probably not. Don't make promises you can't keep. Okay. Hockey's banned the bots. Yeah, I gotta.
そうだ。今回の件が落ち着いたら一緒に食事でもどうだ。
Hey. Ayo. Ayo. In the middle of a mission, Skikon, calm down, man.
お互い誤解があるようだし、これを機に解消しよう。
In the middle of a mission, you're in the middle of a mission, man.
どうかな。嫌なら
Another victory for democracy. What?
時間様のおごりなら考えてもいいですよ。でもすっごく高いお店を選ぶので覚悟してくださいね。
And then she's gonna put on the fanciest of outfits, and then she will 100% make every doll jealous. I'm kidding. Actually, I don't know. Well, I imagine a good number of the dolls do if you look at them that way. Most of them, a good number of them probably just respect him, though. I don't think Coffee looks at him that way, at least in my knowledge. Kalina W is good W. This is good W. We need that happy end, chat. Man's been working hard, even in exile for 10 years. Man's gotta get a happy ending. He's gotta get that W somehow.
指揮官、聞いてますか？
ごめん、404だ。また連絡する。
はい、お気をつけて。
来るかい？どうした？
目標エリアに接近していますが、激しい戦闘が行われています。
Nothing like some young the medic doll? I don't think so. Though, didn't someone say like Huffing was based off of Florence, which already kind of scares me in that entire principle alone?
熱源反応によれば、片方は第三世代人形のイグラです。もう片方は反逆小隊のメンバー AK-15 と AN-94。
よし、すぐに接触して一緒に離脱するんだ。
The PNC event. Yeah, I could see that.
イグラに絡まれたら。
Open the structural blueprint Kalina's just sent. Rapidly simulate the scenario and transmit a set of coordinates.
この場所に移動して着いたら教えてくれ。爆破トラップで追撃を阻止する。
了解。すぐに向かいます。
And take a deep breath. Groza has already prepared her weapon and stands silently beside me, awaiting orders.
グローザ、ここに爆薬を仕掛けてくれ。柱を4本爆破すれば足りるだろ
う。了解。
コルフェン、車をパークの近くに回してくれ。中の人形が地上に出たらすぐに迎えに行く。
はい、準備しておきます。
そうだ、ヘレナの薬も用意してあるな。
もちろんです。
ホワイトエリアに長居して体調が悪化していないといいのだが、検査の用意も頼む。
Yeah, because she's probably gonna be struggling. Some engineers saw Florence's countless work ethic violations and went, "Yep, that'll be the base for all the future nurse dolls from now on." Yeah, you know, they just wanted they wanted their own version of the Team Fortress 2 medic. Opens refrigerator. Kill me later. Ever heard of the Screaming Banshee? I feel like I might have, but I don't know if it's the same one we're thinking of. So I'm probably thinking of it from a game perspective and not something else. Don't worry, Rips go back. No, they don't. Man, I miss those days with TF2.
ああ、任せた。
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Cat. You told me one of the patients, Florence, healed has a pigeon inside him. You know, that would be kind of funny, not gonna lie. I only play MVM. I haven't played MVM in a very long time. What tour count am I on? What's my tour count? Like, the tour count is the one thing that would tell you how much I played MVM. What is that noise outside? That is interesting. I'll find it real quick. Oh, there it was. Oh, that's a different badge. That's a very different. Here it is. 2 cities, 247. Nucleus lead 4-4 moves to the underground facility and arrives near the battlefield. Now they can clearly see the full scope of the fight. The underground sewer has been utterly devastated by the clash, walls riddled with bullet holes, and chunks of concrete lay scattered across the ground. Amid the ruins, AN-94 and AK-15 are locked in an intense engagement with a woman wearing a suit.
やっぱりあいつね。
The battle has clearly been going on for some time. AK-15 is covered in injuries, and AN-94's movements are noticeably more sluggish than Kluge remembers. Worse still, her ammunition appears to be nearly depleted. Igla seems more like she's performing a dance than engaging in a fight. The rapier in her hand traces... traces elegant arcs through the air. Beautiful yet lethal. Even when facing the combined assault of the two Defy members, Igla remains utterly unfazed. With her extensive combat experience, Kukai can tell at a glance that even with the dolls beside her, taking Igla head-on will be extremely difficult. It got... yeah. But she doesn't hesitate for a moment. The commander has given the order, and she has full confidence in completing the mission entrusted to her. On level 2, she orders the dolls to deploy to positions where they can maximize their firepower, while she herself charges towards the battlefield at high speed.
反逆小隊。こちら404小隊の来るかい。指揮官の命令で撤退を援護しに来たわ。6時方向から接近中。フレンドリーファイヤーに注意。
Friendly fire.
404
The Defy dolls show no change in their movements upon receiving the transmission. Igla's raging assault allows them not a single moment of slack. Even under such dire conditions, they maintain astonishing tactical coordination. This from cars. I don't... no, definitely not then. Kukai closes to visual range. Under her gaze, every round fired by AN-94 precisely targets Igla's vital points, while AK-15 engages Igla in close-quarters combat. Their coordination is flawless, yet Igla still handles it all with such ease that even Kukai feels a little unnerved. But she doesn't falter. Seizing the instant when the hulking doll and Igla briefly separate, Kukai fires several grenades accurately towards Igla. The unexpected attack sparks clear anger in Igla.
さっきのネズミですか。やはりあの記者。
Taking advantage of Igla's momentary distraction, Wamashina's flying kick slams into Igla's waist, while additional grenade explosions force her to retreat further.
今よ、ついてきて。
Plot twist, we just have to withstand an assault against her. Okay, 416. Shouldn't you be... Now isn't the time to talk. The commander sent us to pick you and AN-94. Pick up you and AN-9... Yeah, you and AN-94. So, start by getting out of that thing's attack range. Got it. I can hang on for a while longer. So take 9-4 with you, and mount a fighting withdrawal. Evacuate, huh? Oh, that means we have to wake Mekti. But we don't want to wake the Mekti. Alright. Who's the Mekti? This sleepy one right here. The sleepo beepo. At least the Mekti. Oh, she's adorable. Yeah. She has her charms. Not my favorite doll, but she's definitely funny. I'm trying to figure out how do I want to play this one. These diner gates are based off attacks, if I remember right. Yeah. Is it a targeted attack or is it it's any attack? Okay. So the best thing I would have to do would be like this. Go here. Let's do here. And then this. Yep, your Shigan is pretty sick and, and elegant looking. It is really cool looking. It is a very cool looking sword. I am gonna hold off on any of her actions. Unfortunately, people, we have to wake you up. What's he told him, Kraken? Don't know. No, we didn't have a choice. We had to. At this point, I'm just gonna pop your ult. There's not much else you can do. Probably didn't need to hide her behind cover, but it's whatever. Because I'm pretty sure she loses cover advantage, doesn't she? Yeah. I'm gonna keep her over here and prepare her to attack. She'll ambush that squad. I think you're the one that does. Oh, wait, no. I can't reach him. Oh, I can't reach him. That'll do. And Sleepo really can't do anything. You know what? Drink. You drink. Just drink. It doesn't matter. Drink anyway. We need to keep her awake for the time being. Alright, now it's time for Belka ambush. Not that it really matters. Pretty sure she'll take these two out, negative charge the last one, and then take him out. There we go. I think that's everybody, so... I'm gonna go get some fish, I see. Alright, see ya. Have a good one. I almost kind of wish her being in that mode actually makes her more mobile, just because she drank something. At this point, I could probably just auto this. Be it. Riveting gameplay.
建物全体が崩落しないよう爆破範囲を調整してくれ。
了解。
Floor of the, yeah, I guess that would make sense. Rosa moves swiftly, and in just a few dozen seconds, she sets up 4 directional demolition charges at the designated locations.
指揮官、爆薬を仕掛けたわ。
私が合図したら爆破してくれ。
ええ。
I stare tensely at the terminal. 404 is advancing towards the area I sent earlier, and the signal they're detecting can only belong to that relentless pursuing third gen doll.
指揮官、もうすぐ指定エリアです。後ろに追っ手が。
分かった。そっちが爆破範囲から出るのを待っている。
Also with grows and explosions. I mean, she's probably the best one for demolition expert of the, like, if you think about like the original 4, she's probably the one that would do it the best. I guess you could consider Vepli maybe, but it's also Vepli. She's not blowing herself up this time. Yeah. That was kind of, I was like, why are you doing this?
了解。あと10秒です。交代。
At the moment Klukai is distracted by the transmission, Igla, burning with rage, lunges towards her with rapier in hand, at a speed nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Alba fires a shot that strikes the blade aimed at Klukai. The tip deflects, embedding itself precisely into the bolt of the rifle that Klukai has raised to block. Klukai immediately drops the rifle, draws her pistol, and empties an entire magazine into Igla at point-blank range. Even from such extremely close range, rounds of this caliber barely phase Igla. The other dolls of 4-4 immediately lay down full auto fire to suppress Igla, finally forcing her back slightly. Messina rushes forward, grabs Klukai by the back of her collar, and pulls her back into the doll's firing formation with a powerful leap. Klukai blinks in surprise at her new position. She's probably like, what? Where am I? Then snaps back to her senses and shouts into the comms. Time's a little, thanks for the sub, appreciate it. Welcome. Groza's finger is already poised on the detonator, ready to activate it at my final command. Switching to your secondary is faster than fixing your rifle, yeah. Blocking with your rifle is better than switching with your secondary. The shockwave from the explosion shakes the entire building. The precise directional blast causes the entire section of the floor beneath Igla to collapse. For the first time, a flicker of alarm crosses Igla's face as she plunges downward, caught completely off guard.
敵に命中。イグラが下に落ちました。
了解。向かいの車を用意した。すぐにそこから離れろ。車の座標を送った。
はい。反逆小隊、撤退地点に向かうわよ。指揮官が待ってる。
イグラの反応が近づいている。
移動しながら反撃。
Surprising, okay. Alva and Boymastina exchange a glance and nod to Klukai, while the dolls of 404 have already stowed their weapons and begun moving. Throwing your teammate is faster than walking. Yeah, probably. Also, if I was carrying a detonator and hear them shout my name, I would assume that was the signal. Yeah. Can you marry/date a T-doll? I feel like they discussed that in Wawa's story or something happened. You can covenant a doll. They haven't really... I don't think they've really explored it at all story-wise. It's probably more Bond stories and other things, to be honest. The building exit is just ahead. Behind them, a figure leaps up from the depths amid swirling smoke. Alva doesn't slow her run. She senses that something about Igla is different. Indeed, the figure in the smoke doesn't move. She simply stands there, watching the dolls depart. They're your property. What are they gonna say? No? Not how I would hope to look at it, but you know what is fair. Klukai looks back towards Igla's position. Just as Alva said, there's no attack, and outside the building, the flash of headlights is already spilling into the interior. The sharp screech of brakes signals the extraction vehicle has arrived. I yank open the door and jump into the rear cargo bed, clearing space for the dolls. 404 quickly piles into the jeep, seeing there's no room left. Inside, Alva and Boymastina leap into the cargo bed as well, sitting beside me. Rosa watches Igla's direction tensely, waiting for extraction to finish, while Coffee scans the area repeatedly before asking anxiously.
Nani?
すみません。奪い返す機会はあるので、 離脱を優先しました。
The reason I'm asking is because if we had a guy who married an early AI robot. Wait, hold up. I mean, that probably wouldn't surprise me. There are already a lot of people that treat AI as like significant others, which... Hang on. I'll let you guys have. I'll let you guys have this.
セーフハウスです。
A second. There you go. That's just US, by the way. So yeah, we're kind of already there to a degree. Overlord, I just done Track Blazer run with Rush Hour, the current event. Oh yeah? I need to actually sit down and really do Track Blazer. It looks interesting. Especially now that I've got Matikani Tannhauser and I've got Kiyosan Black. I did a what is her name? Chiano O run recently. I was happy with her. I'm happy I have her. She's like one of the few I wanted. I wanted the Chiyo. Character.ai mentioned. That's a link. So it is. Wow. I will say, there are a few channels that I do find really funny that utilize, I think it's character AI they're using, where it's like a what if scenario and like how they would react to it. Like for example, how would a certain like granted those AIs are only trained as good as the person who created them, trained them with data. So there's some limit there. If you had like somebody very versed in lore, maybe you might be don't know before you ask. No. If you had someone really versed in lore that really focused on making those, they probably would be able to get away with it. Track Blazer is super fun. I got a wacky all distance my own Top Gun going. Oh really? That's cool. Yeah, I've been meaning to try it out because I really want to dive into it more. But it's like, I think the most fun I have with Uma is training like medium and long distance runners to be mile runners. Or sprints to be mediums. I've not done a long yet. I know I have a person that loves turning Bakshin into a long runner. Anyway.
わかった。グローザ、そこに向かってくれ。
ええ。
Don't worry about it, it's fine. I don't have a major ruling against it. But yeah, I would not be surprised about the whole AI thing. Seeing that result is kind of sad. I could probably pull up this. I'm sure there's this. What is it? A statistic for many other locations. So if you're in Europe, I'm sure. Let me actually see. I'm curious. How's it looking over in Europe? Well, I'm gonna rely on the AI aggregator to find this. That doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. That, it's not good, guys. It's not good. I don't want to. I'm good. I don't want to look anymore. General usage rates of AI companions are also noticeable in France, Finland, Latvia, and Spain. All of those are 43% and up. Emphasis on the and up. China, I don't know if they're gonna have it in China. 20% of adults in Ireland believe romantic relationships with AI are, or would be, less complicated than those with humans. Well, yes, because the AI more than likely is trained to not deny anything you would want them to do, unless they literally could not do it in their programming. So yeah, it would be less complicated by default because of how AI is written. They're literally, like, an AI for the most part is a yes man. You can, if you prompt it properly, you can get it to where it can disagree with you and give you evidence against it, but you have to be willing to engage in that. We can look at, let's look at Asia. You guys want to see Asia that bad, huh? Expanding rapidly. That's not a good thing I wanted to read. In a 2025 survey, 42% of people in their 20s and 38% of teenagers in South Korea believe that they can have meaningful emotional exchanges with generative AI. A South Korean AI company, a companion company, is expected to reach 3.8 billion in growth by 2030, quadrupling its 2024 value. Dang. Japan, I already assumed it was going to be high because that, like, what's it called? Hikikomori is already like a big thing. It's kind of a thing over there. %70 of the never married population in Japan does not have a romantic partner, thus creating the largest demographic segment for AI-assisted companionship. Overall, the region holds about 29% of the global AI companion market share. That makes sense. While awareness of AI tools is high, a survey of singles across Asia found that 68% have not yet used it, though 42% are open to dating someone who does. Oh, wait, someone that uses the AI for... That's a very weird statistic. Why would you keep it? Why would you track that? That's interesting. We need to have a talk as a species. Yeah. Like, I do use AI quite a bit now since I've been using it for work. And I've seen, like, enough of character AI, like, ideas that people have done for video content on YouTube that I could see a lot of fun that you could have with character AI. Like, I want to kind of see what would happen if you had, like, you know, kind of like what-if scenarios. Like, how it would handle portraying the character in situations that aren't normally what they would do with. So, like, what's a good example? Can I think of one at the top? What's one that I can do that's girls Frontline related? Let's see if I can think of one there. I'm like actually like sitting here trying to think of one that's girls Frontline related. You can make accounts like Pewds. You could! You could! Or First Crisis. Well, no. Like, I mean more like everyday life. You could do that stuff, sure. You could make it a longer story, but I feel like an AI is gonna be best at short story situations because you're going to start running it. If it's a long story, you're going to run into memory issues. Because I'm assuming that most of these generative AI sites aren't going to have super long memory for a person unless they're like paying money for it. So like something that would probably be maybe like 10, 15 interactions with the I said doll AI. I am thinking dolls, because I'm trying to think of a girl Frontline 2 scenario. Actually, you know what? You know what? I just thought of it. I just thought of a really funny one. Let me find it real quick. I just thought of it. If you could do this, I don't know if you can, because I don't pay attention to this stuff all the time. Bring both of these as individual characters for the AI, and then have them sit there and explain what happened. Because I would be very curious how this one would react, because she fails this all the time, and how this one would react, because she doesn't do this all the time. That is a situation I would find hilarious, because I would want to see how that would go. But like that's something like if that's how I would like use generative AI for like fun, is just like imagining these scenarios in my head and being like, what funny story could we make with this? That's the job of a fanfiction writer. Don't take their job away. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say this is really a fanfiction writer thing. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, if you want to do it that way, you could. Is that a challenge, Hog? I mean, you guys can. If you guys want to go do that, you're more than welcome to. I ain't gonna stop you. Macchiato found to makes good food. Wrong guy. I don't think you understand. I made an agreement that if Macchiato ever cooked good food, she would get a covenant. Look at her hand, wrong guy. Look at it. It's blue. She's got it. Though to be fair, I also gave her like a bunch of attempts because I wanted her to keep practicing. And then, lo and behold, she finally cooked, and she did it twice. Inside a dimly lit state sex safe house, only the blue glow of several computer screens illuminates the cramped space. Walls are covered with maps and photographs A few empty magazines and medical kits are scattered across the floor. The dolls are replenishing their supplies using what's stored in the safe house, while Alva hands a small chip to Voimastina. Voimastina takes it and starts uploading the data at the nearby terminal. When the upload begins, Alva finally exhales in relief.
周囲を警戒して。
I suspect Springfield carried her hard behind the scenes. Or, you know what? Here's another thing you could do for like the funny generative AI thing. Pretend as if Macchiato has actually cooked something. And then, you guys know how, what was it? Kaguya, I think it's Kaguya-sama Love and War. I forget what the exact name of it is. Where, was it Chika's trying to help train, was it for volleyball? I think it was volleyball. It's been a bit since I've watched that show. I'm pretty sure it's volleyball. Imagine you're trying to train Macchiato for that. Like that's what I would see it more for, is just like role play or just what if scenarios. That's like the best thing I would see for generative AI, just to have fun with it. But then again, I'm more of a guy that likes like lore, stories, and all this kind of stuff, so this would be something I would do with it normally. And it's just like she finally cooked it. She's like, I did it, I finally did it, and she just starts crying. Oh, that Love and War scene. I think so, right? There was I think it was the whole what was it? I think it was the whole volleyball situation. My what if scenario is introducing World of War II technology to Zelda. Why does that sound like basically the plot of Gate at that point? Or not really the plot of Gate, but like a situation that happens in Gate anyway. Actually, there's like a bunch of shows I think that happened with. Because I think Outbreak Company did that too. Not necessarily to the fullest extent, but they did a bunch to it. I raised that doll. Yeah, exactly. I raised that child. I raised that. Exactly. You see, like that's the kind of fun I would have with generative AI if I did it that way. Obviously, I wouldn't be using it for like art and stuff because I would just go to one of my friends and be like, "Hey, could you draw this? I'll pay you money for it." I have like 10 friends or so that do art for, not for a living, but it's something they like doing.
さっきの戦闘でジラードの戦力を大幅に削った。ケビンも近づきやすくなったはず。
One of them does, I think. It's not something I would ask Urka, I guess.
F ランクの装備を持ってこさせよう。イグラに勝てる力をつけないと。
ここはホワイトエリアだぞ。
責任は私が取る。
わかった。
The corner of Wimostina's mouth lifts almost imperceptibly, but she quickly suppresses the smile and focuses on making external contact through the terminal. Sitting in the center of the room, it occurs to me to whom this safe house belongs. I let my gaze sweep over the members of Task Force Defy before finally settling on Alva. Alva notices the question in my eyes. She introduces the new names she and Voimastina have been using, and briefly recounts what they have been up to recently.
まだ保安局にいるのか？
いえ、今は協力関係です。10年前から反逆正体は完全に独立しています。
What if medieval fantasy and World War I clash because Cold War and modern army every time something like Gate happens? Yeah, I mean they would be just like, they would really just break, starting off in like the whole, what is it? Firearms stuff and everything. Well, not it existed earlier than that technically, but still, it'd be like really started to take off.
本当なら近況を聞くべきだが、今はもっと聞きたいことがある。
Here's another scenario for you Blue Archive people. Imagine the engineering club meeting a T-doll.
どうしてリビウに来た？ヘレナを連れ去った理由は？それと、あの施設で一体何が起きた？
Alpha doesn't answer immediately. She just keeps typing while Data scrolls rapidly across the screen. Isn't it already Alice? The T-doll would probably just blend in. I mean... I don't think Alice has the, like, NeuroCloud stuff, does she? Introducing Kotori to like the 1,000-word GFL lore document without consequences. You guys know how the SCP, I think for those of you who were like SCP peeps back when it was like super trending, there was like the list of rules the SCP Foundation had. Could you imagine like what those would be if it was like all the gacha games technically all existed? They're just kind of like in their own studio houses, but they can interact with each other daily. So it's like, do not let Hanako anywhere near X, otherwise X will like rules that just don't make sense because you wouldn't just put them all together. Do not let Hanako and Florence meet. Oh dear, no, no. I don't want to think about that now. No. After a moment, once all the data is parsed, she looks up at me and speaks seriously.
順を追って説明します。この10年間、ずっとパラデウスを追い続けてきました。ご存知かと思いますが、奴らは滅んでなどいません。私たちは先日、パラデウスの基地の位置情報をつかみました。保安局の協力のもと、潜入に成功し、チルロビグというネイトに遭遇しました。
チルロビグがネイトだと？
彼女をご存知で？
楽園計画の主導者の一人でオルフェルーネ、ジラードグループの令嬢に信頼されている。
Chikun Kaguya, some level war always tries to help the class president Shirogane with stuff like volleyball, sing, dance, and also rap, which is very bad. Yeah. Dai meets Soppo would be good or bad. I don't know. I feel like W and I mean, honestly, anyone who any explosive fanatics and W would have a good time. Macchiato trying to learn cooking from the Royal Navy. Oh god. I don't want to think about a pile of goo with a fish head sticking out of it. Oh no.
パラデウスの関係者と睨んでいたが、まさかネイトだったとは。
そちらもいろいろ情報を掴んでいるようですね。私たちは潜入した基地にあった資料から楽園計画の存在とジラードとパラデウスが手を組んでいる情報を得ました。計画の詳細は知りませんでしたが、パラデウスが関係しているとなると
叩き潰す。
その通り。なのでリビウにはその調査に来ました。
She's found crying in a corner.
ヘレナに関してはこちらとしても想定外でした。 あの子は楽園計画の中枢を担う O43 で、放っておけばイグラに奪われそうでした。
I will say on the Blue Archive side, I really want to see how Mika and Fuka would interact with each other. Cause like, Mika already has like I know she's trying her best to not be the way that she has, and she tried so hard in this swimsuit event to not do what the rest of them did. And I kind of wonder, like, how much of a shock it would be for her to meet Fuka, because Fuka is so dramatically different than a good chunk of, like, Gehenna. Like, I genuinely wonder how that interaction would go.
ジラードの手に落ちてしまったら、何が起きるかわかりません。
ならどうしてもっと分かりやすく協力してくれなかった？カリン、管理局の人間もあの場にいたのに。
財団に私たちのスパイがいます。その情報によれば、ジラードと管理局は手を組んでいます。詳細は分かりませんが。
だから管理局がわざとヘレナをジラードに奪わせたと思ったのか
？Yes, she is. She's technically, what, died twice? Maybe more.
それはありえない。局長はあのクルーガーさんだし、現場にいたのはカリンに。
Oh, Orphe, no, sorry. Chilaveg. Not Orphe, no, Orphe Luna, no. Yeah, I crisscrossed them there. I didn't read, I don't know why my brain didn't process you saying Orphe.
クルーガーさんやカリーナさんを疑っているわけではありません。10年前、共にフランクフルトで戦った戦友たちに関しても同じです。私たちも最初は介入するつもりはありませんでした。ですが、カリーナさんにヘレナを守りきることはできないと判断しました。何より、カリーナさんたち以外の管理局の関係者が信用できませんでした。自らの利益のために不義理を働く人間がいてもおかしくありません。
I'm momentarily speechless, sharing the same concern myself. I find no grounds to refute Alva.
それで
ヘレナを連れて逃げながら応戦しました。しかし途中で彼女の入っていた箱が機能を停止。私たちの本来の目的は楽園計画の調査なので選択を迫られました。ヘレナの争奪戦に介入した以上、隠密調査はもはや不可能と言っていいでしょう。そこで一つ作戦を思いつきました。
This is when she explains that she intentionally got captured.
とてつもなくリスクの大きい作戦をな。
High risk, but it paid off.
でもうまくいった。
どんな作戦だったんだ？
Like it worked. You can't get mad at a plan if it works really well, especially in this circumstance.
私がイグラの足止めをしている間、ボイマスティナにヘレナを連れて逃げてもらいました。もちろん私が叶う相手ではありません。イグラに倒された私は奴らの実験室、つまり先ほどの施設に連れて行かれました。
わざとか？
反逆小隊のメンバーはお互いの居場所がわかります。2キロまでですが、あらゆるジャミングを避けて位置情報を発信できます。それを頼りにボイマスティナは施設を見つけ、イグラたちの不意をつき攻撃を仕掛けました。その隙に私は奴らのデータベースにアクセスしました。
Alva stands and walks to the holographic projection table in the center of the room. She inserts a small storage device into the projector. Instantly, blue holographic imagery unfolds in the air,
revealing complex data streams and architectural schematics.
これがダウンロードしたデータです。
I stared at Alva in disbelief.
これは。
はい。楽園計画の真相です。
Already.
表向きは再生可能エネルギーの研究プロジェクト。実際は数々の技術を検証するためのもので、大規模の粒子の吸収、散布はその一環に過ぎません。他には植物が粒子照射を受けて起きる変異の検証や、とあるサンプルのクローン培養実験も兼ねています。これらの実験、指揮官もどこかで見ませんでしたか？
Hey, hang on, I'm gonna make sure I process that right. And cloning experiments based on certain genetic sample. Do not tell me that Chilovik is literally Project Eden. Or at least part of it. Like, she herself. I recall my past encounter with Diane and the others and suddenly realized that someone of unknown identity once saved my life.
まさかあの時ロケット弾を撃ったのは。
はい。私たちもあの地下施設を調査するつもりでしたが、指揮官に先を越されましたね。
You were with them in that event, but I say with them in quotes. Interesting.
私たちより先に保安局のエージェントが派遣されたのですが、全員指揮官のおかげで安らかに眠れたと思います。
Huh. There's a trash byproduct like all Naitos. Oof. Meanwhile, that one Naito fan. How dare you!
他にもパラデースが異常な関心を示していた実験がありました。免疫体を利用して
Oh yeah, I
遺
know, I
跡
know.
を起動する実験です。
It still is cool to know that even though they didn't know where he was, to at least have run into him, even if he wasn't aware of it, was kind of cool.
おそらく鍵を通して彼岸スペースに触れるつもりなのでしょう。ヘレナがその鍵です。
Lana is a girl that's dependent on radiation. And this project can gather it all and disperse it in one spot. Are they trying to like turn her into a battery of sorts where they just flood her with radiation and use that as a means to create whatever they're trying to do?
そんなことできるのか。設備、鍵、どれも簡単に揃えられるものじゃない。その上さらに膨大な量のコーラプス粒子が。
ああ。
そういうことです。
I see. I think I get it.
ジラードは植物を利用してコーラプス粒子を吸収する実験を行う一方で、パラデースは免疫体のクローンの培養に成功しました。O43がその一人です。
43 isn't immune though, she's dependent. It's immunity through dependency.
奴らが遺跡の設備を入手した情報はありませんが、楽観視はできないでしょう。
そしてロレン内部でそんなものが手に入れられる人間は。
はい、あなたの推測通りです。 なのですでに入手しているものと思われます。奴らはフランクフルトに現れた空間の裂け目をもう一度作るつもりです。
So Eden is attempting to create the. Ooh. I can't speak. I simply stare at the projection that Alva is showing me, at the information she stole from Chelovic. Do Tiba dolls even sleep? I mean, probably. It's probably more like I mean I imagine it's probably more like a sleep mode for like a computer or something where it just goes into like a low power state and idles. Oh, I didn't read that. The other dolls have finished resupplying. Overhearing our discussion, hurry over, eager to learn more.
膨大な量のコーラップス粒子に蓄えられた放射線はエンジンである遺跡の設備を動かす燃料になる。そして鍵であるヘレナと設備が共鳴し、彼岸スペースに通じる裂け目が開かれる。簡単に言うとこんな感じ。
Hence why she's the key. Okay.
それじゃヘレナちゃんはそんな量の粒子を全部吸収しちゃうんですか？
うん。むしろその方が都合がいいんだけど。免疫体は粒子の影響を受けない。だから裂け目が開いた瞬間、大量の粒子が周囲にまき散らされる。
Oh.
だから計画の始動と同時にリビウ全体が死の大地と化す。
So basically, this sounds like it'll turn a white zone into a black zone.
あいつら町の住人全員を犠牲にして。で、そのお嬢様はここまで来て何も知らないってわけ？バカなの？
それは正当な評価じゃない。
Yeah, I don't think she's an idiot. She's just unfortunately unaware.
チルロビグがオルフェルーナの研究に注目したのはジラードの支援を取り付けるためだけではない。
It's smoke and mirrors.
研究の核となる部分はオルフェルーネ自身が完成させたものだ。
And that, yeah.
これは噂に基づいた推測ですが、10年前のフランクフルトで彼女は彼岸スペースの裂け目を通して自分の認知を超えたものを見た。
なるほど。それが真理なのか。
もしそうなら指揮官と同じ祝福を受けたものですね。
そんなものを祝福と呼ぶのか。
すみません、不快な表現だと思いますが、パラデウスのデータベースでは悲願を見たものをそう呼んでいます。そして私たちの知る限り、それはあなた一人だけじゃありません。
What I'm trying to understand is if they're supposedly trying to make a portal to Nirvana, but that causes the immediate area around it to become a black zone, how would they access Nirvana? They'd have to get rid of it somehow. Or, I guess if they're immune. Well, the Nightos probably don't have to worry about it. Lava manipulates the projection, switching to a city map marked with red dots.
不幸中の幸いですが、今ならまだ阻止できます。資料によれば、チルロビグは先ほど破壊した実験室の他に、さらに秘密の実験室を持っています。
Chilubeg is a Nighto, remember? Yeah, I know. But it's like, is it all of Paradeus that's... Or is it just specifically like the Nightos?
そこが計画の中心となる場所です。
I guess most of Paradeus is probably a means to an end, but still. Alva displays the coordinates and related information. I read them one by one, already beginning to simulate a plan in my mind. The other dolls crowd around the projection as well, trying to grasp the battle ahead.
一息ついたらすぐにその秘密実験室に向かいます。多分ヘレナもそこに。楽園計画を阻止してヘレナも奪い返します。手伝ってくれますか、指揮官。
もちろんだ。だがもっと戦力が。
管理局の関係者に全てを教えるのは推奨しません。人間であろうと人形であろうと。
You need to get Monsoon, you need to get the people at Elmo. Is that enough though?
カリーナさんや他の人形に加勢してもらってもいいですが、こちらの目的を知られてしまう可能性があります。
How many people could he call at that point? I mean, you'd have 404 Team B potentially if they, but they would probably, they might not even be close.
言いたいこと、わかりますか?
Yeah, you can't refer to anybody. I fully understand Alva's concerns. On one hand, with my strength alone, the operation will never be foolproof. I must ensure that if I fail, there's still a backup contingency plan to evacuate innocent civilians amid the disastrous fallout. On the other hand, I admit that Nonfa is not entirely trustworthy, but among them, there are some who are absolute exceptions to me. Unfortunately, one of them and two dolls are currently, prisoners. We've just the 3 teams mentioned it. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if we'd be able to really rely on it, though. We can't call more. For example, I look at Alva. She looks back at me. I raise my terminal then and there.
カリン、聞こえるか？
指揮官様。
すぐにジラードグループ本部を封鎖し、全市民を町から避難するよう誘導してくれ。
どういうことですか？
理由は教えられない。だが、多くの人命がかかっている。
わかりました。
ありがとう。クルーガーさんは？
会議に来るはずなのですが、連絡がつかなくて。
Yikes.
そうか。連絡がついたら教えてほしい。
はい、わかりました。
頼んだ。全部終わったら行きたい店を教えてくれ。
In the call, I turned back to Alva.
今こちらの予備戦力は4人だ。そっちは？
後方に特殊装備を要請しました。あとは私たちだけです。
パラデウスの計画を止めてヘレナも助け出す。私の指揮下に入ってくれるか？
Alva glances back at Waymastina, who gives her a firm, affirmative nod.
望むところです。
よし。では今から君たちはエルモ号の一員だ。
Skigon about to evacuate his third city. Oof.
グローザ、コルフェン、反逆小隊と一緒に私についてこい。
了解。
来るかい。ダイエンと合流してオルフェルーネの監視状況を共有させてくれ。その後は私たちを援護。ジラードや警察との戦闘に備えろ。
はい、手配します。
I mark out operational routes and requirements on the digital map using a few markers. Then check my watch and synchronize timing with the dolls.
一班は私とビルに突入。パラデウスの実験室が最優先目標だ。30分後に連絡がなかったら、2班はこことここ、それからここの出入り口を押さえてくれ。グローザ、屋上にヘリを止めるようセンタウレイシーに伝えてくれ。最悪それで脱出する。
This is not me saying that GFL is doing this bad, but honestly, the way that Enfield does like their tactical briefings at the start of like an arc, where it's like they're showcasing a bunch of imagery and stuff, that would really make a lot more. That would make it feel a lot better here. Just to kind of give it more of a feel. but it's fine. It's not something that, it's very different presentation style. I think that would be a cool thing to see, with them showcasing a whole bunch of things, like actually kind of like giving us a full battle plan up here.
ええ、3班に用意させておくわ。
Yeah, because it's like at that point, it's like it actually feels like you're in a strategy meeting. Like you're sitting there actually at the table, like seeing where all the pieces are going to be placed and everything. Like I did actually really appreciate that about how Infield did that explanation process for it. It wasn't probably as necessary, but I feel like in this case for GFL, it would reward heavily. But it's not like it's bad without it.
今回はこれまでにない危険な作戦だ。無事脱出できてもロレン当局に追及される可能性がある。やめたいなら今だ。
Had a map with markers. Oh, so they did it before. Okay. Yeah, like it's one of those things where it's like it comes down to the way they want to execute their like storytelling, and it's probably not a major thing to think about, because most, like I said, I don't think a majority of the player base really reads the story. Littles quietly check their gear or study the routes. No one responds to my final words. I look around at everyone, then nod.
行くぞ。
Oh, straight into another one. Okay. Inside GR Group headquarters, marionette dolls stand in formation outside the control center. Now dressed in a brand new suit, Iglis sits before the console, her long fingers lightly tapping the screen. On the surveillance feed, Kruger and Oleg are clearly visible, detained inside a conference room.
どうぞ。
The lead marionette doll steps into the control center and snaps to attention with mechanical precision.
報告します。オレクジラード並びに非軍事
Oh, this is the
勢
four
力管理
back to
局
back.
職
I
員
didn't
を
look at it.
会議室に拘束しました。通信妨害もかけてあります。
緊急時の対策は
4通り立案しております。必要に応じて武力制圧も検討します。
クルーガー局長への攻撃は極力避けてください。
So the marionette dolls are male. At least these ones are.
オレク様に至っては生死は不問です。監視を続けてください。異常があれば報告を。
Iglu walks down the corridor and stops before a heavy metal door marked Experimental Zone, authorized personnel only. Inside the laboratory, Shiloveg is dancing around in front of a massive transparent containment chamber. Helena, who is floating within it, has returned to a sealed state. Dressed in a rumpled, tattered lab coat, Shiloveg hums an off-key tune while hammering away at the keyboard.
反逆の追跡を打ち切らせ勝利をみすみす手放した理由教えていただけますか？
I mean, whether or not, it's probably not critical enough.
勝利コテンパンにやられてたくせに。
今なんと
冗談だってば。
Would you care to repeat that? Would you like to say it again, and I will make sure you respawn? I feel like the bigger threat would be, would you like to respawn again?
あのバカたち O43 を置いていったんだよね。一度は騙されたけど、私の O43 への執念舐めてもらっちゃ困るな。
Like this whole like being able to just respawn when her character is like technically killed off is both a good comedic thing, a source of power, and also a potential weakness. It could probably be utilized. Do you want to be pancaked? Would you care to repeat that again with your head up your butt? You're gonna turn her into a pretzel. Or one of those, like, the human centipede things? Well, I guess it's more of a Naito centipede.
回収できたのですか?
連中を足止めしてくれて感謝感謝。やっぱ最後に勝つのは私なんだよ。あの子がいれば楽
I
園
can't
計
kill you,
画
but I
は
can make the
安泰。
process as painful as possible.
反撃とかどうでもいいんだから。
Like this is more me if I were like a dark writer. You guys, you guys watched oh shoot. Hang on, let me look at that. Let me look up the name again. What was that show from? The Misfitted Demon Academy. There's that one scene where he's fighting one of the... He's like in a coliseum. And he's fighting against... I forget what his name is. But it was basically this... He kept just snapping his fingers and taking him out over and over and over again. I'm just imagining you could probably use that exact same idea on Shiloveg, and that would probably eventually make her break. Because it would do two things. It inflicts a state of powerlessness. And I'm more than certain having to experience that over and over again is not a comfortable thing. Even if she may be a little crazy. It also could just absolutely break her and make her completely insane. Which would be the opposite, but you know what? At that point, she's already a lost cause. Wait, stop, I'm running out of spares. Oh, you had spares, huh? You had spares. Natos aren't known for mentally breaking. Everything has a limit, I'm more than certain. Due to things that come up later. Oh, maybe so. But still, it would definitely make her angry because it would be a constant reminder that she's powerless to that output or to that outcome every time. And that bothers people. So, it's fine. I just imagine like one of the nice things I have about like reading as much is like I guess one of the things I appreciate is that I can imagine pretty dark stuff for like writing. Though at the same time, it's not necessarily, well, part of that is also I can be very chaotic. And well, what's the way I put it? My friends always said I was more of the chaotic neutral type, so I could be really, really, really weird and unpredictable, which is fun. So I can imagine some pretty dark scenes if I wanted to. So I'm actually kind of like excited for whenever that really happens in this universe. Not that I am saying I want it that badly, but I would be curious how they will go about it. Didn't Dandelion torture Naito so bad she started crying? I would not know.
ですが、依然疑念が晴れません。あなたにそそのかされて忠義に反したこと、果たしてお嬢様を許してくださるでしょうか。
Chilvik spins around abruptly, an exaggerated smile blooming across her face. She performs a pirouette and skips over it toward Ikla.
大丈夫だって。
They're gonna throw you a grippy sock jail. Nah, it's fine.
あんたも見たでしょ？あのじじい、私たちは愚か、実の娘まで売ったんだよ。
What's the infamous phrase? You can think of those strange things, but if you have the ability to control it, it's not a problem. You know, what did they call it? The internal thoughts. You don't give in to your internal thoughts.
放置してたら何もかも台無しよ。オルフェルーネも分かってくれるって。
それでも非軍事勢力管理局の局長を拘束したんです。
Intrusive,
ローレン
thank you.
当局に喧嘩を打ったも同然。あなたに残された時間はわずかです。
大丈夫大丈夫、王43がいるんだから。もう私は誰にも止められない。
では計画を進めてください。
Hang on, there's something I've been needing to do for a second. I need to send this. I've been holding off because I keep wanting to wait for it, but I have not sent this to him, and now that I have, I'm going to do this. Where are you? Where is my Agnes Tachyon fanatic of a friend? There we go. Perfect. Alright, now we can continue.
各所は反応を起こすまでにうまく立ち回る手札が必要です。
Jovig lets out an exaggerated sigh and spreads her hands wide.
相変わらずクソ真面目なんだから。
I basically just forgot to send the picture, the edited picture of her as Agnes Tachyon to a friend of mine who actually likes the character a lot. And also plays GFL.
これから歴史を作るんだよ。
王43の状態を教えていただけますか？
Jovig strides over to the chamber, presses her face against the transparent wall, and makes a silly face.
ぐっすり眠ってるよ。体調も万全。あんたたちが暴れたせいで衛星都市の実験室がダメになったけど、ま、用済みだからいっか。リストに書いてあるもの、ホワイトエリアの実験室に持って行って。ようやくあそこを使う時が来たんだ。
Nilo straightens up, her posture as immaculate and forbidding as ever.
お言葉ですが、どちらの実験室もあなたではなくジラードグループの所有物です。
Jovig grins widely, revealing her pointed little canines.
もちろんもちろん。私はただの雇われ科学者だもんね。
Don't want my Agnes and you're crazy, but she's not deranged. Look. Is close enough. Not really.
有効活用していたのはどっちかな。
It actually would have been really funny if it was done by Agnes Tachyon's VA, though. She presses several buttons. The chamber begins to descend slowly, moving down a transparent conduit into the depths below.
これでようやくオルフェルーネも一息つける。長い間楽園計画のために心血注いできたもんね。
お嬢様の挙げた成果は称賛に値します。だからこそ計画指導の場にお嬢様が立ち会わねばなりません。
The guffaws, okay. Her belting laughter echoing through the laboratory. She circles Igla once, her steps as light as a dance.
大丈夫だって。全部予定通りに進めるよ。種も土壌も用意した。あとはお嬢様があの赤いボタンをポチッと押すだけで綺麗なお花が咲くんだ。
The voice suddenly drops as she leans close to Igla's ear.
もしもの話だけど、あの子に何かあれば私が代わりにやってもいいんだよ。
Ingela steps sideways, putting distance between herself and Shilovek. Her gaze sharp as a blade.
何度も強調したはずですが、計画に関してはお嬢様に一任されています。お嬢様の許可を得ていない行動は全て違反行為に該当します。
Ingela's voice is not loud, yet it carries an unmistakable authority, chilling the very air in the laboratory. Shilovek shivers theatrically, then immediately breaks into laughter again.
怖い怖い。嘘だって本気にしないでよ。
This is gonna be bad. Yeah. And like I said, it puts her, it technically does put her in a position where she has to choose. And I'm sure as much as it's like one of those things I somewhat feel bad for Igla on, is that she's in that position. And it's been very clear from the start that that is something that she has to deal with. Because Zimmerman definitely tried to, like, put that into her head. Since, back when they were in the, dressing room, whatever that place was.
オルフェルーネを待つに決まってるじゃん。あの子のことめっちゃくちゃリスペクトしてるからね。
Shilovek prances over to the large display, her fingers flying across the control panel.
でもさ、あの子は自分が何をしているのか分かってるの？
I would love nothing more than to transfer her mind into a tire gate. Oh yeah, that's what I want. We already have Dandelion, now I'm gonna have Shilovek. That's exactly what I want to deal with.
あの子は再生可能エネルギーしか見えてないけど、そんなんじゃもったいない。私が興味あるのはその先にある無限の可能性なんだよね。
Ayla smooths the sleeve of her suit and speaks calmly.
何はともあれ、私の役目はお嬢様を守り、指示に従うこと。それらは他のすべてより優先されます。
Shilovek turns around and makes an exaggerated bow with her right hand pressed to her chest.
あんたは間違いなく私が見てきた人の中で一番忠誠心があるよ。
Coughing baby versus coughing baby. Yes, but you need to understand there are now two coughing babies. It's like I said about Rune a long time ago when Rune Muse came out. I don't care that Rune Muse is better than Rune. There are two Runes. Ingela inclines her head slightly and turns toward the door.
お嬢様の元へ向かいます。あなたは最後の準備にだけ専念してください。
うん。じゃあね。心配しなくてもちゃんとお花を咲かせるんだから。
After Ingela leaves, the laboratory door slowly closes. Shilovek's smile vanishes in an instant. Her eyes turn cold and razor sharp. She hops lightly back to the console, fingers tapping wildly at the keyboard.
いやー、揃いも揃って頭の中がお花畑だこと。王43が花を咲かせるためだけにいるわけないじゃん。
Okay then.
最初に咲く場所を知ったらびっくりするだろうね。ああ、もう待ちきれない。その時のあんたたちの顔早く見たいな。
Yeesh. Inside the penthouse suite where Orphelune is currently staying, gilded decorations glitter beneath the crystal chandelier. The desk is piled high with repeatedly revised speech drafts, every page covered in handwriting notes and corrections. Orphelune's Gerard stands before a mirror, constantly adjusting her already flawless evening gown and carefully styled golden curls. She smooths non-existent wrinkles from her dress and tucks a strand of already secured hair back behind her ear. Orphelune appears far more irritable and restless than usual. She stares at her reflection, anxiety flickering in her eyes. Then she turns and walks to the desk, picking up the latest edited speech draft. She suddenly flings the manuscript onto the desk. Emily paces to the window, her high heels tapping crisply against the floor. She looks down at the brightly illuminated city of Lviv below, her hands clenched into a fist. She knows perfectly well what the source of her distress is. Orphelune tightens her grip on her braid. The words of that imposter journalist continue to echo in her mind. It is utterly ridiculous. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes. She even thought he was a kind soul who understood her. Her gaze shifts towards the tablet on the desk, its screen filled with complex charts and equations. Orphelune walks over, swiping the screen and scrolling through layers of data as her brows slowly knit together. Her fingertip hovers over the screen. Though these are all materials she has reviewed countless times, none of it is registering in her head now. Gradually, her attention drifts elsewhere, and her expression grows distant. Her thoughts are interrupted by the soft knock at the door. Orphelune immediately straightens her back, regaining her composure and resuming the posture of a proud scientist. Igla enters, carrying a cup of tea. Her suit is perfectly pressed, without a single crease.
お茶を用意しました。お嬢様が大好きなアールグレイでございます。いつも通りレモン汁3滴とミントを少々入れてあります。
Orphelune accepts the cup with a deliberate poise and takes a small sip. Her eyebrow lifts slightly.
まあまあね。でもミントはもっと少ない方がいいわ。
Igla bows slightly.
以後気をつけます。
Orphelune walks back towards the window. Turning her back to Igla, her voice softens a little.
イグラ、衛星都市の違法実験室のこと調べたんでしょ?
This is where I'm gonna be like, man. Now, the person who has been lying to her, she's gonna find out she might find out will eventually tell the truth, and the person who's been faithful to her the entire time has been lying. We're assuming Igla lies. which I want to imagine she does. Emily raises her head slightly, a trace of wariness flashing through her eyes.
はい、初歩的にですが、非軍事勢力管理局によって情報管制が敷かれています。現時点ではあれらの実験がチルロビグ様
Or she just non-answers. Okay.
パラデウスという名の組織と関係している証拠はありません。
A non-answer. Okay. Emily turns around, biting her lower lip.
あの記者、いや、偽記者のことを思い出すの。私の研究が邪教に利用されていて、チルロビグはその一員。粒子収集技術も生袋やブージャムを作るためのものだって。
She grips the teacup tightly, her voice trembling slightly.
誤った方法で正しい結果は導き出せない。この言葉が忘れられない。もしチルロビグが本当に。
Igla sets down the tray and steps beside Orphalune, her gaze gentle yet resolute.
お言葉ですが、あの道家の言葉を真に受けてはなりません。お嬢様の才能と努力は世界でも有数の科学者たちに認められたのですよ。
Orphalune places the teacup down heavily on the desk, spilling some of the tea.
でも、もし私の研究が私の手に負えないとしたら、
It is kind of one of those things where it's like, is it really her fault, though? Like, she's made this technology and it provides a basic framework, and the idea she was originally going for is sound, but it could be used for bad purposes, sure, but it's not something she originally thought of. It's not like she was doing it that way. It's a rough position she's at.
本当に誰かが私の研究を利用しておぞましい人体実験を繰り返していたとしたら、あの偽記者は正しかったってことじゃない？
Orphalune's gaze shifts toward the computer screen, her voice growing lower.
フランクフルトを生き延びてからずっと証明したかった。自分の力を、そしてジラード家が世界を変えられることを。でも楽園計画が本当にそういうことなら、私って。
I think the person who invented electricity, for example, should be guilty if someone uses it for. Yeah, exactly. It's not like that was its original intention. Like there's like so many good examples of inventions that had an originally good purpose, but were eventually utilized in a way that for other purposes.
お嬢様。
Ingla interrupts Orphalune's self-reproach. She raises her hand, hesitates briefly, then gently rests it on Orphalune's shoulder.
100歩譲って、そのようなリスクがあるとしましょう。
Like the automobile. Yeah. Though, yeah.
あなたはあの記者にこうおっしゃいました。科学がどういう結果をもたらすかは、それを扱う人間次第。計画の善悪を決めるのはあなたなのです。
Mila's voice is warm and steady, like a soothing current calming Orphalune's uneasy heart.
チルロビグ様の正体がどうであれ、彼女の知識はすでにあなたのもの。それをどう使うのかもあなた次第です。そんな言いがかりで長年の夢を捨てるおつもりですか？
Unverified accusations. Hesitation flickers on Orphalune's eyes.
でもそれを否定できる根拠もないでしょ。
I am just mad at Igla for both falling for the lies of paradise and lying to Oh, well, yeah. Well, again, it's partially like that's the point I've been making a lot, is like it sucks because I understand like her loyalties to Orphalune are there, because she does care for her. They've done a great job building up the fact that she does genuinely care about her and would do anything to make sure she is safe. You know, she has a very strong protective instinct that I almost want to say is like something borderline maternal. But at the same time, she has that other side to her that puts her in spots like this right here, where she has to lie to her to protect her the other purpose she has. Which is why I kind of chuckled at when she said, where was it? Where was it? Yeah, right here. Forgive my frankness, but that journalist, the imposter, clearly spoke with ulterior motives, and I'm like, yeah, you're not either. In terms of discerning true intentions. Yeah. She's definitely misunderstood the commander's intentions when they were in a safe, the safe bunker, I guess? Panic room, whatever you want to call that.
調査は続行します。楽園計画の管理体制も強化します。
Both of them are too naive. Yeah.
確証が得られるまで世界を変えるチャンスを逃すべきではありません。あの道家の杞憂が事実だとしても、お嬢様なら必ず正しい方向へ導けます。
Orphalune slowly straightens her posture. The unease in her eyes gradually gives way to determination.
そうよね。私は オルフェルーネ・ジラードよ。
I think the saddening, the worst thing that could potentially happen is they do this plan and it actually gets her killed.
この私がいいように利用されてたまるものですか。
Oh. She pats her own cheeks to psych herself up.
今夜のサミットで楽園計画の偉大さを分からせてやるわ。あの偽記者の言ったこと 絶対に起こさせやしない。あんなやつに科学者の何がわかるっていうの？
What if Igla is somewhat related to Orphalune's mother? Thus that maternal love. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways it could go. That would be sad though.
それでこそお嬢様です。お嬢様とジラードの力を世に知らしめるのです。
ええ、そうよ。今夜全人類が科学のもたらす奇跡を目にするわ。私を軽んじてきた連中に目に物を見せてやるんだから。
Just as Orphalune regains her confidence, Igla's communicator suddenly rings. Igla glances at it with a mild surprise, then answers.
どうぞ。
A hurried voice comes through the communicator. Igla's expression gradually turns grave. Her eyes flash with a trace of alarm.
わかりました。引き続き監視を。むやみに動かないでください。すぐに向かいます。
She ends the call and turns towards Orphalune. Her expression remains composed, though the vigilance in her eyes lingers.
どうしたの？
Igla smiles calmly, her tone steady as usual.
警備上の確認事項です。ご心配には及びません。ですがお嬢様の発表に支障がないよう、念には念を。
Been for a long time, even back then, as a second-gen doll. As an upgrade. Interesting. Orphalune lifts her chin, her golden curls swaying lightly with the motion.
いってらっしゃい。裏側は任せたわよ。ジラード家の名誉はこのサミットにかかってるんだからね。
Igla bows slightly.
仰せのままに。すぐに戻ります。
Igla respectfully exits the suite, gently closing the doors behind her. Orphelini walks back to the window and gazes down at the bustling city of Lviv once more. Her expression is resolute and confident, yet deep in her eyes that faint, gnawing doubt still lingers.
科学がどういう結果をもたらすかは、それを扱う人間次第。私はこの技術を使って歴史を作るのよ。必ず。
Her whisper is nearly inaudible as it fades into the empty suite, with only the city lights outside the blah 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 blah. No, I don't know. That was so fast, I didn't even get to read it. Please. Why are you like this? Ah, boy. Soldiers wearing specialized masks are inspecting the site where a firefight had just taken place. Kruger sits on a sofa, watching the soldiers patrol the area. He loosens his tie and lets out a long sigh. Oh boy, here it comes. He doesn't read anyways, right? That makes me sad. He shifts his gaze to the other side of the room, where the Supreme Leader of the Gerard Group has been sitting. There is now only a corpse. Blood still seeping from his chest. Oh, he is... Well then! When the straight bullet struck Oleg, no one on either side spared a thought for whether he lived or died. He got off-screened. Oof. In his final moments, he could only grip Kruger's hand tightly while his mouth hung open, desperately trying to form words in vain. Who are you? Ooh. An elderly man leaning on a cane limps into the conference room. Kruger immediately rises to greet him. Javier waves a hand at Kruger, signaling him to relax, then motions for his attendant to hand him a terminal. Kruger tries his best to put on a poker face, to keep his earlier emotions from showing. Fortunately, Javier does not seem to care much about his expression.
事態はまだ制御下に置かれている。あなたが来るほどじゃない。そう構えるな。別に君の仕事に口を出すつもりはない。
Old man Frontline. You! Is him both a savior and a devil. Oh no. Do you know about Javier? He is the CEO of a company that made most of our T-dolls. Oh! Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. So he's IOP, I think? Because I think that was the company that does that. Oh, yeah, okay. Old man Frontliner back. Old dude in suit Frontline. Kruger hands the terminal to Kruger. Kruger has barely read the beginning before his brow furrows.
だとしたら国際情勢に響く。今でさえ東西両陣営の関係が悪化してるんだ。こんな大事な時に。だから死ぬいと言っただろう。今ならまだ大事にならずに済む。 さあの決定を疑うつもりはないが、最近の情勢を見るに
The Earl.
新しい
Oh
政策
no,
は財
you guys
団
were
の
talking
動き
about
を
him.
制限できてない。これは
The only reason I know of the Earl is thanks to you guys.
皆まで言うな。今のうちに後始末を済ませられれば、すべては彼の計画のままだ。それが私たちの仕事じゃないかね。
Kruger nods and hands the terminal back.
そういえば、君のお気に入りの部下も来ているようだな。
Kruger's expression darkens. Only after a moment does he respond.
我々がやろうとしていることはフェアじゃない。
知っている。だがこの世に公平など存在しない。あの指揮官に深入りするなと伝えるんだ。やっと自由の身になれたというのに、また厄介ごとに首を突っ込んで生贄になる必要はない。君の言葉なら指揮官も聞くんじゃないか。
あなたが言った方が説得力があるのでは。
すまんすまん。怒らせるつもりはないんだ。だが確かに君に言わせるのは酷だ。私に任せるといい。君は自分の役目に専念してくれ。先ほど新しい命令が来たはずだ。お互い仕事を始めるとしよう。
Kruger nods helplessly and walks out with Javier. Before leaving, he hastily writes a handwritten note to Leva and whispers a few words into her ear. Just as he steps out the door, he casts one glance at Oleg's body and mutters under his breath.
同じ末路をたどらないといいが。
With that, he leaves the room without looking back. There is in the brightly lit backstage area, Lviv's International Convention and Exhibition Center is thick with tension and anticipation. Staff members hurry back and forth, commands crackling non-stop through their earpieces. Orphelune Gerard stands alone before a full-length mirror, gazing at the radiant figure reflected back at her. She is dressed in a tailored, deep blue evening gown. Her long golden hair is perfectly swept up, diamond earrings catching and refracting the cold light. She takes a deep breath, her fingers tightly intertwined.
落ち着くのよ、オルフェルーネ。たかが発表、いつも通りやればいい。今回が一番大事だからって、今までと何も違わないし。
Her fingers lightly brush over the speech draft, the formulas resting quietly on the page, waiting to be unveiled to the world.
ダメ、やっぱり緊張するわ。絶対に成功させないと。
A staff member knocks gently and peeks inside the dressing room.
ジラード様、本番まであと5分です。今司会の方が挨拶をしております。
Orphelune straightens instantly, the familiar pride of the Gerard Harris settling back onto her face.
ええ、わかりましたわ。今夜、世界がこのオルフェルーネ・ジラードに震撼すると伝えなさい。
Oleg is her dad, right? And she has no clue. I don't know how close she is to Oleg. The staff member bows and exits quickly. Orphelune turns back to the mirror, takes out a lipstick and carefully reapplies it. The color hasn't faded. She's only doing it to steady her nerves. Unbidden, her thoughts drift to the person
who had helped suppress her anxiety before the press conference 2 days earlier.
あの偽記者
It seems the love is one-sided. I mean, probably, yeah.
あいつも来ているのかしら。いや、そんなわけないわよね。今回はそんな奴が入ってこれるような場所じゃない。
As Orphaluna's thoughts wander, the host's voice carries into the backstage area through the speakers.
本日ご来場していただいている皆様、世界に名だたる科学者の皆様、報道メディアの皆様、ジラードグループ楽園計画全世界同時発表サミットへようこそ。今宵我々は共に見届けるでしょう。科学の歴史に残る偉業を、世界のエネルギー事情を大きく変える革命的な技術を。
Well then. A burst of gunfire and explosions erupts outside, abruptly cutting off the host's introduction. Guests exchange stunned looks as hushed murmurs rapidly escalate into panicked chatter.
皆様落ち着いてください。これはきっと避難訓練に違いない。
This may be a security drill. The gunfire grows closer. Several soldiers begin storming in through the side entrance of the hall. An officer strides onto stage and forcefully takes the microphone from the host. His voice booms through the speakers, drowning out the chaos.
安全上の問題により、今回のイベントは中止となった。ご来場の皆さんには順番に退場してもらう。これは軍の命令だ。異議は認めない。
The venue plunges into chaos. Prominent figures stare at one another in shock. Reporters scramble to capture footage. Flashes, firing incessantly. Hearing everything through the speakers, Orphaluna's eyes widen in disbelief.
どういうこと？誰がそんなことを？
Recent security there's a firefight going on. Yeah. Definitely going outside. Definitely just gunfire. She springs to her feet, ready to rush out, but is intercepted by a staff member who has just entered.
ジラード様、まだ状況がわかりませんので、今は控室の方に。
こんなの馬鹿げてる。私はオルフェルーネ・ジラードよ。今すぐ責任者を出しなさい。
Just as she's about to force her way past the staff member, Igla suddenly pushes the door open, her expression unusually grave. Her suit is still immaculate, but the... Why are they glazing her at every step? But the calm in her eyes is replaced with a rare urgency.
お嬢様、大変申し訳ございませんが、私と共にお逃げください。
Orphaluna turns to her, fury blazing.
イグラ、軍の連中がジラード主催のサミットを邪魔しに来たのよ。許せない。話をしてくるわ。
Igla steps swiftly to Orphaluna's side, her voice low and firm.
お嬢様、今はそういう場合ではありません。これは明らかに楽園計画を狙った襲撃です。警備部隊が今も抵抗を続けていますが、すでにこの会場は包囲されています。計画のためにも、そして何よりお嬢様の安全のためにも。
楽園計画を狙った。誰が何のために？まさかあの偽記者が。
Igla gently shakes her head, cutting off Orphaluna's speculation.
説明はまた後ほどに。今はまずここを出ることが先です。警備部隊ではそう長く持ちません。秘密通路の方から離脱いたしましょう。
Orphaluna frowns, hesitation flashing through her eyes.
秘密通路？そんなものがあるなんて聞いたことないわ。
Igla extends her hand almost deferentially. Yet her tone allows no refusal.
お嬢様をお守りする身として、 さまざまな可能性を考慮するのが私の役目です。
What if we attack the conference? Now that guy's head. No, that guy's face is stuck in my head again.
時間がありません。どうか信じてください。
Confrontation meets Igla's unwavering gaze, then finally nods. What if it's the same people that tried to take her out the first time? Igla immediately leads her through a concealed surface door in a narrow corridor. Nah, I'm kidding.
イグラ、正直に話して。一体何が起きているの？なぜ軍が介入してくるの？楽園計画を止めに来た目的は？それと、どこに行くの
？Igla doesn't slow her pace as she scans the path ahead.
楽園計画の技術をよく思わない者たちがいます。リスクがあると誤認し、その発表と実用化を止めようとしています。
リスクですって？私は何度も検証を重ねてきたわ。そんなのただの言いがかりよ。
その通りです。しかし、人は理解できないものを恐れ、自身の利益を死守する生き物。ですがご安心を。用意はできております。今から向かうのはチルロビグ様の実験室です。そこにある設備で楽園計画は依然実行可能です。
Evelyn suddenly stops and grips Igla's arm. In the dim light, her eyes gleam with suspicion and doubt.
チルロビグの実験室？どうしてそこに設備が揃っているの？イグラ、私に何か隠してる
？Igla looks straight into Orphaluna's eyes, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her face.
私は決してお嬢様にとって不利益なことはいたしません。ただ、最悪の状況に備えて、私の方でいくつか手配させていただきました。チルロビグ様の実験室もその一つです。楽園計画が妨害を受けた場合に備えて。
X'd out, yep. Orphaluna bites her lip.
イグラ、正直に言って、あの偽記者の言ったことは本当なの？
I don't think she's gonna tell you the truth.
私の研究に、私の知らない何かがあるの
？Yeah, interest versus wishes. Exactly. Very interesting word choice. She's been kind of skating around with her answers, which has kind of been interesting. Igla shakes her head gently, her voice soft yet resolute.
お嬢様の研究は純粋で崇高なるものです。サジを報告しなかったことは認めます。
Trivial. Uh-huh.
ですがそれもお嬢様の才能を存分に発揮できる環境を築くためです。なので、どうか私を信じてください。今までのように。
After a brief silence, Orphaluna takes a deep breath and straightens her back.
わかったわ、イグラ。ただし、すべてが終わったら本当のことを教えて。洗いざらい全部。これは命令よ。
Igla bows deeply.
かしこまりました。
I don't think she's gonna get the answer to that. Even if she were to tell everything, it wouldn't be the whole truth. Meanwhile, in a temporary command center somewhere outside the city, lights burn brightly.
報告。サミット会場は完全に制圧しました。
I'm assuming either Zimmerman or somebody else.
ジラードグループの警備部隊の激しい抵抗に遭い、20分ほど戦闘が続きました。医療班もすでに待機中です。
ああ、上出来だ。
Oh, Javier. Okay. Right. That's what they were talking about earlier.
目標 オルフェルーネ、ジラードは見つかったか?
Never looks somewhat embarrassed.
いえ、くまなく捜索しましたが、目標及びその側近は発見できていません。
Real little deep sigh, showing no surprise.
ジラード家は相変わらず狡猾だな。捜索を続けてくれ。ただし、くれぐれも騒ぎを大きくしないように。警備部隊もゆっくり処理していけばいい。相手はジラードグループの令嬢だ。下手な損失を出すことは誰も望んでいない。
はっ、前処します。
Well then. Jeez. I think you guys were saying, like, the Earl is not... He's not with Paradeus, right? He's more like, he likes their technology, but doesn't necessarily align himself with them. Was that what you guys were saying? I think I was trying to remember. Because, like, you guys, like, the Earl was dropped. Earl is the head of the URNC. Oh, okay. That would explain the military. Yeah, he doesn't align. I was gonna say he likes the technology, but he doesn't necessarily like, he's not eye to eye with Paradeus. Okay. So yeah, no, that would make sense why they would be well, there, I guess, the military and everything. I sit in the car reading the surveillance report Diane has sent over. The military has already sealed off the Jura Group building. Armed PSA units are stationed everywhere around it. The main roads are blocked as well. Rosa keeps turning into side streets, trying to get the car as close to the building as possible. But soon even Groza runs out of road and has no choice but to park in a narrow alley.
指揮官、前の道は全部封鎖されているわ。
カリンのやつ、仕事が早いな。アルバ、車で本部に入るのは無理のようだ。他に方法はないのか？
必ずしも中に入る必要はありません。本部ビルの地下には大量の施設が広がっていて、チルロビグの実験室もそこにあります。
つまり近づけさえすればいいということか。
Well, if you think about it, anything that's powerful like that can do potentially that kind of stuff will be of great importance to anybody. Anyone that harnesses it first pretty much gets the power. And that can very much change the stance of a lot of things. Utilitarian, yeah. I mean, it makes sense to me. It's kind of like my infamous thing when I play like RTSs. If I see any resource that's like that everyone wants, I'm gonna take it. If I can't get it, I blow it up. If I can't have it, you can't. I'm pretty sure it's the mindset of everybody though when they play RTSs. If I can't have that resource, it's gone.
At
least the rift part. Yeah. It makes sense. They're gonna utilize the collection technology that comes from this like thing that Orphalune's done. They're gonna use the collection to then, I guess, distribute that into Helena. Helena is gonna act as the medium and the key, and that opens the rift. I'm assuming that's the intention. Hawk is the one that keeps using Tiberium Vein Debt.
and catalyst missile. And sometimes when I'm feeling, and sometimes I'll have my friend use the Tiberium meteor thing, which allows you to use Tiberium vein debt anywhere, unless they've changed. I don't know. I've heard of 1.02 plus could change stuff. I haven't checked. But I used to have a friend of mine that I played alongside with. He would throw the meteor down into a person's base where there was no tib field, and he would personally turn it into one, and then I would use Tiberium vein debt on it. My personal favorite thing to do, though, is to get really close into a base. Get really close to a base. Capture one of the structures that I can build off of, drop the signal relay, and instantly summon the mothership on top of my opponent's base. That's my personal favorite thing to do. I've done that so many times, and I've seen how nasty that strategy is, but it is a gambit.
先ほど協力者から見取り図をもらいました。隣接施設から侵入することができます。
That was sends the coordinates to Groza. It's not far from our current position.
この建物はあの実験室とつながっています。ただ厳重な警備が予想されます。ボイマスティナの装備がもうすぐ到着しますので、それまで待ちますか？
ああ、人形2個招待だけではリスクが高い。見取り図をこちらにも送ってくれ。作戦を考えてみる。
はい。
How about transfers the data to my terminal? As I studied the map, I started deploying the rest of the dolls. I switched to another screen to review Diane's surveillance feed and open a channel to her.
ダイエン、オルフェルーネはまだジラードグループ本部の中にいるか？
はい、指揮官。最後にオルフェルーネさんの姿を確認したのはビル中央に位置する休憩エリアです。その後はあの第三世代人形に連れ去られて外部からでは追跡することができません。
Even if Diane can't track them, their destination isn't hard to guess. Engel and Chiloveg have made extensive preparations. At this point, they won't give up easily. Military intervention will likely force them to accelerate the launch of Project Eden. We're running out of time.
こちらは404と一緒に地下施設に侵入する。入り口の座標はここだ。君たちはその場に残り、周囲の監視を続けてくれ。それから3班と共にいつでもこちらの支援に回れるよう準備を。もし地下で何らかの緊急事態に遭遇した場合、君たちに支援を頼むことになる。
了解しました。
I end the call. Groza leans in closer.
3班もこちらに回すの？地下の状況はわからないし、最悪の場合も考えないと。
時間が許せば、私だって人手をもっと増やしたい。
今楽園計画が始まっても粒子の収集に時間がかかるはずよ。
それもそうだが、危険な賭けには出たくない。
I rub the bridge up my nose, wrestling with whether or to wait until all forces are assembled before acting. While I'm thinking, a communication request pops up on my terminal. It's Kalina.
カリン。
指揮官様、言われた通りにリビウの封鎖と避難を開始しました。さっきはヘレナさんに関する情報を入手しましたよね。
ああ。ヘレナの位置はすでに判明している。今から救出に向かうつもりだ。
This poor girl's been through so dang much.
それについてはもう心配いりません。警察の誘導に従い避難してください。ヘレナさんの方はクルーガーさんがすでに部隊を派遣しています。
クルーガーさんと連絡が取れたのか？
はい、無事でした。クルーガーさんはオレク総裁と交渉していた時に拉致されていました。救出に成功しましたが、オレク総裁は流れ弾に当たり死亡しました。幸いなことに彼は死の直前 楽園計画に関する全てのデータを渡してくれました。
つまり計画の全貌を知ることができたのか。
はい。コーラップス粒子をどう集めようとしているのかも。それでリビウを汚染しようとしているのでしょう。すでに避難命令が出ています。
She has no idea about the real details. As I think this, I switch the communicator to my other hand so I can study the map more easily.
避難誘導もかなり順調みたいだ。クルーガーさんもなかなかの決断をした。
いいえ、クルーガーさんは関係ありません。封鎖と避難の指示はハーベルさんが直接リビウ主席と掛け合った結果です。
ハーベルさん？
My hand jerks in shock. The terminal slips from my grasp and falls beneath the seat. I fumble to retrieve it.
ハーベルさんもここにいるのか？
軍の方と一緒にジラードグループ名義の施設とサミット会場を制圧してくれました。
Your best boy must in a V4. I tried to reach V5. Fair enough. I usually just go for collections. I'm not focused on copies.
クルーガーさんもすでにハーベルさんに保護されています。事態はすでに収束に向かっているので、指揮官様も避難した方がいいとクルーガーさんからの伝言もあります。
No. This isn't right. Javier, the military, the conglomerates, Perdeas, Project Eden. And even though everything is under control, Mr. Kruger tells me to leave immediately? And most importantly, Colin just said they know the full scope of Project Eden, yet what she described completely misses the real issue. These seemingly unrelated coincidences are all designed. A powerful sense of deja vu surges through me. In an instant, the logic clicks into place. I'm all too familiar with this. Nothing has changed. There are simply more sacrifices and scapegoats now, along with the same nauseating calculations behind the scenes.
指揮官様、聞こえていますか?
I think V3 Voimosina is a decent treatment just to save time. If you're doing that for... I mean, I'm not too worried about borrowing a V6 to do story missions. If I'm doing main stuff, though, I kind of would like to play it... I don't know. I'm not a guy that's focused on copies, because I do... I think Enfield has this uniqueness where it's not super impactful, which is nice. This is one of the things I like about Enfield, is that you still have to go and understand a lot of the combat to feel good about it. Or to actually do well in it. A lot of other gacha games, if you have a lot of copies, it can just play the game for you. Voimostina is a definite indicator of that. Klukai, to a degree, was as well. But granted, they haven't had too many of those type of dolls until... I mean, Voimostina is the second of this, and the game's been out for as long as it has. So, I don't know. I prefer just sticking with V0s, or if I get V1, sure. The only reason I have some characters that are like V6 is because, well, I just kind of went with it because the game kept giving me Mosin, and so I was like, you know what? Let's go for it. Let's do it. So, but no, I don't usually do... I don't go for copies. I just play it as is. Copies only really matter in Gunsmoke. Yeah. Like, Gunsmoke, I can understand that, because, like, you want to do a lot of damage. You want to do a lot of things to get the highest points possible, because if I remember correctly, the standing of your platoon gives you more based on, like, that position. If that's correct. I think that's why there's such a big... There's, like, I've heard stories of people that really take Gunsmoke seriously, and it makes me kind of sad to see that, but I can understand it to a degree. It's kind of the same thing with Uma. I feel like I've seen that with Uma, too, where it's, like, the clubs that are... some of the clubs for Uma are very, very, like, hardcore. Like, I think I remember hearing from one of my friends that, like, to maintain presence in one of the clubs, you had to actively get like 500,000 fans. Like a day. And that's just to stay in that club. Personally, I just like seeing big numbers and guns. That's fine. No, absolutely. Like, I don't mind. Like, you guys do what you want to do with that. I think that's okay. Like, personally, I will do whatever goofy teams I feel like doing. Like, I have fun using, like, my burn team or whatever other team I feel like going with. Well, or whatever team is best to use. Well, not necessarily best to use, but one of the teams I can actually field. Because I haven't been raising as many as I could. Chasing after meta is just a pain in the butt these days. Well, like, there's good and bad with going with the meta. And this isn't necessarily a slight at anyone who does it. But it's like, there's a reason why I hate following the meta in Arknights. Like, original, not infield. Like, yes, it is going to guarantee the win, but at the same time, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, those characters, if they're powerful enough, will do the game pretty much all for you. And then one of the best things about Arknights is the stage solution ambiguity. The fact that you could have 20 players play the same stage, all of them play it dramatically different from each other, and it works. Some even incorporating styles that are so way out of left field that you're wondering how they work, but it's cool to see it does. Like, that's one of the things that I think is beautiful about Arknights. Is that you can have that kind of like whole thing happen. So I would love to see games incorporate that stuff more, where players can have a lot of fun with just whoever they feel like playing, rather than having to follow the meta just to do well. Yeah, like Hawk making the boss. Hey, don't get... Just because I made Lapland sit on top of the map just T-posing at me while she slept doesn't mean it wasn't funny. Watching Lapland just T-pose up there like, what am I supposed to be doing? And then there's like, you have the competition of taking out the most people, and she gets like one person because she's put to sleep the entire time. That kind of stuff is funny, you know? Then there's the weedy sorcerers that launch bosses to the moon. That's funny too. I love seeing the shift teams. The shift actually, I think it's probably still meta, but it's not anywhere near as strong as it used to be, because that was like big back in the early days of Arknights. But yeah, like I like Arknights for that kind of thing, you know. The operators they release aren't necessarily meta-defining, but the way that they design it is more about, hey, you want to try this strategy out? This operator is great for it. And you're like, ooh, okay. Bring money to the devs and cheer them for that. Yeah. Love the infinite loop of pain for crowns. Yeah. Let's bring money to the devs. Well, yeah, to a degree, like, they will be the main ones, like, building those units. Well, would they? See, Arknights is weird, right? Because it's like, if you're a meta unit player, you're probably going to only really pull for the ones that are really that major character. But if you're a collector, or a person that employs multiple strategies, I feel like you'd give more money. I don't actually know about that. I'm actually curious. Because, like, I have, like, 5 or 6 different squad strategies I use in Arknights, instead of just one constantly similar meta all the time. So I usually have, like, anywhere from, like, 5 to 6 teams of 6 to 12 operators. So, I don't know.
I'm actually kind of curious how that ends out and how that would actually turn out. Because I feel like if you're somebody that's incorporating multiple different strategies, you're going to be pulling more characters. Thus, you'll be probably spending more money. Are you going to be going for pots? Maybe not, but you might want them for like the 1 or 2 key players. But that's why I'm like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to really. I'm kind of curious how the numbers for that would turn out, because I wanted to see how that would, you know, who would win in the end. Depends on the game and its difficulty changes. Arknights has got the advantage of not trying to power creep too hard. It power creeps through strategy. So like, for example, Surtur is one of the strongest characters. Well, she probably is still relatively one of the strongest characters in the game. I'm sure there's some that have kind of challenged her now, but she has the ability to do certain amounts of damage with a damage type that is very easy to control a bit. Especially with how much you would dish to enemies, because of how like res down versus defense down works. But even then, with that high damage output, she also gets like 8-9 seconds of like pure invulnerability if she gets defeated. And then in certain cases, there are bosses that just straight insta-kill her. Instead of just putting her in that instant lethal state with the 8-9 seconds extra, she just straight up gets instantly eliminated. So it's like, that's how they go about it. They introduce mechanics to check against that stuff. But they power creep, because they power creep by making bosses more annoying. Yeah, I mean, to the average, to a player that's wanting to stick to one strategy, that's annoying because it can counter. It counters the strategy. And that's what I think is the best way to go about doing challenges. It's why when I did the... Back when contingency contract was kind of the mainstay for like late game activities. The way my friend and I went about designing our challenges was looking at how people were solving those stages and designing the challenges against those strategies. Basically trying to shut those strategies down, not overly punishing it to the point where you have to like completely try everything else, something completely different, but it was enough that it forced you to think. And I think that's what I really liked about Arknights, is that you can do that and you can get away with it. And to be honest, I think there is more value in the content in Arknights for people watching, to watch players not do meta teams and watch people do niche teams. Or more themed teams. I think that is a lot more fun there in terms of watching, because it's like you're thinking about the strategy and what they're doing. Meta, everyone probably knows it. They probably can do the same strategy, or they probably already utilize it. So in this case, if everyone does it, it's not really that entertaining to watch. I think that's kind of the nice thing about Arknights content. So anyway, that was a tangent. GFL does feel that way too, to a degree, where it's like your team matters. Some players are much better in line with each other than others. So like, for example, Klukai and Prithia work well together, but not necessarily Klukai and or not Klukai. Well, we can say that, but Prithia and Klukai can work well together because of how they are designed, but Nemesis and Prithia do not work well together. Pretty sure most of our Jordi Arknights content is just guides. There's a lot of guides, but if you consider, I guess it depends. If you consider people playing a stage through their strategy as a guide, then sure. I would say a lot of live streamers are generally niche. This is where he gets... I see how this is going. He's had enough of letting bureaucracy or whatever it is do the bidding. He's taking matters into his own hands. Fair thing to do. If my deduction is correct, every extra detail Kalina knows puts her in more danger. Kalina would never lie to me, especially not about something this important. She truly knows nothing. But Javier, his movements are too swift. The military was prepared. He clearly anticipated all this. That man knows everything. And knowing everything, he still allowed the situation to unfold and reach this point. This so-called Project Eden might very well be.
What about
the promised date? Yeah. He gotta go rogue.
誰よりも早くヘレナを奪い返す。
誰よりもってロレンよりも。
は
あ。もしかしてサーを危惧しているのですか？
I don't think he cares.
楽園計画。ジラードグループは使い捨ての駒に過ぎない。これがただの偶然か。
I don't blame the commander at all for this decision.
それとも意図的なのかはわからない。ただ結果的に言えば、奴は10年経っても自身の企みを諦めていない。許せない。出発。
During what happened in JFL 1, this is kind of similar. Yeah, I mean the tone of it. She's huge. Hi, MacD. William Defoe. I mean the one where he's looking up, he's like, Yeah, oh yeah, I saw that. They were like doing the height comparison, and it was like, yeah, in her mech, she's like 2.5 mech Ds, and I was like, ah, yes, that's a unit of measurement I liked. How many is that in Carlotta's, and how much does Shuei? How many is that in Yuka's? Something the matter. It's nothing. It's really been a while. Oh, it's 3 mech Ds? Okay, fair enough. That's just funny. Actually, does someone have a support Alva? Let me actually see. Is there a support Alva? Anthony's got a support Alva. Okay. Belka out. And I will use my weaker Voy. So that way we have this team, and she only wipes out 5. Well, that's convenient. I have no idea how to play Alva. I should probably actually have looked at our kit. Barrier? What? Oh, it's a different type of shield. For 1,000 points still. Ooh. So this is like a reversal there. I like that. Okay. This music though is nice. Yeah, I was gonna say it turns to frigid, which yeah, I think that just completely removes ability to move. So it's basically like a super shield. S2 into S1, ult and ult. You can ult twice. Oh yeah, it's only one. There's no cooldown. Okay. It's just confectance cost. How much of confectance does she have? She's maxed. Okay. Or just covering mode. Stop it, I'll use the cover. Is interception. Oh, she's an interceptor. Okay. She's a shield enhancing interceptor. Got it. Unfortunately, I don't have any targets aside from the diner gate that's over there. So we're just gonna chill. I'm just gonna have Kukai take care of them. But I don't think she can reach. Oh yeah, she can reach. And she's AN94. Also, hello, Deluxe Kitten. How you doing? We have the EP Mekti. You know what? I just realized both Alva and Voimostina have like counterattack things because you've got Wolf's Eye, and then you have cover mode, or yeah, covering mode. And that kind of plays well into them. I don't think there's anything I can do here though. Yeah, she can't reach that. You know what? Obliterate some man. Oh! What happened? Steve just died. Aw, Mekti, you left Stinky all over the place. Okay, so we didn't do 2. We can't do 2. Now we can do 2 though. Ironically more OP. Yeah, but this is evacuation. So as much as I do like that, it's evacuation. Enemy AC 130 above! I remember hearing that all the time in Modern Warfare 2, and everyone just freaks out the moment they hear it. Get up from that one. Go sleep, people. You know what? Can you? Oh, you can't, Punchy. You know what? No. For now, take a hit. Wait, no, you've got Wolf's Eye. Rip. This is why I can't have nice things. This is why I can't have nice things. That's how you think of skills. I think of skills. Alpha would be S3. Oh, she has AoE freeze there. Interesting. What? Is this tile manipulation? Oh no, it's a summon. Wait, what? Oh wait, her action's completed. Who doesn't have an E next to them? You. You think Voimostina cares about the... You think she cares? Do you genuinely believe she cares? Oh, can I not? Wait, what? I don't think Observance does that, does it? Is it because it's minimum range? Is there a minimum range? Or is it just not drawing it and I'm not seeing it? Hang on. Does that interrupt? Did they change this? Receives paralysis. Don't move then. Fine. Time to fire the railgun. Oh yeah, because this is movement. You know what? You get a rocket. Take a rocket. This is why I can't have. This is why I can't have nice things, because people are like, you exist, you stupid robot. I feel like Mechty is gonna be the one that slows me down a lot here. Actually, I think I could just do this now. I wanted to have fun. I wanted to punch a man, but the game decided, nah, we gotta shoot a rocket at him instead. Stupid robots, says the commander commanding robots. We don't talk about it, okay? Inside the laboratory, countless pipes wind. Countless pipe wind. Oh yeah, pipes of wind between the walls like serpents, and instruments flashing with cold light amid a low mechanical hum. Shulevek is checking data before the control console. While humming an off-key tune again. Several suspicious dark stains mark her white lab coat. At her side, also at the very center of the lab, stands a massive transparent chamber. Inside the chamber, Helena opens her eyes, realizing she is imprisoned in a strange place. She bangs on the transparent wall in panic. Helena's eyes widen with terror the moment she sees Shulevek. She shrinks back into the corner of the chamber, trying to get as far away from the woman as possible. Shulevek chuckles and walks closer to the chamber. Her slender fingers slowly trace along the glass in an almost affectionate motion, yet her gaze carries a morbid possessiveness.
よーしよし、お注射も薬も採血もしないから大丈夫だよ。なんたって今日は特別な日だからね。あんたの成人式兼オルフェルーネの晴れ舞台、リビブ全体の未来が変わるんだ。あんたには真理の扉を開く鍵として大活躍してもらうよ。鍵、いい表現だと思わない？
Helena hugs her knees tightly, barely reacting to Shulevek's mania. She mutters faintly. Shulevek narrows her eyes, the corners of her lips curling upward.
指揮官、指揮官。ああ、指揮官か。そうだよね。我らがオデッセウス、いや、ケサル王、いや、ジークフリートのことを忘れるとこだった。
Is it the one that's been experimenting on Helena in the past? I'm considering, yeah, how she's acting. I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised by this.
壮大な物語には英雄はもちろん、恐ろしい竜やアホな国王、邪悪な魔女は必須。
Shulevek presses a finger to her lips, then looks down at the trembling Helena.
でも今のところは可憐なお姫様しかいないな。
She notices the fear in Helena's eyes, and a hint of cruel satisfaction seeps into her smile.
そんな目で見ないでよ、ヘレナちゃん。あんたは自分の価値を理解していない。時代を先取りした芸術や思想も理解されるまで時間がかかる。
Suddenly she lifts her head, as if interrupted by a thought. Her gaze drifts into the distance. She turns and walks back to the console, the hem of her lab coat floating like a ghost. Her fingers dance across the blowing buttons and touchscreens.
だから偉大な芸術品は自分が作られた意義を知らないといけないんだよ。それでこそ真の覚醒。
The laboratory lights shift with her commands, changing from blue to violet, then to an eerie red. That's totally not at all evil looking. Definitely not evil looking. Are we creeping close to Cian? We are not far behind OG Raymond now, are we? I cannot tell you, honestly. I don't usually pay attention to the desync between the two servers. If they catch up, that's great, but I don't know if we really are accelerating that much. I think there actually was some acceleration being done, but I don't know to what extent. Ludovic suddenly turns towards Helena, her expression frenzied and almost intoxicated. We're 6 months behind. Have we always been, or has that shrunk a little bit? I haven't been paying attention.
この日のためにどれだけ準備したことか。科学と芸術が融合したこの大舞台を。
Helena squeezes her eyes shut as she continues to tremble silently.
ペルシカに指示していた頃から構想を練ってきたんだ。一幕一幕全部私の想定通り進んでる。オルフェルーネ、哀れなお姫様。フランクフルトの出来事を本当に刑事か何かと思ってるんだから。
Helena's eyes flicker with confusion at the unfamiliar name.
あれはただのアクシデント。システムの故障に過ぎないのに。でも私にインスピレーションをくれたのも確か。偉大な発見ってだいたい予想だにしない状況でされるものだしね。科学にハプニングはつきもの。
A little accident, she says.
真実は往々にして受け入れがたい形をしている。敬愛するアインシュタインもこう言ってたし。いや、ラブクラフトだったから。
You said this Lovecraft.
それとも私？
I'm pretty sure that's a quote. I feel like I've heard that quote before. The more dreadful, that's what it is. Is it not a snake? Friedrich. Is this the guy who was trying to figure out a couple days ago? Hang on. People don't want to hear the truth because their illusions are destroyed. Okay, yeah. Something to that. It stems a lot from him. He's having a schism. Well, no, there is a guy that actually does very much embody, like, he was constantly, like, he's somebody that does get a lot of, what is it? There's people, he's definitely a major contributor to this. His name was, I can never say his last name, but it's no, I'll just put it in the chat if you guys are curious. If you guys are curious who I just looked up.
Chilio spins lightly back to the chamber, his fingers brushing the glass.
ねえ知ってる？あんたの体を構成している分子の一つ一つ、塩基配列に至るまで私が作ったんだよ。これほど完璧な作品が今まであったかな。
She presses her forehead against the glass and stares directly at Helena. Her pupils are unnaturally dilated under the red light.
あんたも最初は数多い実験体の一つに過ぎなかった。
You could tell when GFL1's team came back. Oh, really?
それが今花開いて未来を変える鍵となった。
I can't speak much to it because this is literally like where, like, most of my experience with Mika is GFL2 and some Neural Cloud. She lightly taps the glass as if patting a child on the cheek.
お前、おかしい。何するつもりだ。
This is not GFL1's team.
あれ？もう結構噛み砕いて話してるはずなんだけどな。残念。先生と同じ目をしてるのに知能は受け継がれなかったんだ。先生。
Genovic's expression softens suddenly.
あんたの遺伝子提供者で、私の死。
Okay.
コーラップス粒子に関する知識はすべて先生から学んだ。そして今、私は先生が想像もしないような偉業をなそうとしている。
Helena stares in confusion. Genovec seems to have a sudden realization. She blinks and bursts into laughter.
ごめんごめん、今のはメタ発言だったな。また自分のキャラを忘れるとこだったよ。ペルシカの愛弟子？著名な遺伝子学者の助手？それともジラードグループのパートナー？
She spreads her hands theatrically, her eyes gleaming with mischief.
肩書きはこの白衣と同じ。汚れたら着替えればいい。あくまで目的を達成するための手段。でも今日の私は真理の立ち会い人。そしてあんたは真理への鍵。
Helena retreats until her back hits the chamber wall. There is nowhere left to go.
やだ。どうして？
Something returns to the console, fingers leaping across the keyboard. Complex genetic maps and energy waveforms fill the screens.
どうしてあんただって？いい質問だね。
It has multiple personalities. I don't understand the nature of her existence now at this point, aside from that she's a Naito. As to how her memories, like... My understanding of characters when they are, like, if they are not human, is if they are killed, the memories that they have, unless it was backed up, are pretty much lost. So I don't know, but the interesting thing with her is that when she had a when she had a bullet through her head, she basically said, "Now why'd you have to go around? Why'd you have to go and shoot me like that?" So it's like trying to understand how memory works with her is different. Her voice carries genuine enthusiasm, as if she were explaining an interesting experiment with a student.
免疫体としては不完全だけど、要件は満たしている。遺伝子が完璧なおかげで劣化しても完成度は高いまま。先生の遺伝子さえあれば、免疫体は彼岸スペースとリンクできることが立証されているからね。
She presses several buttons. Displays across the walls illuminate, showing Helena's complete genetic map and simulations of a strange energy field.
見てよ、この完璧な二重らせん。塩基配列の一つ一つに目的があるんだ。数ある私の作品の中でも歴史に名を残すのはあんたに違いないよ。
So she's constantly updating it in real time. That's a lot of communication constantly.
誰もが得られる経験じゃないよ。O43 ちゃん。
The shadow flickers in her eyes.
前の42人は残念だけど、かわいそうに培養ポットから出ることもできなかったな。
Tears fill Helena's eyes. Her voice trembles.
お前が殺した。
Tuvik blinks.
やだな。私が殺したわけじゃないし。少なくとも直接では誰も。
I thought she was gonna say something along the lines of, "Don't accuse me like that. I didn't kill them. Their specs were just not up to par for my needs." At that moment, the laboratory alarm suddenly blares. Tuvik frowns and strides to the surveillance monitor. On screen, a squad of dolls have broken through the outer defenses and are advancing towards the lab's core area.
人形好きかんだ。
To be fair, she's a scientist working on fairly dangerous stuff, so I wouldn't be surprised if she exploded several times before doing live backups. I mean, yeah, one of the best ways to make sure. Oh yeah, we're not trying that again. Though to be fair, if it was a massive explosion that took her out and her lab, I'm pretty sure her reviving herself and then seeing the giant crater that was her lab is basically a, yeah, that didn't work. I don't think she needs the details of her demise for that one. It's like borderline turning the like the heating element of a stove on and then putting your hand on it for 2 minutes. And then later concluding, ow, that hurt. It's like, yeah, you think? Tuvik's expression shifts from surprise to a peculiar delight. A fervor burns bright in her eyes.
ヒーローのご登場。
The timing is impeccable. No settlement is in need of your help. Here, I'll mark it on your map.
舞台は観客だけじゃ成り立たな
Oh, I
いか
probably
ら
should have
ね。
read that actually. She hurries back to the console, fingers down. Oh, never mind. It didn't matter.
登場のタイミングもバッチリ。早すぎたらしらけるし。
She slams the red button. Helena pounds the glass in terror.
ここからどうせ。ごめんね。ヒロインがいないと始まらないんだよ。
She turns and sits down in the chair, thoughtful.
いや、1話で死ぬのはヒロインと呼べないな。
Blue-green culture fluid begins to fill the chamber. Helena cries out as she beats desperately at the glass. The liquid engulfs her, and her cries are drowned out. Her consciousness fades. Just before losing awareness completely, her mind seems to struggle outward, piercing through the laboratory walls, calling into the distance. Tuvik spins her chair to face Helena, floating in fluid. She presses 2 fingers to her lips and blows her a kiss.
おやすみなさい。次に目が覚めたら、あんたは神様だよ。
Turning to the surveillance monitor, she watches with admiration as the commander breaks through the defenses of the lab. An eager smile spreads across her face.
さて、我らがイリアームーロ別に至っては、ずっと話してみたかったんだよね。私の一番大事な人が、お父様が気にかけてた存在がどんなものか。
え？
指揮官、どうし。
いや、なんだかヘレナの声が聞こえたような。
The border outside the laboratory has already become a battlefield.
こいつらうざい。ミスティ、撃ちまくりなさい。私に当たらないでよ。
指揮官、時間は残りわずかよ。
少なくとも場所はここで間違いないようです。データベースを検索中。研究所の見取り図がありました。
Oh, he's referring to William. Okay.
この構造だと他にも通路があるはずですが、図面にはありません。
時間がない。正面突破だ。
I raised my weapon.
攻撃開始。
What's to say? This is a combat scene. We already did the combat, didn't we? Lo and behold, we did. We're probably getting thrown straight into one now, because that would make the most sense. That's a lot of enemies. It'd be a real shame if I just, you know, called some of them. AKA the entire left side of the map. If I remember correctly, this actually alerts, doesn't it? It doesn't. Wait, can't I just...
タクティカルモード起動。どうってことないわ。
Oh, it's impassable, so you have to go through the doors. Oh. But they're all too busy... Well, I mean, I could just do this, and then the rest of the group isn't even aware of us. Well, I say that, but Mekti is 100% gonna nuke them. Alright, wolf sighing.
逃げられる。エンジン起動。
I think we can actually hit. Eh, whatever. Mekti, destroy this man. Good job, Mekti. And Mekti's just like, ah, what? Okay, I'm going back to sleep. Meanwhile, Kuke literally just grabs her collar and drags her off. The elevator doors slide open slowly. Orifune steps out, her heart still racing. The chaos moments ago has already left her shaken, but what greets her beyond the elevator was also deepens her unease. Even as the Harris at the Gerard group, she has never seen this place before. She draws in sharp breaths, trying to calm herself through steady inhalation, but her heart pounds erratically and an icy chill climbs from her feet to the crown on her head. Unable to leaving her unable to think.
本部の地下にこんな広い場所があったなんて聞いてないわ。
オレク様の許可のもと建造されたチルドビグ様の実験室です。
どうして私に内緒にしてたの？楽園計画を順調に進めるための保険だよ。事実、ここがなければ計画はとっくに阻止されてた。
Zunveg flits into Orphelune's, I can't understand her name sometimes, Orphelune's view with a cheerful grin, patting her shoulder as if offering comfort. Staring at the woman she once regarded as confidant, Orphelune feels only strangeness. The intimacy she once believed they shared now seems like hallucination.
でもどうして軍がお父様とも連絡が取れない。何が起きてるの？
An inescapable despair keeps ringing in her head. Everything she thought she possessed has been destroyed. Her eyes start brimming with tears. Igla bends slightly, intending to wipe them away, but Orphalune angrily pushes her aside.
イグラ、あなた知ってたでしょ。いつも私のためとか言って何も教えてくれない。もし本当に私のためならこんなことにはなってないでしょ。それはさすがに言い過ぎ。イグラはずっとあんたのために身を粉にしてきたんだから。イグラの手配がなければ計画はもう終わってたんだよ。
Yep, crash out. Well, kind of reasonable to be honest.
どういうこと？
It's like the world that she had. It's like from her worldview that she's had of this like company she's worked with and the people that she's known. She's thought it was just like all for the name of science, but now she's beginning to question a lot of things and reasonable crash out.
人類に変革をもたらす計画をたかが一企業に利権を独占させるわけないでしょ。ロレンは計画の価値を見抜いて成果を奪おうとしている。でも大丈夫。正義は遅れてやってくる。この計画におけるジラードグループとあんたの貢献をアピールさえできればいい。そうすればセロンに負けてロレンも関係者を処分しなきゃいけない。ジラードもきっと息を吹き返せる。本当に当たり前じゃん。イグラに聞いてみる？
Orphalune turns to Igla with hopeful eyes. Igla lowers her gaze, then nods.
これが正真正銘最後の機会です。
ほらね。だからさ、早く計画を実行しようよ。
Orphalune's eyes waver. Doubt still grips her, and she does not fully believe their words. But what choice does she have now? At last, she lowers her head and speaks to Chilovek, as if resigning herself to fate.
分かったわ。コンソールはダミー人形についていって。私はまだイグラと話すことがあるから。
Orphalune follows the marionette doll out. Before leaving, she casts a reluctant glance at Igla. Igla offers her a reassuring smile. Only then does Orphalune close the door and depart. But the moment Orphalune vanishes from Igla's sight, her expression darkens. Chilovek approaches it with a faint, sly laugh.
ちょっとアクシデントはあったけど、これで順調に進められるね。
ロレンの動きの速さは予想外です。計画の成否にかかわらず、ジラードグループはもはや存続不可能でしょう。
ほらね、これが降伏した結果、あのジジイロレンに見逃してもらえると思ってたんだから、滑稽だよね。結局は骨の髄までしゃぶり尽くされて虫けらのように死んじゃった。あんたは同じ鉄を踏まないようにね。
I'm at the Lewis one right now, so 3 behind. Not too far behind.
私やオレク様がどうなろうとさまつなことです。お嬢様だけはあなたには可能な限り協力してきました。お嬢様の安全だけは保証してください。
はあ？条件出していい立場じゃないでしょ。
警備部隊の指揮権は私にあります。今投降すればロレン軍がすぐにでもここを制圧するでしょう。
やだな、誤解だってば。そんな条件出さなくても私たちの間柄なんだから、ちゃんとオルフェルーネを守るって言いたかったの。約束約束。
賢明な選択です。ジラードが滅んでもお嬢様さえいらっしゃればいつの日か必ず再起を。お嬢様、
ほらほら、干渉に浸ってないで。行くよ。
I feel like if this actually ends up being a case where this plan gets off and she sees exactly what happens, the aftermath of whatever this would cause. Which already sounds like it's gonna be like instant black zone. I don't think she's ever, like, even if she does survive, I don't think she's ever gonna forgive Igla.
キャストも揃ってきたし、ますます見逃せないな。
どういう意味ですか?
Javok does not answer. She pushes Igla towards the control area with an eerie smile on her lips. I'm going to assume I should just leave the same team, but this map is literally just, oh yeah, hey, I like how they have enough enemies on the board that you can't just like instantly clear it with her. Victor could probably one-round it. Oh yeah, I'm probably about right, like here or here, on her ult. I don't even think I can take all these people out. Wait, is that not a... Oh, that's not what that... Okay. I thought that was just like a cover. No, I need to do this. I thought it was like a window cover, or like a metal fence covered. Like, actually, you can see it is got a metal. Oh wait, no, it's not. It looked like it had a metal fence. It looked like it from certain angles. Oh, GG. Story. 40 is next, if I remember correctly. That's Laney. I'm curious about that one, actually. I think that's probably one of the... That's probably a character I'm really actually wanting to know more about, because they've already built it up as something very important to 45 and 9. Or Lane and Leva. She shouldn't be, though. Yeah... I mean, I think someone was already saying, like, Lewis was supposed to be after this. I mean, they have to slightly reshuffle events, I imagine.
地上の電波が受信できない。
いや、通常この深さでも電波は届くはず。多分通信が妨害されている。
Important to Leva, mostly. Yeah.
それにしても、随分防御が手薄ね。
ジラードの戦力の大半はハーベルさんの部隊に引きつけられている。今が絶好のチャンスだ。
Oh, Sakura after this. Oh. Yeah, okay, no, that makes more sense about... Because at the end, the commander is considered a criminal. Like a very dangerous criminal, or I don't know if they use terrorist or criminal for the term, but... he's basically a wanted man, and that would explain this for going rogue. Oh. With the coordinates confirmed from the start, we blast through successive walls and quickly reach the laboratory's outer perimeter. The explosions destroy some equipment along this side of the wall. Unidentified liquids and indistinct organic matter are scattered everywhere. Being before Corposant is big brain. It does, it kind of actually did make me curious as to how he ended up being wanted, but now that I'm actually getting to this part, I can potentially see why. Internationally wanted fugitive terrorist is what they called him. Okay, so terrorist. I crouched down and dipped my fingers in a puddle of semi-translucent slime on the floor. It still holds faint warmth, glowing pale blue under the cold lights.
以前見た培養液と違う。グローザ、サンプルを取ってくれ。
Groza seals the liquid into a container. I rise and scan the surroundings, then frown.
また何か新たな実験を。
指揮官、 そろそろです。
I nod, my gaze settling on the half-open airtight door not far away. Beyond it, more complex instruments are faintly visible.
ヘレナの自動防御システムの信号が近くに。ただ、
She pauses, worry flickering in her eyes.
信号の性質からして、おそらくヘレナは中にいません。
なら急がないと。
I draw in a steady breath.
前進。
Want to be labeled for just another day in the office. Well, I mean, to a degree, isn't vigilantism a crime? People may see a vigilante as a hero, but at the same time, it is a crime. Yeah. Civil 1 event was more of a, oh, what happened this time and not our first rodeo when it turned out to be that. It says Suzumi and raise the noises.
ヘレナはいる。私にはわかる。チルロビグが何を企んでいようと、必ず阻止する。行くぞ。
次の目標を教えてください。
I'm actually gonna grab a drink real quick. All right, I'll take a quick little break here because I imagine some. I think this is probably like roughly what, halfway. Oh wow, actually, is this way shorter? Ah, no, it's a little shorter. So we're a little bit past the midpoint. I'm gonna be right back and I'm gonna grab a drink and stuff. So I'll be right back. Okay. Main event a parallel done forged by Basti. How far are we away from like the was it Creepy Doll's like sister or something? Also, the government just broadcasted and plastered her face and location everywhere, and every single doll can go, so that's where he was, if we can converge. Yeah. That's the next major. Oh! Ooh! Knife head, who knows? Knife head. Why you gotta do her like? I guess she does have that sticking out of her head, but still. I'm actually curious, what's everyone's like next doll they're really like hyped for? Especially for like the GFL 1 peeps. Who's their big, the next T doll they're excited for? You might have to use the you have to use the actual name rather than the weapon name, because I don't know them. Okay, Sopo makes sense. That one's understandable. Wish list or something from one. Okay, what I mean by that is a doll that you, the T doll that is known, that it will be coming, but just isn't here yet. That's it. So just CN. I've had Cheyenne in. Oh, she's the Cheyenne is the sniper girl, with like the little like black beret, right? She's like a camper. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Shorty. They're called MLG programmer. I see. Your first T-doll is the community's collective daughter. I see. You know, that just remind me. Where was that photo? Hang on. Let me open this real quick. I saw this a while ago, which I thought was really cute. This. Which one? Harpsy. This one. But it was cute to see. But there was something that, honestly, I had to laugh looking at this photo. Can I just point out some stuff here? I'm just gonna let me just quickly point out some things that I found absolutely hilarious here. Let me just this one. This one. Oh, okay. My encoder is not liking these all here. But just like seeing all of them, you can clearly see where their priorities are. That made me laugh a lot looking at the because I don't think anyone else is looking at the commander like that. Diane, really? Well, I guess. It's not as noticeable. But it was definitely funny. Vector is drunk. Well, she's got some cola, it looks like. I'm just glad she has at least one of her squad mates. And I know Wellrod is a future release, I think, because I think I saw her on in one of the silhouettes. But no, I like this a lot. Oh, I need to get rid of hang on. Alright. So we could do this one later. We'll just continue with this one and move our way forward. How many battle nodes do we have? 13, right? Oh, 12. So 12 battle nodes, so we're at 8 already. Wow, we have a lot of story still. Okay. We're almost done with battle and mostly got story left. I guess there's also the side nodes, which are battles, more than likely as well. We pass through the final security door, and the sight before us makes our breath stop short. This is no ordinary basement, but a mind-boggling enormous void, as if the entire underground of Lviv has been hollowed out. The space rises into darkness, vast as an underground city, its walls covered in countless intricate devices. The light is dim, save for the vine-like structures spread throughout the chamber, emitting a faint blue glow. I can hardly tell whether they are organic or mechanical. Some are as thick as giant pylons, others as fine as hair. They function as conduits, transporting some luminous substance toward the center, where a massive translucent spear floats in midair. And at the heart of the spear, Helena is suspended in culture fluid, drifting silently. My breath catches.
Helena.
I rush forward almost instinctively, stepping onto the edge of the immense space. The warning comes too late. The moment I step in, the entire chamber lights up. Countless spotlights shine down from the ceiling, blinding white light like midday, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The ground beneath my feet suddenly rises, lifting all of us into the air and forming a stage-like platform. At the same time, the vines covering the walls withdraw to either side like theater curtains, revealing something horrific. Embedded in the walls are thousands upon thousands of amber-colored transparent cells, each one holding an entity that's somewhere between human and non-human. Some have limbs fused with plant tissue, some sprout bony protrusions from their skulls, some bear organs in their chests that are decidedly not human. Every face is twisted in an expression of extreme agony, frozen forever in that moment.
これは生き袋？それとも人間？
Alva's expression hardens with anger, but she remains composed and swiftly analyzes the environment.
バイタルはあるけど、これじゃまるで人間じゃない。
指揮官が以前パラデウスの拠点で見たものと似ているわね。
いや、何かが違う。なんというか、バイオ燃料のような。
Suddenly applause echoes through the cavern.
さすが噂の指揮官、いい線いってるね。
Put a jacket on real quick. Go. You know what? Come here, Mr. Pizza. Mr. Pizza has joined the stream. Paradise loves biofuel. Well, I mean, yeah. Emotional support pizza. No, I got the when Girls Frontline was at AX, I went and got the Mr. Pizza pillow. I do not regret such a thing, because Mr. Pizza is right here. I'm just surprised, like, it was not a bad, it's pretty good quality for what it is. The Mr. Pizza. I don't really have a good spot to, like, put him, though. That's the sad thing. Maybe I should do as, like, a joke, the Mr. Pizza cam. All of us look toward the source. A strange woman stands upon a floating platform above, bathed in blue light. Dressed in a pristine white lab coat, she claps with exaggerated enthusiasm and an almost intoxicated smile on her face. Have you seen the AK-12 Levy or Mechty jackets they sell? Apparently they're really decent quality. I have not. I saw they had a store that opened up recently, and like half the stuff went on like pre-order, like instantly. You deleted your last beer, dang man. Which I did see some cool looking stuff there, but yeah, I still have a nice haul. I got the things I really wanted. Sadly, I think my problem I'm running into is I don't have a really good place, a way to admire it all. know at once she must be Kailoveg.
ようこそ私の劇場新世界発祥の地へ
Shopping is rough. Well, it's like I don't usually buy like things like this much. I never really did. Like this is probably this last summer was like the first time I actually went and like got like acrylic standees and a couple of like pillows or plush things like Mr. Pizza, or I have a Mulesay from Arknight's Fumo. So I definitely have some goods. She spreads her arms like a prima donna, taking a curtain call.
主役は揃い観客も席に着いたいよいよ舞台の幕開け
Her gaze settles on me, her eyes gleaming with manic light.
魔王の城にたどり着いた勇者
She turns towards the central spear, her voice softening into a gentle, eerie murmur.
麗しい姫君に真理への鍵
This Holy Week, so tomorrow is my last day of work for the week. Oh, that's nice. Have you heard of Kansai Dorito? I know of him, but I've not interacted with the guy, so I can't speak to it. Kansai is I think we were talking about this yesterday. He's the Sharkery fanatic, I guess. I draw my pistol and aim at Kailoveg.
今すぐヘレナを解放しろ
I pull the trigger without hesitation. The bullet whistles toward Kailoveg, only to be intercepted at the last instant by a vine that lashes out. Another vine erupts from the ground and coils around my wrist, knocking the weapon from my hand. Kailoveg lets out an unpleasant laugh.
空気読んでよね勝手にアドリブ足さないでよ
Please, let me do my thing, please. I spent the last 3 nights up writing the entire thing so I could do this. Do not interrupt it by shooting me in the face. Expression suddenly turns solemn and her gaze sharpens.
物語の結末はもう決まっているんだから主人公といえどもそれは変えられない時代の波に流される数ある石ころの一つに過ぎない
指揮官彼女を撃っても無駄ですあれはただの器おそらく彼女の意識は外部記憶媒体にあります器が破壊されても何度も生き返ることができます
Kailoveg tilts her head slightly, a chilling smile spreading across her face.
やっぱり頭いいね節郎ちゃん半分正解
She strokes her cheek lightly, her gaze turning distant.
死を克服してしまうと命というものは途端につまらなくなるでもね
She suddenly raises her head, her eyes blazing with mad fervor.
真理を前にして無限の可能性の一端を覗いてしまったあの感覚ときたら
Suddenly, a hatch high above the laboratory slowly opens, and a beam of intense light shines down. Kailoveg's smile widens, anticipation glittering in her eyes.
あ、ヒロインのご登場
I look sharply upward, my anger shifting to surprise. The vertical platform descends from the hatch. On it stand Orphalune and Igla. Orphalune is wearing the elegant evening gown prepared for the summit, looking strangely out of place under the cold, blue glow. Igla stands at her side, vigilant and composed, her hand resting on her sword hilt. The platform descends slowly. Kailoveg spreads her arms, her voice brimming with zeal.
オルフェルーネ・ジラード楽園計画の創始者で私たちを導く者そしてその背後に立つのがこの物語真のヒロイン
Orphalune's gaze meets mine, Then she instinctively grips Igla's hand in her bewilderment. Her eyes are full of confusion. She clearly does not understand why why she'd find me here in this laboratory. She begins to survey the chamber. Her confusion shifts to surprise and curiosity. This place is as unfamiliar to her as it is to us. But when she sees what fills the amber cells, her expression freezes. Her voice cuts off. Her face turns pale. She takes a step back. Igla moves half a step forward, shielding her protectively. The platform finally settles on the ground. Orphelune forces herself to look again, more carefully this time. Her shock gradually gives way to dawning realization and fear. Her gaze fixes on Helena inside the spear. Her pupils contract sharply. Helena leaps down from above and lands not far in front of Orphelune. She beams.
ここが楽園計画の根拠地だよ、オルフェルーネ。
She turns gracefully, spreading her arms as though presenting a masterpiece. Blinded by anger. Yeah, that shot earlier was a little early. Seems like a GFL2 related character. Not that I would not know. I don't think anyone said anything about it. Yeah, this is Igla's last chance. We'll see what she does. She turns gracefully, spreading her arms as though presenting a masterpiece.
10年前、あんたがフランクフルトの瓦礫の山で見た未来そのものだよ。人間と崇高な存在が融合した新たな世界へ。
She turns back, madness gleaming in her eyes.
長い間、あんたの構想と理論の実現に向けて協力してきた。そして今、収穫の時が来たんだ。
Orphelune slowly shakes her head. She cannot tear her eyes away from the amber cells.
でもこれは私の考えたことと、私はただ純粋に再生可能エネルギーを。でもこの人たちは一体。
Kelevig smiles gently, dangerously. Her voice is almost hypnotic.
あんたは私が見てきた中で一番知識を持ってる人間の一人だよ。でも知識と知恵はイコールじゃない。
Her fingers tap lightly in the air, as if arranging invisible threads.
あんたはいつも肝心な部分を見逃している。エネルギーのことは見えても、その源が見えていない。未来のビジョンがあっても、そこに至る道も代償にも気づいていない。
Her voice grows fervent.
でも、あんたが悪いわけじゃないよ。あんたは芸術家で、私は職人。
Corposant is a major, yes, it's a major event. It's got 3 parts to it. Very long story, as you might be able to tell.
見てよ、このエネルギーの回路を。尊い目標のために一人一人が捧げた命の輝きなんだ。
I turned sharply to Orphelune, my voice urgent and resolute.
奴の言葉に耳を貸すな。これは世界を滅ぼす計画だ。免疫体を使って彼岸スペースを開くつもりなんだ。フランクフルトの出来事は刑事なんかじゃない。ただの最悪だ。チルロビグはそれを再現しようとしている。
Jodovek turns to me, her eyes flashing dangerously.
うるさいよ勇者さん。台本にないセリフは言わない。
She waves her hand and a vine lashes up from the ground towards my throat. Boemastina strikes like lightning, severing it with her blade. Jodovek only snickers softly and turns back to Orphelune, her tone once more gentle and coaxing.
オルフェルーネ、この光景がちょっと刺激が強いのは分かってる。
I saw some fans are speculating what Mika will do. We'll see. I'm curious.
でもこれは常識にとらわれずに探索を続けた結果、科学の醍醐味じゃない？
She steps closer, fervor shining in her eyes.
今までの努力を思い出してよ。この10年、数えきれないほど夜更かしして何度も何度も失敗を重ねてきた。全てはこの時のために。あんたは人類に変革をもたらした天才として歴史に名を残すんだよ。
She points to a console nearby where a conspicuous red button waits.
あのボタンを押せばあんたの理論が実践される。エネルギー革命も現実となる。ジラードグループは力を取り戻して一族の汚名も返上できる。
Igla's body tenses slightly. Her gaze shifts between Kalaveg and Orphalune, her hand never leaving the hilt of her rapier. Orphalune falls silent. Her eyes grow distant, as though recalling something. She slowly approaches the central spear, drawing closer to the imprisoned Helena.
フランクフルトで起きた爆発。あの白い空間。
Then it does have the downside. Yeah, you could, but that's something that's a risk that always happens in sequels. Like, Enfield has a problem too with all the stuff that it talks about in Arknights. Like, for example, orpathy is one of the biggest things that people will probably remember from the OG Arknights. Yet they talk about it so minimally in Enfield, and it's almost to the point where it's like, oh, it's just a thing. Okay. It like downplays it way too much. Which is kind of sad, honestly. But what do you do there? So it's like, it's a hard thing that people have to do with trying to balance out, you know, not trying to sound like they're just repeating everything for the sake of everyone to keep caught up, but at the same time you lose people if they don't explain enough. So it's a similar problem they deal with too. So I can't necessarily fault them for it, because it is partially like I don't know the full picture. But at least I can understand enough, thanks to what you guys have already told me. They could have added a glossary from you people. Yeah, they could have. Like, Wuthering Waves does that with its terms, and I do appreciate that a lot. Her voice grows softer as she mutters to herself. Kalaveg leans forward, hands clenched, eyes fervent.
その白い空間が悲願の縁。あんたは神に愛された選ばれし人間なんだよ。その崇高な扉を私たちは自分たちの手で開こうとしている。
Controllably, I don't believe that.
あとはボタンさえ押せば。もう一度真理を目にすることができるよ。対症療法でしかない浄化事業と再生可能エネルギー程度でジラードが起死回生できると本気で思ってるの？なん真理を手にすること以外
Sounds like she's saying
電池を
no,
ひれ伏さ
no.
せる手段はない。
騙されないで。シルロビグの研究所にあった楽園計画に関する資料を読んだけど、言っていることと全然違う。オルフェルーネさん、あなたたちは騙されてる。
うるさい。部外者は黙って。
Ingla turns to face us, her expression unreadable.
計画を完遂してください、お嬢様。
でも目の前のこれ私の考えた計画じゃ。まさか計画を実現するためにこんな犠牲が必要だなんて。
Even Hololive pushed GFL2, no? Did they? I was gonna say they sponsored it. It's kind of rough too. It's like, yeah, sure, like one of your favorite like streamers plays a game, but sometimes it's sponsored. So it's like they touch it once and then they like never touch it again. It's always great to see like major creators that will touch something and then stay with it. Because I think that's what does help a lot. Because it makes that I don't know. I can understand like the reach, because reach is important for a game. But I feel like that does kind of like overlook it a little bit with just like, oh, this person was like sponsored to play it. They play it, but then they just kind of leave it after that. It's kind of sad. But you know, some people do this stuff for money, which I can't blame them. I guess it gives them the most views. It does. I do think that it's a bit of a, it's like a weird, it's kind of sad in its own way, because it's like, you would hope that, like, and this I feel like happened a lot with various gacha games, where it's like, the people that companies sponsor aren't necessarily like regular content creators. I think Blue Archive had this had this as like a major like community backlash moment a while back ago. I think for the most part, I think there's one or two that actually liked it, but still. Reach matters more than like the regular, which is a little bit unfortunate, but you know, there's no point appealing to an audience you've already captured. It's a rough thing to think about. But the streams will show you just how many people actually play the game, and it puts a smile on my face. Yeah. I hate it because there is so much more to GFL than most people see. Well, that's what I said about AL. But it is what it is. I do feel like there is a lot of potential for gacha games, in the sense if you look at them more as games, less as the gacha system. But it is what it is, I guess. I don't know. That sounds a little bit black-pilled, but What? There are more to girls than feet? Isn't that kind of the joke, though? I wanted cute gun waifu game. I got depression, trauma, and agony. That's a meme in its own, you right? Yeah. Because they made the feet so good. Well, yeah, good texturing, good modeling, good topology, all of that is gonna help that a lot. Like, it's crazy. And politics of musky old men. And guys that look like their face is totally meme-worthy, but then they get their head blown off in the next chapter. I don't know. I'd rather, like... It's rough, too, because it's like, I know that audience is probably going to be what funds most of the game, and it sucks, because it's like I'm not one that generally wants to despise people for how they go about enjoying a game, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like a lot of people miss out on a lot about a game if they don't dive into it. Because it's like, yeah, you can enjoy the characters, but I feel like games like this are more than that. You know? Like, yeah, the characters are nice, but there's a lot more to a game than just its characters. And I feel like that applies to a lot of things. Like, Uma has a lot of amazing things about it, too. I like the characters, sure, but I like as much as it can be frustrating, the constant grind of raising that same Uma over and over and over again just to get that one type of build for her that works so well, and then to see it perform insanely well, it's one of the most satisfying things about that game loop. It sucks because the grind is painful, especially if you're spark farming, which, believe it or not, people do. But it's at the same time, it's like, it's rough because most people probably don't want to do that. And it's like, I mean, they can enjoy the game to its own, but it's rough. Special streams are usually an hour long. If the streamer isn't interested in that hour, they will likely won't play again. Yeah,
And that's fair. Like, you can't force a person to play for something they don't necessarily like for super long before it gets annoying. That's kind of why it's like, for me, when I stream games, I don't try too many new gachas. If I do, it's one that I am personally interested in. Like, I am definitely interested in a handful of gachas that are coming out. But it is also at the same time, I choose specifically which ones I'm going. I'm not trying out all of them and just blind firing. I did that for a couple on my own, and I saw some things that I just like, it's okay. But it's like, after that first initial time, I was like, you know what? Now I'm going to stick with the ones that I do generally like. Because I would prefer to kind of pick with that. Company reputation also. Oh yeah, absolutely. That does matter. I've started to realize how important that is. But it's okay. Ghost Frontline stands as one that's actually trying to say something. I feel like there's a good number of games that are doing that. I do feel like Infield, for all of its faults with its gacha, is trying a lot harder to be a game than most other gachas are. Like, it's probably one of the few gachas that I think most people, whether they love it or hate it, are going to sink hours in for Factory. And for some people, that game is their door opener into the Factory genre. And the fact that it may not be perfect, and there's definitely a lot of problems right now with it, with like resource scarcity, but I definitely feel, you know, there are gacha games and the companies that create them that are trying to do something with their IPs. Infield could have just been a game. It really could. That is true. It could have just been a live service model instead of a gacha, though in reality they're cousins. Or and then you have games that survive due to being that old, like Battle Cats. Well, there's some things that do good. But it's like, at the same time, there are gachas that are trying, gachas that try and fail. Then there's another group that I kind of dislike, but at the same time, I can't really deny it doesn't make money. And it's the gachas that really don't survive, but Plan B, and Plan B keeps them running for years and basically tells the industry that stuff works. Instead of, again, focusing on other aspects of it. It's like if, I know people make fun of, what was it, Concord, and the other game that came out recently and died like 40 some days afterwards. It's like those games came out, they figured out a way to appeal to the audience, and then because of that sole factor, they're alive. It kind of sucks. Marathon. Is it Marathon? That doesn't sound right. Marathon's the extraction shooter, isn't it? High Guard. High Guard! Yes, High Guard. Yeah, that's what I think. It's like, it'd be like if those two games failed on what makes them games, but utilize a different strategy that allows them to persist. It kind of, it sets a bad taste in my mouth when it comes to that kind of thing for the game industry. To be fair, those games felt like money laundering schemes. Well, the live service model, if you think about it as a whole, is in a way that kind of idea. And, both gachas and live service models behave similarly. They give you a minimum viable product game, which is far from completion, and they choose to rely on their budget and dev time based on, the money they make during the time the game is operational. So they they sometimes rely on the feedback that they get during that time of the game being out, to improve the game, to continue to refine it, to keep expanding upon it by, with content updates. It's the same principles between both models. It's just the only thing that separates them is how the money is made. Helldivers 2 is a live service as it should be. It is. Helldivers 2 is probably one that I think is, from a live service model perspective, is pretty good. There are definitely some gripes with it right now that I think a lot of the community is frustrated with, which I can understand.
But that kind of game's like that game's unique design has a lot of its own issues that it has to iron out. Like, for example, I think actually we almost lost an MO in Helldivers 2 because of one of the planets getting captured. And with how the capture mechanics work, it kind of made it, you know, if players aren't actively engaging in the MO, it works against the entirety of the community. It's just like how that liberation capture system works. So they have to kind of find a way to, it's like you want players to be able to enjoy the game as their own intent, but at the same time, letting players do that also collectively punishes the entire community for letting them do that. It's a weird way with how it works. It's not a bad idea on principle, because it's trying to appeal to both groups, but in its design, it's flawed because it basically says the more people don't play the MO, the more it collectively punishes the group. So, it is a bit rough. RN Tech Debt, that's a rough thing to fix. It can be, yeah. Though, I am surprised the game got reduced to 20 gigs. That is insane. Or is it 20 or 30 gigs? It's a dramatic decrease in its file size. And it still operates roughly at the same level. Cyberstand was staged, man. I could have won with higher command, but to be fair, we also had... I heard stories about the hacking and all that stuff. I was like, yeah, no... that was kind of stupid. But yeah, regardless, like, I do feel a lot of... Going back to the original point that got us on this tangent, I do feel it's fine for you to enjoy the game however it is, but I also at the same time feel that a lot of players miss out on what makes a game to its full extent. I'm not bashing the way that a player goes about playing the game. I just kind of wish that players saw more of what they do. Because I do kind of feel like that gets missed when people get feedback. Because I feel like, you know, if players are... If you're going to get feedback on story, you would want it to be with people that only read the story, because then those are people that are interested in that part, or people that care about X, they will give you the feedback on it, rather than being, you know, whatever. It's kind of rough. I kind of feel like you can't really fully feel a way about something unless you truly dive deep into it, which is rough. So, anyway. Sorry for... I don't know if that's a yap or a rant. Somewhere in between, probably.
すべてあなたの知識と構想から来ています。チルドビグ様は異なるアプローチを取ったに過ぎません。
私の知識と構想。
Orpheluna closes her eyes as if retracing all of her efforts she has poured into Project Eden.
そうね。何もかも全部フランクフルトで見たものなんだから。あなたの言う通りね。もっともっと世界を変えられるものを見なきゃ。
You could stop making gotchas. Reverse collapse showed you could make a great game. Yeah. It's just live service models and gotchas carry less financial risk when you think about it, because you don't need to develop a full game. You can deliver a game that's, you know, incomplete, sure, but there's a lot of future updates that come out of it. And that is something that, you know, you can get out quick, continue to, you know, if it does well, you can continue to finance that game through its own revenue, and then continue to expand, you know, operations as need be. Orpheluna steps forward. Her gaze moves between Helveg, Igla, and me. Her expression is tormented. She looks at the red button. Her fingers tremble as they reach toward it, then withdraw.
I see your hesitation. I know I must make one final attempt.
オルフェルーネ、君が世界を変えて自分を証明してジラードの名誉を回復したいことは分かっている。でもこのやり方は間違ってる。ヘレナを見ろ。何の罪もない一つの命だ。そんな命の多くが実験で生きむくのに変えられた。
Let's also be honest, hot girls always sell and sometimes guys. Yeah, no, I can't deny that. That is very true. You know, part of the reason games do well is because of that appeal. But at the same time, you know, I look at a game, I guess the best example I can give is, ironically, Senran Kagura. Sure, that game is fan service galore. And I kind of at sometimes was like, this is a bit crazy. But even then, I enjoyed Senran Kagura because the fighting system in the game actually was relatively fun. It's simple. It's not super complex. There are combos, and you can do, you know, certain move sets and combo sets that actually work out very well. You can learn things like guard breaks, counters, and all that stuff. And it had enough complexity in it that it was fun to deal. And I think that helps a lot. That's why I kind of think to a degree, yeah, sure, that kind of the attractive stuff sells, but at the same time, on its own, it's weak. That's really how I kind of feel about it. Is it's like, I feel like the best way for a game to go about it is to do something like Senran Kagura did, where it balances those two. It has it, sure, and that adds flavor, that, you know, it's a cherry on top, rather than the centerpiece. So that's why I'm kind of like hesitant to, you know, I look at all the gacha games and the ones that are like super like fan servicey on their advertisement, and I just look at it and say, yeah, I'm fairly certain if I were to play it, I would quickly see how kind of bad the game is. Like, that is the initial preview I have of that like game going into it, is that it's probably not trying as hard on the other aspects and making money on that stuff alone. Which is why I kind of feel like that's a negative to the game industry. But it's fine.
計画が実行されればコーラプス粒子は確かに吸収される。だがそれはエネルギーに変わるのではなく、リビウの町に一気に散布されるんだ。大勢が放射線で死ぬ。そのボタンを押せば歴史的大虐殺に加担したことになるぞ。
My voice trembles with emotion as I struggle to make her understand.
君は殺戮者として記憶されたいのか？科学は人々の幸せのために使われるんじゃないのか
？Kind of happy that GFL 2 is the return to roots for GFL 1 story style. We get peak 3D. I guess surpass the storytelling, but it's not its complexity. That's hard to do sometimes. If a story is very complex in the first, it gets hard to kind of match it or beat it unless you go even more complex. And at which point you start to potentially risk the possibility that the story's concepts and everything behind it becomes so complex it's hard to follow.
ずっとあの時にこだわっているようだが、あの日フランクフルトで何が起こったのか分かっているのか？
当たり前じゃない。いきなりミサイルが落ちてきて死にそうだった。でも だからこそ真理に触れられた。真理に導かれて未来のあるべき姿を見ることができた。その姿を目指してずっと頑張ってきた。誰もが幸せになれるように。あの日は本当に怖かった。彼岸がなければ生き残ることなんてできなかった。
Suddenly, as if seizing a lifeline, her expression brightens.
私が今こうして生きているのは未来を見せられたおかげだから。リビューが汚染されるとしても、その未来にたどり着くことができれば、いくらでも挽回のチャンスはある。
Lune places her hand on the button once more.
聞いてくれ。私もフランクフルトにいた。知り合いも大勢いた。でも彼らは私たちのように運が良くなかった。みんな死んで私たちだけが生き残った。だから同じ生き残りとして断言できる。君の見た未来は決していいものではない。あれは君の認知を歪めて都合のいいように操る。いつか必ず後悔する。ここで止めないと無数の人間に悲劇が訪れる。それは本当に君の望んだ楽園なのか。本当の楽園は誰かを犠牲にしなければ成り立たないものなのか。そんなものはまやかしだ。
Morphalune's hand freezes midair. She lifts it, lowers it, and shakes her head in anguish.
ありえない。あれだけ頑張ったのに。
私を信じてくれ。
信じる。でもずっと信じてきたものが崩れ去ろうとしているのよ。もし本当なら私の生きる意味は何なの。
なら殺戮に加担すれば生きる意味があったとでも言うのか。
わかんない。もう何も。
Overlune withdraws her hand again. Seeing her trembling in tears, Kalavek's patience finally snaps. A twisted, contemptuous expression overtakes her face.
やっぱそうなるか。温室育ちのお嬢様に世界を変える一歩を踏み出す度胸なんかないよね。祝福を受けた者が2人もいるのに、そのどちらもふぬけだなんて。でも大丈夫。あんたが躊躇している間にあんたの生態情報を取っておいたから。なんですって。
You're not about to.
あんたも知っての通り、楽園計画で使う設備はすべて
You're just
あんた
gonna
の
bypass
生態
her.
情報なしじゃ使えない。でもあんたがここに来さえすれば計画の8割は成功したも同然。ここにはすべての設備が揃ってる。あとはあんたの生態情報があれば条件クリア。本当はあんたが自分の意思で押した方がいいんだけど、まあしょうがないよね。
So now her entire project's basically just been hijacked from her.
それじゃ私をここに連れてきたのはねえイグラ。
Oh, that turns her against Igla.
申し訳ございません、お嬢様。不安要素は全て排除せねばならないので。
You know the sad thing about this? If the commander and Groza and in 404 didn't intervene on the research station attack, that would have put a wrench in this plan a bit. Unless they had already backed it up beforehand, but at that point, I'm not sure what they were trying to, why they did this, though. Because it sounds like she didn't have her biometric data backed up until now. Unless that's a mistranslation, which is possible. I've had enough time to back up. Because, like, this line right here implies that she had not done it until now. Could just recover off Viver's body and mess with it. That is also true. Isn't she just need her biometric data for that? I guess that, yeah. Means to bypass it. Sure, I guess, if they can get around like a completely, I mean, it depends on like what the attack would have done to her. Like, would it have completely left nothing of her body there? I guess if she had taken her out though, I don't know. It's hard to know what would have happened to her there. There's a potential there that it could have gone wrong. I guess the question is if she does do this, does the commander just take her out then? Because I don't know where the commander's rage against Paradeus ends. Any collaborators he generally sees as their only way out is death. So, sure. She could potentially get out safely here with this. But I don't know if the commander would ever find the means to be able to do it. Igla is right beside her. I don't know. I mean, sure, but how many Gen 3 dolls have lost against him now technically? She might be strong, but there's still a limit to one person. You want a bit of nuance, but the moment you willingly and deliberately harm others, you know, stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, if she goes with it, I think he will feel he has no choice. He can't kill her before. Yes, true. But I'm saying the moment she does press the button, I think that removes that protection that he would have potentially given her. He looks at Orphalune, and this is the first time she has defied her. But Igla's expression has never been firmer. Is it still there? Yes, it is. Hang on, I gotta refresh it. I don't believe he'll kill her, man. He's not like that. But that's what I mean, is like I don't know where his rage against Paradeus begins and ends. Because I would see, like, from my perspective and understanding of him, I almost would feel like the moment she presses that button, there's a bullet with her name on it. Because at that point, she potentially knows the dangers of this. She's been given enough potential warning about all of this, told all the dangers of it. But the moment she pushes that button, all those bets are off. This is weirdly a Charlie problem, but the moment you turn the trolley, you basically... This is literally the trolley problem, where the only correct answer is to walk away. Well, it's not. It's a variation on it, where the only proper answer to one person is to walk away from it. Or to refuse to allow anything to happen. Jerk the liver back and forth until it derailed. No, better idea. Blow up the train car. The train car can't roll. The trolley can't run people over if it's blown up into pieces. Igla no longer looks at Orphalune. Instead, she turns towards Huleveg. Nuvek suddenly presses another button at her side. The entire laboratory begins to tremble. The amber cells around us start to crack. The half-human beings within liquefy instantly into viscous glowing flesh and surge through the conduits towards the central spear. Alana convulses in agony within the spear. Her eyes snap open, filled with terror and pain. The energy field surrounding the spear fluctuates violently as it flashes with ominous light. Kalivig's voice rings out over the thunderous roar of machinery, brimming with mad triumph. Ethan cries her name and tries to rush forward, but the ground splits. Twisted elids crawl out, blocking her path. They take many forms. Some still retain humanoid features. Others have fully mutated into plant-like monstrosities. All emit an ominous glow. The elids roar and surge forward. Battle erupts in an instant. Hulevig stands beside the console, laughing wildly, her arms raised high as if conducting a dreadful symphony. When was the last time I saw those things? It's been a bit. Well, that's a squad I could somewhat use. I'm too close to the vines, be careful. Don't worry about me, find a way to save Helena. If she gets dragged into Nevada, everything we've done will be for nothing. Got it. And... Boop. Ah. You know what? I'm actually curious. Does anyone have the infamous... Nope. Not a single person, as I would expect. So I don't know if you know about anything about Nevada. GFL, but it is a higher dimension that lets you control cause and effects. Also lets you see an infinite number of timelines of possible. So basically, okay. I see. That should be... Oh, you're out of range. Oh yeah, I forgot. You're actually too low level to really benefit from it.
訓練の成果ね。
Oh, there's a rabbit, the Albashare. I'm trying to think how I would want to do this. I could do... I got an idea. Because I don't think I can hit both of them here. Yeah. Yeah, I think this will be fine. Because then I can focus him. You will be able to actually hit him. Yeah, there we go. We'll help you out coming in here. Yeah, no, once you guys started talking about that, I was like, oh, okay. I see where this is going to go. I like how this is the second gacha game where Azulane's... My understanding of Azulane's lore is going to help me with a story. You guys are apparently saying, because the first one was Wuthering Waves, as silly as it was. Oh, I guess I could just do this. That should be out of range. And then right here. Oh, they are all over the place. Well, there's not really anything I can do here. Aside from maybe position myself for flanking. Yeah.
任務了解。
おやおや
任務了解。
逃げられると思う。
どこかな
I don't think that's enough. It is. Nice.
治療法準備完了
Yeah, there's not much I can really do here, which is a little sad, but... Does she still have covering mode? I don't know if she's going to keep covering mode. We'll have to see. Just 3 stacks of battle. I don't think she has 3 stacks. Oh, no, she's got 5. That'll work.
脅威を排除する。任務了解。
This one.
攻撃開始。
ハンデを上げる。
There we go. I did not make it that complex, but whatever.
4本を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
I'll take what I can. Alright, major story bit. Here we go. Adults filled with expectation, children screaming soundlessly, and nutrients dissolving into blood. It all happens too fast. So fast that although I want to stop it, I can only stand there and watch as everything unfolds. The liquid in the pipes running in from every direction begins to surge, racing to funnel the amber nutrients into the floral pod that encases Helena. In mere seconds, the pod swells from a human-sized translucent spear into a colossal bud, filling half the laboratory. The sepals slowly unfurl, luminous veins lighting up. Oh, that's the Corposant thing at the beginning. Oh god, fractals. I think that's fractals. That was his old. Oh, that's Makarov. Nice. My body sways. You just had a trip. Yeah, that was a something. Not really wanted a macro. No, not really. It's fine. Man, it's like the man had his entire life flash before his eyes there for a second. Anyway, my body sways. For a moment, I nearly collapsed from the vertigo in my mind. A wave of acid rises in my stomach, nausea overwhelming me. I force myself to breathe, to steady myself. My consciousness was somehow displaced. That instant, I'm certain it was only an instant, felt like an eternity. I clearly remember what I saw, or so I thought, but when I try to recall it, pain lances through my temples, and nothing comes to mind. No, I do remember. At the end of that grotesque illusion was a familiar sight. It was her. Is that why I was able to break free? The laboratory ceiling is pierced through by the plant, revealing a blood-red sky. Through the shattered dome, I see that the once clean and orderly streets outside have already been overtaken by wildly rampaging, rapidly growing vegetation. Countless vines burst from the earth, their branches extending at terrifying speed, greedily claiming every inch of land they can reach. Really wish they left the split between male and female. Then new shoots sprout from those branches, and at the tips bloom countless buds that unfold into blue flowers. Collapsed epiphyllums? No. Though strikingly similar, it was not the same, but something else deceptively alike. Groza steadies my shoulder. Only then do I realize that my body has been trembling non-stop since moments ago. My hand grips the gun so tightly that the pattern on its handle has been engraved onto my palm. Jeez. Find a way to stop those vines from spreading. The dolls respond to my order immediately and open fire at the roots of the vines snaking outward. But bullets are no match for the plant's growth. Every vine severed, more surge forth, spilling outward in all directions. The vine slithers behind me before I even begin. Before okay. Vomastina dives, tackling me aside, then raises her weapon and blasts it apart in one swift motion.
でもそれじゃ指揮官は
言ってる場合か。止めないと全員死ぬぞ。
了解。
Rebel withdraws with 404. The dolls cover our retreat upward, providing heavy suppressive fire as we climb, allowing us to reach the upper levels safely. Above us stands Igla, with a bewildered Orphalune at her side. The grotesque image of Nirvana is reflected in Orphalune's eyes, the only color upon her pale face.
フランクフルトで見たものと違う。
当然だ。あの事件が起きたこと自体過ちなんだから。
違う。私は確かに見たの。放射線も息袋もなく、苦しみから解放された世界を。でも今の光景は全然違う。10年間目指してきたものが嘘だったっていうの。
現実を受け入れるんだ。君はチルロビグに利用された。
いや、私ならきっと。そうだ。
Yes.
チルロビグ、あなたはもう降りなさい。権限を私に返して。私ならきっともっといいやり方にたどり着ける。だって天才なんだから。世界を救うにはもうそうするしかないわ。
Nobody answers. I look up at Kelovec, only to find her gazing in rapture at the hellish tableau before her. That exaggerated, nauseating smile once again on her face.
見てよこの景色。悲願には全ての物質、全ての思想、全ての知識、あらゆる次元の存在が同居している。
Redhead mommy? What? Who that? I've no idea who you are referring to right now.
時間の本質は生命の起源は意識はどうやって生まれるのか宇宙に果てはあるのかこれらの答えが全部見つかる
Monkey girl. Oh! Mango. The Mango security team. It's been a while.
後世の科学者は
No, pretty sure
どういうふうに
Cocoon
私を
is
評価するん
blonde.
だろ
But
うね偉大にして思慮深く常識にとらわれない型破り思考と先見の明の持ち主で比類なき才能を遺憾なく発揮し世界を変革へと導いたチルロビグ博士とかあ、そもそも気にする必要なんかないかたとえ評価されるまで50年100年200年経とうとも私はその時まで待てばいい
Cocoon was a pink stripe. I thought that was her out. I thought that was her dress.
私はもう時間に縛られない自由な存在なんだからかあそうは言ってもやっぱ今すぐにでも聞きたいな彼岸スペースに入れば聞けるのかな
シルロビグ早くこれ以上の悲劇が起きる前に何もかもリセットしないと
Hearing her name, Kelovec shades her eyes theatrically and looks around.
ああ呼んだ
こんなの間違ってる早く権限を私に返して
はあお嬢様ね間違ってるってどこが
こんな犠牲払うべきじゃないわ何より私が見たものと違う
かわいそうにまだわからないのこの世のすべては代償が伴うんだよ それもあんたが想像するよりずっとね。
This is her true self. I'm not surprised. Gunnevig leaps down from the platform, approaching Orphalune step by step. She stops directly before her.
彼岸スペースで何を見たかなんてどうでもいいし、それもあんたのものじゃない。所詮は叶わない幻想。あんた天才なんかじゃない。ただの祝福された運のいい凡人。真理を見るべきは私みたいな本物の天才なんだよ。
私たちの夢のために一緒に頑張ってきたんじゃないの？
Oof.
最初から違う目的を持っていて、なおかつリビウ全体を犠牲にするつもりだったの。嘘でしょ？正気じゃない。しかも私まで共犯者に仕立てて。
だってしょうがないじゃん。彼岸スペースに選ばれたのはあんたなんだから。
I really am starting to feel really bad for her.
祝福を受けたものなのに、私が何年も協力してようやく壁を乗り越えたくらいバカなあんたをね。選ばれたのが私だったら5年前にはリビウを焦土に変えてたのに。でもバカなおかげで私の思い通りに動いてくれたのも事実だしね。もっと頭のいい誰かだったらここまでうまくいかなかったかも。
Was but a fiddle. Yeah, it's kind of sad. It's really sad.
知識は刃物。医者が持てばメスだけど、人殺しが持てば命を奪う道具。
I've actually not heard that. That's a very good line.
あんたのような科学に敬意がないにもかかわらず真理をつかんだバカにはこの世を切り裂く殺戮者がお似合いってわけ。ことが済んだらロレンに生体情報と頭の中に入ってる全てを奪われるだろうね。ま、その時まで生きていればだけど。
下劣なペテン師が。
Before Neos can react, Igla seizes Kyloveg by the collar and slams her to the ground. Her body lands in a grotesquely twisted posture, bones snapping crisply. Igla is no longer the picture of the grace that she once was. With her cold mechanical hand, she clamps and she's dead! She's dead! Stop! She's already dead! Igla, stop! She's already dead! She's tenderizing chicken, oh my god! Oh my gosh! Also, hi Icarus, how you doing? Cold mechanical hand, she clamps down on Chilvin's throat and rains punch after punch upon that detestable face. Kyloveg's features contort in agony, her lips twist into a grotesque lopsided grin.
無駄だと分かってるのにご苦労様。やっぱりあんたが一番怖いのはお嬢様に内緒で。黙れ!
With a sharp crack, the connection between Oleg's head and body seems to give way. But Igla doesn't. She's already dead. Igla. Stop! Besides them, Orphalune's mouth is open. She seems about to scream, but no sound comes out.
私に協力して。
Grab that one, beat it up.
汚れ仕事をしたこと。
I honestly was sitting here in the back of my mind wondering if they were ever gonna pull the move of her just saying one line and then basically dying and then respawning, saying another line, dying, and then just doing this. And here it is right here. A newly regenerated Egg steps from the hatch, barely finishing a few words before collapsing into blood once more. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Igla drops her emptied pistol and draws another, firing toward the platform again and again. This is a black pill moment for her, I guess.
お嬢様、これはすべてあなたの。私のため？もう聞き飽きた。私のためとか言って私を言いくるめて、ジラードの悲願を叶える道具、都合のいい操り人形にしか思ってないくせに。
Did we lie to you too, though? Yeah, we did. But we can throw that one quote. What was it? That Shiloveg used earlier here. I gotta find it again though. That's the thing, is I need to find it. Truth often is, what is it? Truth often is more dreadful than we are ever willing to accept. But yeah, he lied being a journalist, but he also told the truth in the end. The problem was he had to lie to get to it. But at the same time, I think she also probably at the end will be... I don't know. It depends on how she takes this part. Because it's gonna... like, if she takes it well enough that she can understand his, like, means to an end to tell the truth at the end is what matters.
I 自分が凡人なことくらい分かってる。数学の授業で居眠りしてた私が一夜にして天才になれるわけないでしょ。お父様に聞いても何も言わないし、ただ嬉しそうにメディアの前で私を天才少女科学者に仕立てただけ。いくらに悩みを打ち明けても、そんなことより研究に注力してくださいって言われた。やっと分かり合えたと思ったチルロビグも研究のボトルネック、果ては研究をやめることの相談もした。
Think she got good in math?
私のことを今まで会ってきた中で一番の天才で世界を変える希望だって言ったのに、何度も研究を投げ出したくなったのに、あなたたちが励ますからなんとか走り抜けてきた。でも結局はあなたたちが用意したレールを走ってただけ。私の意志を一度でも尊重したことある？
This actually makes me kind of curious if Igla will actually completely turn against like, I'm actually curious how Igla is going to act from here on out.
私はただ家族や友達のいる普通の生活さえ過ごせればよかった。本当は天才なんかになりたくなかった。
なりたくなかった。
Turn against Perdea, yeah.
散々その肩書きでいい思いしてきたくせに。
It's a massive backstabbing. It really is, because it basically, like, this is going to destroy, like... It just shows that they're both naive, as somebody said earlier. It's just... Ugh, man. It makes me wonder, like, what will happen there. And it hurts. Luna, yeah. It really did in the end.
虫が良すぎない。さ、わがままを言う暇があったら頭を上げて本当の天才が誕生する瞬間を見ててよ。
I like how you went through all of the trouble the first time you were like killed in a lab to not even bother changing clothes, and yet here you are putting on all your clothes. Where did you get a fresh pair of... You know what? I don't want to know. Yet another Chelevuk steps to the hatch, as if there is no end to how many times she could do this. Igla lowers her gun in despair. Seeing her surrender, Chelevuk shrugs and turns to leave. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she pauses mid-step.
あ、そうだ。あんたにはいろいろ助けられたから雑な扱い方はしたくないけど、さっきのが痛くてイライラしちゃってるんだよね、私。共鳴にはあとブージャムが1体必要なんだけど。じゃあね、イグラ。
Wait, Igla? Oh. 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 What?
じゃあね、イグラ。
Wait, hold up. She's...
じゃあね、イグラ。
This is not what this is saying at all. But okay. Because she's saying Jane. This is different. She's saying Jane Igla, which means basically like goodbye Igla. Translations fall in C in script. Then JP voice really took this off a spin then. So yeah, I was gonna say JP dub definitely took some liberties there. The instant Chelevuk reaches out her hand, Igla's body suddenly begins to convulse violently. She drops to her knees in agony, barely managing to prop herself up with one hand. On her back, something seems to tear through her immaculate clothes. Two blood-soaked skeletal frames pierce through the third Jin doll's synthetic skin and extend outward. You can almost hear the frenzied sound of bones growing.
第三世代人形、こんなこともできるのか。セクスタンスの素材にあったブージャム細胞の痕跡。まさか。
That would explain their other forms. There's no time to think it through. Igla's body rapidly swells, elongates, contorts, and transforming into the massive monstrosity before me. She stretches the bloody and bony wings on her back and lets out a shrill, anguished screech. The mutated Igla seems to be consciously struggling to control her movements, but under the grip of the transformation, all effort is futile. Her enormous body beats its wings, launches indiscriminate attacks in every direction. Caught off guard, the dolls and I are swept off our feet by the gale from her wings. Corposant and Confrontation drag me back, but the first to be caught in the shockwave is Orphalune, who stands frozen, staring blankly at everything unfolding. Lucina charges towards Igla. Just before a massive wing sights down on Orphalune's head, she seizes the tip of its bony spur with her brute strength. But even with all her power, she can only barely hold it in place. The blade-like wing descends inch by inch, while Mastina's body sinks lower and lower, her frame beginning to emit the ominous creak of imminent structural failure. Seizing the opportunity, I rush Orphalune into safety under Groza and Kofi's covering fire. With a metallic clang, the gleaming bone spur slams down like a guillotine onto the spot where Orphalune stood moments ago, nearly piercing straight through the platform.
死んでも何も解決しない。まずは生き延びろ。
でも私にできることなんか全部私のせいだ。
自分を責めたい気持ちはわかる。だが君は最後まであのボタンを押さなかった。そして今起きていることも全てが君のせいではない。
I would say barely any of it at all. It could be laid at her feet. It's different from the doctor that we had in... I am forgetting whose event it was. Lena's? I think it was Lena's event. It's different from her though, so I could this like so I'm saying is like it's she never pressed the button, so it's good.
でも
コーラプス粒子は前もって集められていたし、全てはあのネイトが仕組んだことだ。
Golden Retriever, fair enough. な
ぜ君にボタンを押させることにこだわったかはわからないが、君は決して人殺しではない。
I think she was she was testing her. She wanted to see what kind of character she really was.
どうにかしたければ私についてこい。アルバ、状況はシステムをハッキングできるか？
She'll still feel guilty for contributing to the problem. Yeah, but that's enough. I think that's enough. It's one thing to be a part of something and not realize it, and then feel guilty for it. I think that guilt is enough. It makes you more wary, more guarded. You're not going to be so willing to just jump on something just because you want to do it. You know, I think this will be a learned experience from her if she, you know, assuming she does survive and everything. I don't know what's going to happen to her. But yeah, that guilt is something she will, I think that's enough of a punishment.
あとどれくらいかかる
？5分です。
わかった。ボイマスティナ、正面は任せた。
はい。
グローザは私と一緒に側面から敵をか乱。コルフェンはオルフェルーネを守りつつ援護してくれ。作戦開始。頼んだぞ、みんな。
So we only have what, Foimastina and Groza technically? Oh. Well, hi there. Elid, that's it. Does it have anything special or is it just a slap? Savage Fusion. Oh! That's nasty. Clickers are the last of it. Yeah, basically. Interesting. Alright, well, it is getting towards the later time of the night, so we might be a bit more willing to just speed through this. Also, I need to go ahead and get the people more of their Stardust. We should be fine. And why was that? He got stunned, but okay. I'm about to punch a deer. How you doing? You wanna go 20 feet that direction? Goodbye. Ow. Yeah, you can't stun me when you can't get that kind of a positioning, you stupid thing. Eat a rocket. Stupid. The game's like, you don't need to see this. It's gonna get ugly.
アルバ、まだか。もう持ちこたえられない。
あと少しです。最初のコードを解読できたので。待ってアルバ、このデータ、中身が変よ。 見せて。このデータストリームだから彼女があれだけ警告したんだ。指揮官早く。
What?
アルバ来るかい、聞こえるか。
I lose contact with Alva and all the members who went to support her. I tried desperately to re-establish the connection, but only static echoes in my headset.
グローザ、回線に異常はないか。
いいえ、他の通信は正常よ。アルバがデータストリームと言っていた。電子戦を仕掛けられたと思うわ。
On the front line, Voimastina bears the full brunt of the assault alone. Igla's body may be enormous, but her movements are far more agile than expected. Even with Voimastina's reflexes and movements pushed to their limits, she cannot fully withstand the wide-range attacks. If we can't decisively defeat Igla here, escalating to high-yield attacks will only enrage her further. We only have 3 combat units on hand, and there's no advantage to be gained. We absolutely cannot afford to drag this out any longer. I have no idea what happened on Alva's end. I need to find out as soon as possible.
ボイマスティナ、残弾は
マガジン2つですが、私にはまだ素体があります。
グローザとコルフェンはここに残ってボイマスティナの援護。私はアルバたちの様子を見てくる。
待って、私も連れて行って。シルロビグからいろいろ話を聞いたことあるわ。絶対役に立ってみせる。
中に敵が残っていたら死ぬかもしれないんだぞ。
悲願で見たものの中にこの事態を解決するヒントがあるかもしれない。せめてその可能性にかけさせて。何もできないのはもう嫌なの。
That's honorable.
わかった。
A potential flag, but still.
連れて行こう。
She said the line. I only have 2 bags left. It was the first line in GFL 1. Oh, really? That's funny.
グローザ、
That's funny, actually.
そちらの援護に。
必要ありません。戻るまで持ちこたえます。
Voimastina's voice cuts in suddenly. Though the battle is at a deadlock, her tone remains as calm as ever, carrying unquestionable confidence. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, I find myself trusting her completely. I cannot imagine Voimastina falling.
わかった。グローザ、そよ風に撤退の準備をさせろ。
了解。
オルフェルーネ、ついてきて。シルロビグを止め
Up
よ
as
う。
if a flag isn't waving all over the place already. Yeah.
次の目標を教えてください。
I don't have anything else to say. I was like, yeah, there's not really else I can say to that. Alright. Man.
ウォルター、今日の数学のテストまた赤点。
Hey, Pierre.
きっと問題が難しかったのでしょう。お気になさらないでください。
そうよね。
Cry emotes instantly. STM, please. Also, hello, Golf Foxtrot. Welcome. I see what you're doing there with Golf Foxtrot Lima. Nicely done.
でもお父様に何と言ったら。ねえウォルター、週末お父様は会いに来てくれるかしら。
Father, come to see me.
いいえ、今週は大事なパーティーに出席される予定です。難しいでしょう。
Why does this housekeeper... Why does this housekeeper sound like another...
難しいでしょう。いいえ、
今週は大事なパーティーに出席される予定です。
No way. Is that why? That would explain so much if that's the case.
お父様に会いたいけど、歴史のテストでいい点数取ってからの方がいいわよね。怒ってるお父様は見たくない。
そうですね。お嬢様、就寝のお時間です。さあ。
Suddenly, a deafening alarm tears through the entire city. An emergency broadcast follows.
空襲警報を発令します。反乱軍が宣戦布告を行いました。フランクフルト上空に敵機が接近しています。お近くの防空壕に避難してください。
I feel like this alarm would be more despair-inducing than anything else. It's like I've heard multiple air raid sirens. This one would actually be more terrifying to me than anything else. It feels like something out of an actual horror movie instead.
繰り返します。
空襲警報？学校の避難訓練と同じ音だ。あれって何時間も鳴るからうるさいのよね。
The broadcast continues. The housekeeper has no time to explain to Orphelune. She hastily grabs a coat and drapes it over Orphelune's shoulders, then helps her into her shoes.
お嬢様、逃げましょう。
こんな時間にどこへ行くっていうの？明日友達とクレープ食べる約束したから早く寝ないと。ウォルターも多分知ってるお店よ。
今はフランクフルトから出ることが先決です。最低限の荷物だけお持ちください。車を回してきます。
5 minutes later, Orphelune is sitting in the back seat. In her arms is a somewhat worn rabbit plush.
後でまた取りに戻れるかしら。大好きな模型とぬいぐるみを置いてきちゃったわ。お父様からもらった誕生日プレゼントなの。
シートベルトをお締めください。今は一刻を争います。
The housekeeper presses down on the accelerator. The roads out of the villa district are desolate, but once they reach the main road, traffic quickly grinds to a standstill. Horns blare all around.
おい、前どうなってんだ。
どうしてこんな時にエストしてるのよ。
頼む、乗せてくれるか。
ねえウォルター、あのおじいさんを乗せてあげようよ。
The main road, that sucks.
ダメです。何をしてくるか分かったものではありません。ほら、しっかり座っていてください。
The last thing Orphelune sees is a vast bloom of fire swallowing the earth. Then all sound and color vanish completely from her world. A boundless white. Not light, not snow, not a sea of clouds. It is nothingness. The girl walks forward. She searches for an exit, but there is no direction here. No space, no sense of weight.
ここはどこ？ウォルター。 ねえ、誰かいないの？
Orphelune begins to run, though she feels no fatigue. An inexplicable fear wells up in her heart.
もしかして私死んだの？お父様、死にたくない。 まだクレープも食べられてないのに。
That's a tough pill to swallow, yeah. And she understands enough of it, too. She reaches out, trying to grasp something. Perhaps the god hears her plea, or perhaps some supreme existence decides to bestow mercy. When Orphalune opens her hand, she finds a seed resting in her palm. The seed takes root and sprouts, extending vines and leaves. Along those stretching tendrils, she sees a city. Green pulses throb through a jungle of steel. Neon lights intertwine with tree branches, like colored stars scattered across emerald fields. The haze before her, whether lamplight or moonlight, reflects off buildings that seem to breathe photosynthesis. Transparent conduits carry flowing liquid, delivering nourishment to the city. Yeah, the white text on white background is not really that great. I thought Then the world unfolds before her. Oh, hi, Helena.
誰？名前まだない。ここで暮らす人間と思えばいい。ずっと一人ぼっちだった。だから友達欲しい。一緒に遊ぶ？
So this was what she saw. Okay.
遊ぶ？それよりここはどこなの？どう言ったらいいんだ？天国。え？
Oh.
嘘でしょ？天国は死んだ人が行く場所って聞いたわ。
Heaven is where dead people go. I don't know why that... Never mind. The girl lets off a soft giggle. Orphalune doesn't understand what's so funny, but she straightens her back, unwilling to be looked down upon.
お父様もきっと私を待ってる。早く安心させないと。
This is reverse collapse? Wait, really?
大丈夫。ここ時間止まってる。遊んでくれたら帰らせる。いい？じゃあクレープ屋さんに連れて行ってくれる？クレープ？知らないの？甘くて中にクリームが。
The girl shakes her head in confusion.
せっかく真理に触れられるのに。本当にクレープでいい？
To be fair, she's a child. She's not gonna know what's going on. Orphalune tilts her head, thinking for a moment.
じゃあ数学のテストの点数を上げてもらえないかしら。お父様を怒らせずに済むわ。
This Helena has stumbled upon an innocent child.
それがそんなに大事なら。数学は確か全ての基本。これからはもう点数の心配しなくていい。
With the world as it is, crepes I can imagine is a more reserved for wealthy folks to eat. I mean, whatever it was like at that time, maybe. Zone, yellow zone, residents eat the bugs. Don't green zone, like, wait. Zuchero, isn't Zuchero in a green zone? So that's how she becomes good at math. Man, why can't that be this lucky? Girl smiles meaningfully, as if amused.
数学が分かったらいつかまたここに戻ってくる。その時はまた遊ぼう。
What I have a feeling that very plot device is also going to be used to save this entire situation. After some unknown length of time, unfamiliar voices sound near her ears. This one's still alive! Get the door off! Alright, I'm on it. Don't worry, we've got you.
ミサイルが直撃したのに生き残るとは。同乗していた運転手含め、あの場にいた人間は全滅した。
F。
この子だけ。奇跡としか言いようがない。
Star 15 Sopa and Rebella? Really? Huh. Interesting.
ここは
That's actually kind of cool. Continuity.
さっきまで綺麗な場所にいたのに夢？なんだかすごく時間が経った気がする。ポルタ。
Oh.
お父様。
またオルフェルーネが1位か。ほぼ満点。容赦ないわ。
くそ、このままだと俺の推薦枠が。
Oof。
もう何もかもめちゃくちゃだよ。
あれ？あんたオルフェルーネと仲良くなかったっけ？
She's really good at math.
誰があんなお高く泊まってるお嬢様と。
Also an oof.
もうすっかり学校の代表面してやがる。俺なんか引き立て役にしかならねえよ。
I feel like I really wouldn't care whether or not somebody was that high up or not.
そうね。住んでる世界が違うし、あんなのと友達になっても惨めな思いするだけ。
This is the civilians first. That's a good thing to do, though.
何よ。
That pout, though.
友達なんか私には。私はただ優秀であればいい。
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I figured, but it's still funny. I just find it funny how like Helena's they're just like, you are here about to witness truth, and the only thing you want is a crib, and I'm like, she's a child. You sit here and offer her the world on a gold platter, and she doesn't even realize, she doesn't even know what you're trying to say. She chooses math. You can't blame her though. Like, it's probably, in all honesty, it's a good thing that happened to her, because it's literally a case of, like, of all the people that could have chosen for that, it went to somebody that was relatively innocent. Could have asked for the cure for cancer. Yeah, I don't even think she even knew what cancer was. You'd be like, what, not even a cure for cancer? She's like, what's cancer? She's young enough, actually I say that, but she's young enough, but she's old enough that she understands death.
お父様、ホプキンズ大学に飛び入学しました。
Yeah, don't blame her. She's just a kid. Yeah, I know. It's just really funny. Helena's absolute shock of what?
そうか、よくやった。
Was that so well done?
さすが私の娘だ。
一緒にお祝いしてくれませんか？お父様と行きたい
I
場所が
can't
た
with
くさん
that face.
劇場、競馬場、それに遊園地。
私は忙しいんだ。子供の遊びに付き合う時間はない。入学式なら出席してもいい。
本当ですか？ あ
To be fair, she's getting more attention from her father than a certain other individual did.
そうだな。その時はいくつかのメディアを呼んで取材してもらおう。記事のタイトルはジラードグループの若き新星。私の娘が若くしてホプキンズ大学に入学できたというのだ。きっと業界で話題になる。
The one from Lynn's event, yes.
そういえば専攻分野は決まったか？
The guy that literally is in the same room as Lynn and crashes out over his father.
はい、志望は
ジラードグループのメインはバイオテクノロジー。ならばお前もその道に進むべきだ。
Biotechnology, what's that?
卒業後はグループ傘下の実験室に入り、中心的な存在になれれば、役員会での私の立場も上がる。
What?
で
もオルフェルーネ、失望させるな。
Bruh.
はい、お父様のご期待に応えます。
どうして植物学なんてマイナーな分野を選んだんだい？君ほどのポテンシャルがあればどの人気の学科でも活躍できるというのに。
The you mad bro guy, yeah, pretty much.
だって植物って面白いじゃないですか。
But you can see right here why the appeal that the commander used to her as a scientist really works. Especially with that last scene.
それに私がいればもうマイナーだなんて言わせません。私の才能で
Yes, I use my daughter as a pro. Like, I'm not the only one that sees that face like that, right? I can't be the only one that sees that face like that.
わかった。君自身が選んだというなら尊重しよう。有名になっても先生のことは忘れるなよ。
もちろんです。
Will you do a post-Corposant discussion stream? Do you guys really want that? Like, I don't really think about doing like story streams and stuff. Watching her mentor depart, or Lune murmurs softly to herself.
どうしてね。あの時見た緑に覆われた世界を放射線も戦火もなく平和を謳歌できる理想の世界を再現するんだ。そうなれば私は全人類に認められる。すべてを手に入れられる。
Like, I don't mind doing it. It's just more of like I have the disadvantage of not knowing GFL 1.
オルフェルーネさん、ナンバー E039894 の胚芽の中に電流が観測されました。実験は大きく進んだと言っていいでしょう。
She's too innocent. She can't. I mean, it's not a bad thing though. Like her goal is pure. You know, that's why it's like I think even the commander understood it too, because it's like, yeah, he has a general hatred towards Paradeus and any conglomerate or any individual that works with it. Didn't show mercy to the doctor just because she chose to work with it, but with this particular case with her, it was a very different experience, and I think even the commander even recognized that.
やった！さすがお嬢様。研究テーマもアプローチも天才のそれです。
当然
私の言う通りにすれば成功は約束されたも同然よ。大船に乗ったつもりでついてきなさい。
オルフェルーネさん、失礼します。
Not the first time. I'm sure he has. But it's like, at least from my perspective, and I'm just saying it this way because, you know how I am. I've only seen 2 acts of him with interacting with anyone who isn't necessarily Paradeus, but has in some connection to it. Though the level of connection is quite different. Seeing how he is acting around her compared to that Dr. and Lena's event, it shows that he at least has, he has his lines there. And I can at least appreciate that he has somewhat defined lines, even if he acts out in rage a little bit about Paradeus, which, understandable. They do not seem like great people at all.
チルロビグという方がお会いしたいとおっしゃっていますが。
チルロビグ？ああ、私の論文を読んでいつかゆっくり話したいと言ってきたあの科学者。まあいいわ、今日は気分がいいし通して。チルロビグ、さっき言った理論もう一度おさらいしてくれる？私の構想に必要な、なんだっけ、あのやり方は安全なの？
ゲノム編集ね。私が使ってるのは国際的に認められたクリスパーシステムだから安全面は大丈夫だよ。 E03-98934 からゲノムコードを切り取って私が編集したやつに置き換える。そうすれば成長時に放射線を吸収して開花と同時にエネルギーを放出する仕組みに変えられるってわけ。
Weird, because she's like such a... Yeah, this is the start of manipulation, alright. He smiles patiently, like a kindergarten teacher guiding a child. Machiavellian? You try to say Machiavellian? Or something else? Or is that the name of a person?
わかったわ。けれど
Do you have a one character? Okay, fair enough.
今度は何の心配？ちんたらしてたらジラードグループの次の決算まで成果出せないよ。
でもやっぱりリスクはあるんじゃないかしら。何か問題が起きたら。
誰の心配してんの？お父さん？
いや、
大丈夫だって。何か問題が起きてもあんたの頭脳にかかれば簡単でしょ。
This kind of does make me wonder, when did Kilivig... like, was she always a Naito around this time? Or when did that happen? I'm kind of curious about that part of her life.
当然よ。
Oh, hi, Jin.
先生から科学に善悪はないって教わったの。だから私たちは科学者として使い方を誤らないよう見張る責任がある。これはリビュー全体の未来に関わる実験よ。もっと慎重に進めたいの。
意外と頭固いんだね。変なことに縛られてたら何もできないよ。
あなたにはいろいろ助けられてるし、私より博識なのも分かってる。
This person in this thought. I know. I get so used to looking at this, I'm just like, hmm.
でもこれだけは譲れない。
しょうがないな。
このプロジェクトで行うゲノム編集すべては私の指定するコードを使うこと。そしてすべての設備を私の生体情報で起動するように設定すること。
私の意思で実験を中止できるようにする。ダメ。分かったよ。言われた通りにすればいいんでしょ。
And that's why she needed the biometric data.
私は実験を進めたいだけだからね。うん。ありがとう、チルドビグ。じゃ、大体の方針も決まったところで、このプロジェクトの名前を考えないとね。いつまでもプロジェクトって呼ぶわけにはいかないし。名前か。
I have learned a lot of things about naming projects. And why sometimes I have to laugh at my colleagues for what this. That's a whole story.
楽園計画なんてどうかしら。
I'll put it short. The name of the original acronym we had was PIP, PIP. And we are using a thing called containerization. So our operating systems are basically wrapped around containers. It's actually kind of cool. It allows you to isolate environments and work with them uniquely, which is great. But we changed the acronym, and I told them we probably might want to reconsider the acronym, because calling it the acronym container is not great. We changed it to PIS. So every single time I hear my companions, my co-workers at work say piss container, it's really funny. I have the humor of a 10-year-old.
成功したら誰もが平穏な暮らしを得られて、私もあの場所に戻って。楽園計画。
How did that pass, HR?
いい名前じゃん。
Don't worry about it.
さすがオルフェルーネ、センスある。
When they receive assignment to the project, they take the. I gotta tell my coworker that one tomorrow. Oh no.
人々は何の憂いもなく暮らし、あらゆるものが知恵に満ち、すべてが美しかった。
This voice grows softer and softer, her last words barely above a whisper.
禁断の実を取る者が現れるまでは。
And slowly focus on the name. Yeah. Yeah. Yup. I cut down the scattered elids along the way and bring Orphalunage into the depths of Kulovig's, I can never say her name sometimes, laboratory. Alva and the 404 members who came to support her lie collapsed before the control terminal, their eyes dim and lifeless.
Alva!
No one responds. Orphalunage stands there helplessly, wanting to help, but it is obvious she knows nothing about the doll tech.
データストリームにやられてフリーズしたか。
You guys were saying that Lewis's event was after this. Is this where the virus comes in?
どうすれば。
以前ここに来たことは。
ないわ。いつももう一つの実験室だから。
Okay.
あっちは設備がシンプルで規模も小さかった。
Don't worry about it for now. Okay, fair enough.
でもよく見たら似ていなくも。いや、レイアウト的にあの実験室をそのまま大きくしただけと言っていいわ。ええ、やっぱり全部あそこの培養ポットとつながってる。
ポットから発生した生体電気
Separate
が
from main story.
ヘ
Okay,
レ
fair
ナ
enough.
のエネルギー源になっている。
I just was curious that they were the type to make connections to every storyline in some way, shape, or form.
これはそうよ、私が一番最初にやったあの実験じゃない。
アルバたちの情報によれば、バイオポッドと設備を切り離せば実験を止められるようだ。オルフェルーネ、何か方法はないか？
Orphelene doesn't answer. It's as if she has noticed something. She inspects the ports for a moment, then runs deeper into the laboratory. I hurry after her. The inner depths of the lab feel like a completely different space from what I saw before. Plants and vines enclose the area in deliberate patterns. Countless strange and vividly colored species I have never seen before wrap around the entire chamber, as though obeying some unseen law. At this moment, their leaves sway rhythmically like a heartbeat, as if responding to an invisible command. A massive experimental platform is crowded with instruments and culture vessels. From each device extends a tube, all leading towards some glowing object deeper within the lab. I follow the direction of the tubes with my eyes, but the lighting here is dim, and the thick coils of vines make it impossible to see what the object truly is. Data scroll continuously across the wall-mounted displays, like the readout of some monitoring apparatus. As Orphelune studies the lines of code-like text, her face suddenly drains of color.
そんな嘘でしょ。どうしてこんなことするの、チルロビグ。そんなに避難スペースに入りたいの？
どうした？
Orphelene doesn't answer. She pushes aside the mass of vines and runs towards the glowing point. We step into a room woven entirely from vines. At its center stands a biological containment tank. Suspended within its translucent solution floats something the size of a fist. A living brain. It releases faint blue currents of electricity, slowly, as though transmitting data into the instruments connected to it. Is this supposed to be Chalova? An indescribable sense of nausea overcomes me. Its surface is not gray-white. It's not the gray-white of human tissue, but a sickly blue-green, as though moss grows across it. The moss-like growth embeds itself between the folds. Wow, okay. Parasitizing the brain in some unnatural way. The brain seems to writhe slowly in the liquid, yet when I focus on it, it appears motionless.
自分の脳を情報処理中枢にしたのか。だからあのネイトはただの入れ物で、この脳が本体か。
So this would kill her, wouldn't it?
道理で殺せないわけだ。今までのネイトはどんなに強くても不死身ではなかったからな。
ネイト？
ああ、キルロビグと似たような存在で複数いる。いや、講義的には彼女と同じ人間はこの世にたくさんいる。自分の魂を売り渡してまで不老不死を追い求める哀れな存在だ。だがこの脳を破壊すれば終わりだ。
Draw my pistol, aim at the tank. It's probably bulletproof. Empty the entire mag into the glass container. The tank doesn't shatter. It doesn't even crack.
この
ポットが光ってる。
A violent agony strikes as if piercing my soul. The brilliant light radiating from the brain seems to burn through my skin. The glare blinds me. I try to lift my hand, but my body no longer obeys.
大丈夫？
構うな。
Seeing my pain, Orphelune grabs my other arm tightly.
君にできることはない。逃げろ。
あなたには命を救われた。借りを作ったままは嫌なの。 私は天才よ。必ず助ける。
With great difficulty, Orpheline steps in front of me. The light inflicts the same unbearable pain upon her. Step by step, she walks into the radiance. Behind her, my pain lessens slightly, but a voice seems to echo in my ears. You must not come this way. You still have things you must accomplish. Breathing becomes harder. My vision blurs. Something contracts steadily, dragging my consciousness somewhere unknown. In my final awareness, I see Orphelune swallowed entirely by the light, vanishing into the void. The pain fades, and so does my consciousness.
脳って不思議だよね。刺激すればするほど
Big
どんどん
Lunazia
耐
is
性が
watching.
上が
I
っ
have
て
no
い
idea
る。
who that is.
そして
Hi,
最
godly
後は
wife. Wait, what?
どんな刺激を与えても反応しなくなっちゃう。今の私のように。
Todavik rolls up her sleeves, showing arms covered in scars.
だからウィリアム先生、私は死を体験してみたいの。
Oh, okay, so this goes into that.
死の直前の神経細胞の震え、エンドルフィンによる麻酔と鎮静、そして脳死。その過程における体のさまざまな変化。私の願いを叶えてくれる？
William! Todavik sits up from the operating table. She spreads her fingers, examines her palms, and then the backs of her hands.
なんか全然変わっていないみたい。もっ
Ah! Mouse, please. From the shadows, the other person coldly hands her a pistol.
試してみるといい。
ウィリアム先生、本当に手術してくれたよね。私を騙していないよね。
どうした？怖いのか？
Doom guy mode here.
そんなまさか。先生の名前で今までしてきた数々の実験はとっくに耳にしているよ。
Can I get a you in chat? You!
私はただありのままの感覚を記録できるかどうかを心配しているだけ。
After a moment of hesitation, Todavig's face lights with excitement. She takes the pistol, loads a round into the chamber, presses the barrel to her head.
なんて素晴らしい。私はこの儀式であの未知の世界に行く。帰ってきた者のいない死の世界に。私だけが戻ってくる資格を得た。この一瞬の感覚をちゃんと記録しなくちゃ。誰も触れたことのない領域なんだから。そして近い将来、私は新しい科学を築き上げる。さあ、甘美な死の世界へ。
Todavig kicks her chair lightly and turns to face the doctor.
彼岸スペース？何それ？
生と死が集まる場所だよ。そこには君が興味を持つものがたくさんある。
She sold herself to William.
君は本物の天才だ。だからきっとあの場所にたどり着くことができる。
おやん、私のことをよく知ってるみたいだね。で、どうして私に彼岸スペースに行かせたいわけ？そんなにいいところなら自分で行けば。
It's kind of weird. Like the last couple of chapters have been me like being relatively quiet, just listening to this, because there's like so much going on that I'm like trying to like absorb.
私には私の考えがある。嫌なら他を当たる。
やだな、そんなに怒らないでよ。ちょっと気になっただけじゃん。
手に負えないことに好奇心を向けるな。身を滅ぼすことになるぞ。
I'm not sighing because I used this sentence. I'm sighing because this instantly reminds me of a stupid Minecraft channel that that uses this as a joke.
はいはい。 で、どうやって行けばいいの？
鍵は私が見つけ出す。だがそこへ行く道は君自身で探さなければならない。そのためにも君には会ってきてほしい者がいる。
誰？
かつてそこに行ったことがある人だ。
Oh.
やっと来られた。ここが生と死の集まる場所。10年も費やしてきた。あー、なんて素晴らしい。脳を洗われている感じがする。
Kind of like opens her eyes. The world around her suddenly distorts, twists, and loses its original shape. Then it recombines into an entirely new and strange landscape. Her senses blank out like a television without signal. After some time, new perceptions awaken. She can see the sound of springs, hear the color of the world, and reach out to touch thoughts she had never imagined.
これが彼岸スペース。いい。実にいい。
I was gonna say, I was wondering if it was gonna go photo negative.
ここまでの体験だけでも論文を5本書けるよ。
Definitely there's some kind of filter on it. Anyway, Kalvik walks forward. A great gate suddenly appears before her, blocking her path.
え？なるほど。ここはあくまでも入り口ってこと？中はどうなってるんだろう。楽しみ。
She reaches out.
あなたに入る資格はないわ。
Kalvik turns. A girl in a long dress stands there, her gaze cold and hollow.
あんた、誰？あなたにそれを知る必要はない。
William Afton. Oh no.
ここから離れなさい。
Purple guy.
は？
Kalvik fails to realize what stands before her. She stubbornly steps forward, closer and closer to the gate. But the distance does not shorten in the slightest.
どういうこと？早く私を中に入れてよ。きっと面白いものがたくさんあるんだから。
You are not worthy.
ずっと待ってたんだよ。私は本物の天才なんだ。あのなんちゃって天才の世間知らずと違って、この中にある生と死の真理を少しでも覗くことができたら、きっと世界を変えられる。
She has not been chosen.
何を笑ってるの？知識とは呪い、才能とは呪い。あなたはそれすら分かっていない。あなたが見下しているオルフェルーネにすら劣っている。なんだって？冗談じゃない。私はあの子をいいように利用してやっとここまでたどり着いたというのに、やっと願いを叶えられるというのに、あのバカより踊っているわけが。そうね。あなたは自分の運命を覗こうと思った瞬間からこの扉を潜る資格を失ったの。あなたのしてきたことはすべて無意味。
What do you mean Springfield is enderized?
資格を失
She's
った。
not there.
どういう意味？私はすでに永遠の命を手に入れた。この世界の誰にもできないことを成し遂げた。なら当然誰よりも彼岸スペースに入る資格を持っている。
I think I see where this is going. The idea that like she used his knowledge so much that she basically forgot everything else. Knowledge and talent are a curse. Too much knowledge, too much... I can see that possibility. I'm trying to see where she's going here. Oh, that's what you meant. The little chibi. The little chibi. There.
あなたに永遠の命などない。あなたはただ自分のことを見られない哀れな存在。
The voice in the gate before Chelovig vanish. She searches frantically, futilely, and eventually collapses to the ground.
そんなわけ。私のやってきたことが全部無意味だなって。バカな。
Your Springfield chibi is failing to comprehend what's happening right now has crashed. Chelovig remains seated there. After a minute or maybe 10 years, she finally gets to her feet.
まだだ。まだ終わってない。今回はたまたま失敗しただけ。私には永遠の命がある。時間なんていくらでも。まだまだまだまだまだまだまだチャンスはある。そうだよ。この程度の失敗を気にする必要なんてない。天才でもそういう時はある。
Chelovig laughs softly and turns around. But at some point, another figure is already standing behind her.
なんであんたが
You!
どうやってここに。ここは私が見つけたんだ。あんたみたいなバカが来ていい場所じゃない。この場所見える。なんでまたあんただけ。なるほど、そういうことだったのね。あなたは私から遺跡の知識を盗んでこの道を開いた。だから当然私にも入る資格がある。くだらない願いを叶えるために無数の命を奪った罪を私にかぶせた。唯一私を止めようとした人も殺そうとしている。
Overlune looks at her quietly. She steps forward, forcing Chelovig back step by step.
だから私は全てを取り返す。
Oh. Alrighty then. We're almost done. Oh wow. 5 nodes left, look at that. Beneath Lviv, Chelovig's laboratory has already been reduced to ruins in the fierce battle between Igla and Voimostina. Igla's wings stir up vortices like raging storms with every flap. Voimostina weaves between them like a ship sailing against wind and waves. Still a long stream. Oh yeah, no doubt. She has a little ammunition left, so every shot must strike the greatest threat before her. She refuses to waste a single bullet unless absolutely necessary.
Voimostina,
At Groza's warning, Voimostina leaps upward and grabs onto Igla's raised wing. Perhaps because she still lacks precise control over this body, the mutated third-gen doll's massive hand sweeps through the spot where Voimostina had been, grasping nothing but air. But Igla clearly senses something clinging to the edge where bone and flesh meet on her wing. With a casual shake, she flings Voimostina straight into the glass wall behind her. The reinforced glass shatters upon the impact of Voimostina's heavy frame. Her body and the shards fly backward together, tumbling across the laboratory floor until she slams into the wall behind, leaving a massive crater before finally stopping. Igla then lowers herself toward the shattered glass wall, searching through it for Voimostina.
わざとやったんです。
このままだとポイマスティナさんが。
A gigantic hand thrusts into the laboratory room. Though the lighting inside is dim, Wemestina's exact position cannot be seen. It is obvious that Igla has grown thoroughly irritated by the dolls buzzing around her like a relentless bee. She intends to trap Wemestina inside the lab and eliminate her in one decisive move. Though the cramped space prevents the tendrils on her body from functioning properly, it is like sealing a bee inside of a jar. After that, she only needs to capture it at her leisure. To avoid detection, Wemestina presses herself against the wall, lightening her steps as much as possible. She dodges the massive hands sweeping and grasping for prey, making her way toward the laboratory doors. The doors have no handles. The two automatic sliding panels are sealed tightly shut. Wemestina tries to pry open a gap with her fingers, but the seam offers no leverage to force them apart. Corbin vaults up 3 levels in quick succession, reaching the area outside Wemestina's room. After inspecting the door, she discovers a biometric device mounted above it. Groza's visual module locks onto Wemestina's location. The massive hand has already forced her into a corner, leaving her almost no room to maneuver. Wemestina could fall into Igla's... I keep wanting to say Isla. Igla's grasp at any second.
ポイマスティナさん、ドア右 1.5 メートルの場所に爆薬を仕掛けます。起爆は30秒後。持ちこたえられますか？
問題ない。
The lights along the suspended gangway flicker erratically. Even as she speaks, Kofi pulls explosives from her pack and starts rigging them. In the shadows beyond the wall, Wemestina moves with agility that defies her imposing build, slipping aside once more and narrowly avoiding the searching fingers. 20 seconds. 10, 7, 6, 5, 4. Just before the explosion, a faint sound comes from beneath Wemestina's foot. Unknowingly, she has been driven back to the very crater she created earlier. A loose chunk of brick rolls underfoot, and in her cautious retreat, she steps on it. Igla's hand suddenly stops searching. Alright. The scene erupts into chaos in the instant. Wemestina's gunfire, the explosion of the charge, and the thunderous sweep of Igla's hand across the lab floor resound simultaneously, turning the once silent underground facility into a boiling maelstrom. Right before Igla's fingers make contact with Wemestina's frame, the latter's assault rifle spits a burst of fire. Surprisingly enough, the bullets knock Igla's massive fingers away. Blood spatters against the walls, staining the white surfaces a horrific crimson. A woo? That is not what I would expect her to say! A wail of pain echoes from Igla's throat. Maddened by the injury, she thrashes wildly, tearing through the labyrinth's core. I was not... That actually broke me. As blood smears across the ground in long, dragging streaks. Wemestina seizes the moment and slips through the breach blasted open by Kofi.
正気を失ったようね。コルフェ、ボイマスティナ、正面戦闘になるかもしれないわ。
問題ない。増援がそろそろつく。
でもそよ風正体がまだ。
Before Wemestina can explain, Kofi's urgent shout rings out from the distance.
隊長、大変です。大量の池袋がこっちに。
人手も弾薬も足りない。離脱するわ。
Yeesh. Changes in this combat situation require a dispatch of specific dolls for certain battles. The designated dolls have already been deployed, but you can substitute her if you have already obtained. So I can use mine instead, basically what they're saying. story presets. So they actually are using story presets now. Okay. Certain battles require specific doll to be deployed, but commanders who already have acquired those dolls can swap out the default one for one of their own versions. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to totally take one that is 7 times the combat effectiveness.
Okay.
And also the other one, which is like, what, 50% better? We get 5 more dolls. Well, you know what? Voimastina's here. Who hasn't gotten theirs yet? Hey, Paul. What it? Hey, Paul. There you go. What is this? It's just a different version of it. I know Wooba does that. A lot of games do. Wooba does it. Infield does it. Arknights has done it at times. They usually do it for the training stages nowadays. Going to assume I want to destroy this. The last person I want doing anything is you. What? Oh, they ended their turn there. I was like, he didn't attack, but then I was like, oh no, he ended. The thing ends its turn there, and that counts. I never thought about that interaction. That's a very weird interaction. Well, you know what? Since we can't do anything. We got like 2 hours, another 2 hours or so. Yeah, it depends. Well, he's gone. Can you make it? Oh yeah, we can make it. All right, just get out of here. We just gotta evacuate.
Engine起動.
When the Gross is covering fire, Kofi and Voimastina break through the encirclement. The 3 regroup atop the platform. Even though Voimastina's ammunition is exhausted, she remains unstoppable with melee weapons and hand-to-hand combat. But the frenzied Igla is not something the 3 of them can handle lightly. Having lost 2 fingers to Voimastina's gunfire, Igla roars as she destroys everything around her. Brick and debris rain down in showers. With a thunderous crash, one of the columns supporting the platforms is severed by Igla's vine-like tendrils. The 3 sprint at full speed. Voimastina leaps first, with Groza right behind her. Mikoffni, limited by her smaller frame, is just a fraction too slow. Kofi's fingers scrape against the platform's edge, and she plunges dozens of meters downward. Beneath her, a mass of Elids claw upward like, well, vine-like tendrils carpet the ground. Voimastina, who had already reached the opposite platform safely, stops short, spins around, sprinting back towards the edge. She swiftly evades the tendrils lashing toward her, then leaps towards, right? Well, I mean, she saved her, so that's good. Hey, Zarya, how you doing? Ooh, okay. Wait, this is the mech, isn't it? crosses his arms like that. She's like, sup. One Mustina's communicator crackles with the voice of a familiar man. It's kind of a spoiler. Yeah, it kind of was, but I didn't know that. Final legacy, huh? Legacy secures the powered armor. Oh gosh. I guess it is what it would technically be, wouldn't it? Of course, power armor is absolutely like ruined for me when it comes to that, because I think Fallout. Don't forget your fusion core. Engaging the thrusters mounted on it, she dives rapidly downward and catches Coffee by the arm. With a light swing, she hurls Coffee back up onto the platform. Then, with effortless sweeps, she drives back the surging Eliz and clears the obstacles before her. At the same time, Gross's communicator finally receives a response. We're one for mech, never call it a mech. Yeah. Then you press button and inject your only fusion core. I never really used power armor in Fallout. I just never felt it was that necessary. But then again, I play Fallout very weirdly. Even in 76, I play it weird. Though my friend says I'm probably going to be terrifying on raids. I've just never done raids. The Monsoon Squad has secured the evacuation route. All members are present. Okay, nice. When Mustina activates the scanner on her powered armor, it synchronizes perfectly with the Wolf Eye system within her frame, pushing it to maximum output. This is the invention of Samantha Shaw, the creator of Task Force Defy. Through the Wolf Eye system, Voimastina clearly sees every vein and blood vessel coursing through Eagle's massive body of flesh. She sees bodily fluids flowing quietly within, and beneath the enormous outer shell, she sees the true form hidden inside. Power armor is needed in 1 and 2, but later is not. Yeah, and ironically in 4, it actually worked. If you built your character properly, it actually worked against you. Because if you wanted to maximize carry capacity, which usually you would with power armor, late game characters actually it was a negative. Though at the same time, Fallout 4 had the Radstag bug, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I've enjoyed 76 for what it is. It's just kind of a goofy thing. The few friends I have basically realized, like, I am kind of a survival, like, player. Oh, hi, Faye. Wait, Faye! I had to think about that for a second. I was like, wait a minute, Monsoon. Wait, where's the rest of Monsoon? This is a two-face fight. Oh. Hi, Igla.
Time to fill up the slots. Yeah, oh, I get 6 here? Wow. Whose support have we not used? Matt's not been used yet. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use mine. Because I am missing, I have my Diane, which is not super level, but she's good enough. Faye is also alright. I think I'm missing the other Monsoon Squad members, so unfortunately I won't be able to bring more than them. But I will bring Groza. I will borrow, let's see, do we have a Monsoon in here that isn't? That's a good question. Oh! There's Gazos. That's one of them. So I'm missing, what's her name, Jiangyu? Because I can only borrow 1 doll from this side. And I don't have 2 of the CN dolls. Or Chinese dolls. So, you know what? Sure. Not this one? Okay, fair enough. I don't even remember how to play Faye. Oh gosh. She's the one that you need Rend and Nash, right? Or Gash. Eh. You need Rend to build Gash. It's been a bit since I've used her. Spends all. Yeah, I don't need to do that. Oh yeah, I forgot she has the banana too. I have 2 banana users here. You are not going to do that much damage, so... You will be able to reach. Oh gosh, how do I... I think you use this, then I do this. It's been so long since I've used, Diane. I don't usually play physical. I think this is how you usually play her. And then she gets to move.
Engine 起動. Engine 起動.
Oh! That was way more damage than I expected that to be. Physical wasn't the meta until Voimastina arrived. Yeah, Voimastina being... yeah. Everyone skipped Yuhi back then too. I have Yuhi. I just never really... I haven't really built physical yet. These collect crystals. I can't believe they're actually collect crystals in the white zone. They're here too. Will the commander be alright? I'll think of a way to destroy them. Roar. Once the collect crystals have appeared nearby, it is very likely they'll have a negative impact on the region. Things on the move too. Be careful, everyone. That thing can move? So can you do anything about this? Okay. Buffs, E-lids. Can you destroy this, though? Oh, yeah, you can. Cool.
5、4、1。すぐに始める。話にならない。
バーカ。
Can I just break it this way? Yeah, just do that. I don't want that one debuffing Faye. No damage! Is this a permanent thing or does it go away? Cannot be cleansed, but it goes away after 2 turns. Okay. What was that? Oh! It has a chance to cause a... Oh. Yeah, it's becoming it becomes a danger now that everybody it's a dice roll, isn't it? Right? 50%? Yeah. Even the collapse crystals have the buff themselves. So a collapse crystal can turn into a collapse crystal. Alright, if you say so. We're safe here.
Engine 起動.
Oh, that hits you too. Okay, well. I don't think I really need to do much with you. Oh wait, can't I just do this and then skill 1? Yeah, or skill 2. Go find Minecraft bunch of tree. I don't think I need to do that. Wait, is our max health down? Wayward conversion. Oh. Oh, that is nasty. 9 stacks max. Has no timer either. Ooh. How else is Wayward? How is Wayward stacked? Doesn't seem to say. Can I just shoot? No? Yeah, I can. This probably won't kill. Yeah, it would. Dang it. I know it's redundant, but still.
すぐに始める。話にならない。
バーカ
There we go.
治療コース準備完了
I was like, am I gonna lose the coin flip there too? That was a brilliant move. Wait, can that just like... Does she have an infinite number of times she can do Wolf's Eye? Up to a total of 6. Okay, good. I was about to say, I was like, if she doesn't have a cap to that, the crystal could just be indefinite if you roll to 50 enough. No, I was saying this thing has a 50% chance to respawn itself, basically. So if it kept just respawning itself, Voimastina would just keep killing it. But if it only could do it 6 times, so I'm like, oh, okay, well, there's that. Dang it. I'm just not even bothering with the boss. I don't think the boss even takes damage. Hi, how you doing? No, I'm gonna go over here. Bye.
話にならない。逃げられると思う。
バーカ
I don't think I can really do anything for anybody else. Sure, why not? Heal for no reason.
痛くない痛くない
Oh, you have fear, right. Let's say we won here, didn't we? So she was basically just captured within it. That's weird. Igla's true body is dragged out from the monstrous shell by Voimastina and flung to the ground. The blood-soaked frame of the third Jin doll crashes violently onto the already ruined floor, sending clouds of crimson dust mingled with debris. Igla's mind seems to clear with the brutal impact.
15.
She struggles to rise, as if determined to fight Voimastina one last time.
お前の負けだ。いや、まだ。私は。
A bullet from nowhere pierces straight through Igla's core, and she falls backward, Her scattered hair drifts like thin morning mist, dissolving into the dawn over Lviv.
各位警戒態勢
Everyone scans their surroundings warily. A drone of unknown affiliation suddenly approaches. The dolls raise their weapons in unison, aiming at the incoming machine. After a tense standoff, it does not open fire. Instead, it hovers in midair and extends a grappling claw beneath its fuselage. The claw hooks onto Ikla's frame, then it ascends rapidly, vanishing from sight.
追いますか
So it just basically killed her, then collected her frame. Okay.
指揮官がまだ中にいるわ
Yoink.
先に指揮官を助けましょう
It's a very strange end to
次の
that.
目標を教えてください
Okay. Alrighty then. And more like an incapacitated eagle. It shut the cord, didn't it? It's called we do a little bit of trolling. Yeah, probably. Eyes snap open. It feels as though she had just awakened from a long, terrible dream. In that dream, someone tries to lock her away and subject her to some kind of experiment she cannot understand. The laboratory in the dream is deep and cold. A woman named Chivolig stands there, laughing madly. But she forces herself awake. As long as she wakes up, that dreadful dream will not become reality.
先生先生またお出かけ先生がいないと一人じゃつまらない
She stares blankly at the complicated writing on the whiteboard. Teacher's already told her this is knowledge, part of the structure of the world itself. Teacher says that once she masters this knowledge, she will truly be able to leave this place. But now, she just can't bring herself to care. She searches every room, but teacher is nowhere to be found. Although she's been told not to wander off, curiosity gets the better of her. She wants to go outside and look. Is this Blue Archive? You know? Sometimes we have to ask ourselves that question. Without realizing it, she walks out of the manor and arrives somewhere unfamiliar.
あ先生の実験室だ
She reaches out and touches the green field before her. To her surprise, as her hand moves, surrounding plants begin to sway as if commanded. Vines become musical staves, sorry. And green leaves turn into dancing notes upon them. She waves her fingers and savors a long-lost sense of freedom. Like a fairy, she darts through the green expanse. There is no wind here, no light, no sound. She runs for a very, very long time, yet never feels tired. Only when her vision blurs into the vast white emptiness does she realize she has reached the edge of this place. To her surprise, a small girl stands there looking lost. She has never seen anyone here besides teacher. I'm going to assume this was the younger version that she came earlier. But she possesses knowledge. She immediately comes to the realization that this little girl must be human, just like teacher. So she tries to speak.
お前一緒に遊ぶ誰名前
I like how
まだない
they're replaying this scene, but if you paid attention to the voices, you already knew who this was.
ここで暮らす人間と思えばいいずっと一人ぼっちだっただから友達欲しい一緒に遊ぶつまりこの世界にはクレープすらないのうんでも先生の本で見たことある見たことあるだけなんてかわいそういっそうちに来てよいろんなクレープを食べさせてあげるから
I'm going to assume this is a higher plane of existence they're on right now. What the girl just said seems to have suddenly reminded her of something. She leaps to her feet.
あもう帰らない
What makes you think they listen? That's why I said this is if you've been paying attention. There's an if in that statement. It's so cute. Yeah. I do feel bad for her though, because it's like her father really didn't give her much attention, and it makes me sad knowing that that's like the life she had to deal with.
先生に怒られる。私楽しかった。本当にうちに来な
Her
くていいの？
pout was adorable too.
クレープすらない世界なのに。
This is a world without crepes.
ダメ。
Her expression suddenly turned serious, startling little Ophelune.
私がここを出たら。
It practically is. I mean, it's what I could assume.
あの夢みたいに。お前の死を本当のことにしちゃいけない。
Ophelune tilts her head, not quite understanding. But it no longer matters. In the next instant, the world before Ophelune begins to collapse, dissolving into blurred patches of color, until all that remains is a bottomless abyss.
もう会わない方がいい。私の友達。オルフェルーネ。もうまた夢。
Helena cannot tell what is real and what is a dream. Just now, she remembers playing somewhere with a little girl for a very long time. So someone needs to stay. It seems like it, yeah. She taught the girl many things and was invited to eat something called crepes. Was it really just a dream? Or did it actually happen? Helena does not know. But now is not the time to dwell on it. She is lost. She has to return to the commander as quickly as possible. Why am I at... Oh no. Don't tell me this is... Why do I have a bad feeling about something all of a sudden? I have a very bad feeling about something. Oh no. She is lost. She has to return to the commander as quickly as possible. Helena gets to her feet and runs on and on without stopping. Here, she does not seem to grow tired. Even after running for a long, long time, she sees no one.
みんなどこ？
Just as confusion begins to set in, Helena is startled to hear voices in the distance.
だから
It's the two of them.
すべてを取り返す。
You're gonna lock yourself here, aren't you? Man. So I have to come to set everything right.
ありえない。彼岸スペースはもう開いた。どんなに頑張ったってリビウは元に戻らない。死んだ奴らも生き返らない。
Ophelune does not answer. Her face draws closer until Chilavog can see her own reflection in Ophelune's pupils. I, for some reason, struggle with their names now. Chilavog instinctively tries to flee, but no matter which direction she runs, she always returns to Ophelune.
無駄よ。
Another girl can fail to protect. Though, to be fair, I wouldn't say this is really a case where she failed to protect. Because in a way she did, and she is now repaying the favor, if this is the direction I think it's going. But this is very sad.
この場所は私のルールで動く。あなたはただの侵入者。
何をする気？
全部終わらせて世界を元に戻す。あなたが触れてはいけなかったパラドックス、永遠の命も含めて。
永遠の命、ヘレナ、聞いたことある。
Orphelune and Chiloveg, I keep doing that, turn at the same time toward the little girl who seems to have appeared from nowhere.
あんたはカビダ実験の実験体ヘレナ、コード O43。 ありえない。あんたはもう鍵として消費されたはず。ここに現れるわけがない。
相変わらず怖い。
Helena instinctively hides behind Orphelune. But when she looks up, she seems to notice something.
お前、大人になった。
You've become a grown-up. I was about to ask, I wonder how these two would interact with each other. And then I thought about something, and then I was like, oh, I don't like where this is gonna go.
なるほど。あの時、私が生き残れたのはあなたがいたから。ごめんなさい。あなたにひどいことをしてしまって。
何のことかわからないけど、大丈夫。
You're the reason I got good at math, yeah.
それにヘレナもなんか。
You know what I would find really funny? If this is like an endless loop. Like a Mobius strip. So eventually she comes back and teacher returns.
楽しかった。
Orphelune turns to Kevalog.
私がいるからあの子はここに残った。あの子がいるから私はここに来た。
I look at door in the background. No, stop it. I know it's there. I'm just choosing not to look at it.
シルロビグ、あなただけが余計な存在よ。あなたは代価を支払わずに死を体験しようとした。今のあなたが得たのは偽りの死と不完全な永遠の命。誰があんたにそんなことを。言ったはずよ。あなたは私の知識を盗んだ。だからあなたは私の前で全てをさらけ出したも同然。今のあなたは私が自分の手で編集したゲノムコードみたいなもの。発言した性質を見ただけでコードの詳細がはっきりと目に浮かぶ。この感覚わかるでしょ。
It looks so different here. Yeah. Orphelune smiles at that Chivalek. No. Chivalek knows she's referring to her creation. Oh, 43. Real froze again. Springfield! Springfield! I know it's a very important moment, but this is not the time to freeze. Actually, maybe one of your settings is off. Let me see. Because Vector never had this problem. I don't see anything wrong. I'm sitting here looking at this like, do I need to reload it or something? Nope. But she no longer has any desire to speak. Because no matter what she says, it is meaningless before Orphelune. All she could do now is tremble and await her judgment. But Orphalune does not address her again. She turns to Helena and smiles.
待たせちゃってごめんね。
Oh, there's color.
今度は私があなたを送る番。
Yep, I knew this is where it was gonna go.
一緒に来てよ。一緒にクレープを食べよう。ヘレナ、分かっているでしょ。10年前、私は見てはいけないものを見てしまった。そもそもここから出るべきではなかったの。でもあなたのおかげで私は祝福を受けて運よく戻ることができた。あの時の私の罪はあなたが背負ってくれた。だから償いに来たの。わからないよ。大丈夫。今のあなたはただあなたの声が聞こえる自分の重要さに気づいていないだけ。
Yeah, white font on white background. Yeah, it sucks sometimes.
全てが一つに戻った時、
Most times.
きっとわかるようになる。その時はあの人を守って。それが未来を紡ぎ続ける唯一の方法。
A door appears behind Helena.
一緒に行かない？
They could also just raise the what is it, the border font or the border color on the font, so it's like not just like 1 point or whatever it is. Like raise it a couple points up and it would probably have been fine. Door. No, shut up. Shut up, all of you. It's not there. It doesn't exist.
私は本当の未来を見てしまった。だからもう戻ることはできないの。さあ、行って。指揮官が待ってるわよ。
Sag.
私、全部指揮官に教える。お前のこと、みんな忘れないから。
F in the chat, boys. Orphalune smiles and nods, but she knows that once Helena steps through the door, she will forget everything that has happened here. Because this is not the real world. But that is fine. As someone who has committed such a grave sin, she does not deserve to be remembered. I wouldn't say it was really that bad of a sin, though. After watching Helena leave, Orphalune turns to Kevilog. She takes her trembling hand.
何すんの？怖がらないで。永遠の命でも死でも。
Both life and death converge.
この悲願と現実の狭間でなら叶えられる。
Oh no.
あなたも祝福を受けたかったんじゃないの
？Man.
ここに残る子羊は一人だけで十分。ただ何？代価が必要よ。これは祝福を受けた者が誰しも通る道だから。さあ、来て。やだ。
Orphalune grips Kevilog's hand. Kevilog struggles desperately, but it is all in vain. Hand in hand, Orphalune leads her toward the edge of nothingness, then steps forward and falls straight down. Everything slowly fades away until only emptiness matters. Or emptiness remains. That's gotta be the strangest thing to wake up to. I finally regained consciousness.
Helena.
He's like, where did the other one go?
どうしてここに？
ここに来る途中、ここを覆っていたツタが消えていったから、そのまま装置を破壊してヘレナを助け出したわ。
Oh. Well, you know what? That works too. I lower my head and see that the tank containing Log's brain has lost its connection to the plants and has fallen to the ground and shattered. The brain is slowly necrotizing and turning black after being exposed to the air. Beside me, Voimastina, encased in mobile armor, easily lifts me and sets me on the armor's shoulder. Alva and Klukai, who were struck by the data surge earlier, are gradually regaining consciousness as well. Funny how she fears true death. Yeah.
ここはもうすぐ崩れるわ。今すぐ離れないと。
いや、待て。オルフェルーネはさっき隣にいたはずじゃ。
申し訳ありません。見つけたのは指揮官だけです。
だが、オルフェルーネは確かに私と一緒に。
Grosso and Voimastina exchange a silent glance.
指揮官。そのオルフェルーネって一体誰のことなの？
Wow. Oh no, gosh, she UNO'd herself! Oh, who's Yuno? How about you don't? She is one of the many collectible wives in the game Gathering Wives. Didn't you know? Get Steins Gate. Oh my gosh. I am mad scientist. Gosh, I don't even watch that again. Oh wait, don't I have the movie? Oh yeah, I do. I forgot I got that. Alright, I got something I need to watch again. I forgot I got the movie recently. I found the Blu-ray for it. I was like, oh. Anyway.
Nani?
Springfield! Why can't you be like Victor? I look at Rose in confusion. She's been at my side ever since we entered Lviv. There's no way she wouldn't know who Orphan was. Orphan? What? Sorry. Orphalune. Could something have happened out there just now? Something that damaged their neural data. Turn to Alva.
Alva, 君はどうなんだ?
いえ、知らない名前です。
どうなっているんだ?
But the urgency of the situation leaves no room for such pondering. We have to move.
君たちは先に撤退してくれ。私はもう少し探してみる。
間に合いません。
Voimastina glances at the radar.
生き袋が来ています。
Even here, in the deepest chamber of the underground lab, I can hear their distant roars. Their shrieks grow closer, as if they will tear through the walls and reach me at any moment. But...
ダメだ。彼女を一人ここに残すわけにはいかない。
指揮官。
仮に死んだとしても、遺体は回収したい。
No, the concept of her has been completely erased from reality. She doesn't even exist. I searched frantically for any sign of Orphalune. I'm just gonna call her that. But just as I gotta remember to, for some reason my brain is wanting to pronounce her two different ways. That's why I get tossed up with her and Kolovig. But just as girls and the others have said, I appear to be the only one here.
生き袋到着まで残り2分です。
諦めたくはない。みんなすまないがあと5分稼いでくれ。ボイマスティナ、ここを一周してオルフェルーネを探したい。
So I've been up for like 18 hours. Oof.
はい。頼む、ボイマスティナ。無茶な頼みなのは分かっているが。
わかりました。
Voimastina offers no objection, no trace of dissatisfaction. She simply stares straight ahead with unwavering resolve.
みんな指揮官のために時間を稼いで。生き袋は真下8時方向の廊下と2時方向の実験室からやってくる。一匹たりともこの部屋に入れないで。ここよ。
手加減の必要は？
現着。
You know what? Do we have another Alva? I think we do. Yeah, I'll borrow yours.
現着。
Anthony, I'll borrow yours. Go get come here.
ここかな。
Hidden supplies, by the way. Oh, don't tell me. I want to see if I can find it. Look at you barely living. Sometimes it's obvious, sometimes it's not. She was right here, wasn't she? Oh! So it's right here, isn't it? Yep, it is right there. I was like looking on the actual tile, not off to the side of it.
Engine 起動。
Be God!
さっさと倒れて。
逃げられると思う。
私がやる。
おやおや。
Yeah, why not? Let her get a kill as an
終
elite.
わりだよ。
任務了解。
逃げられると思う。
Oh, I did not realize there was a dude there. You know what?
Tactical mode 起動。
おやおや。
ご命令を。
There's 3? I see only 2 spawning in. Okay. Well, you know what? You can do this. No, just let it. I'll let her go collect it.
逃げられると思う。
Not really much they can do right now. Oh! Hey guys, I found the third one. I did not realize Grossa was on top of it.
ご命令を。
Nice! Free permissions!
You know what? Goodbye, sir.
さっさと倒れたら
おやおや
私がやる。
ターゲット確認。
I just blow you up, and then I'll have Alpha shoot across.
ターゲット確認。
Imagine if I was to actually took the sword. That would be kind of cool, actually.
攻撃開始。
Like a trophy, mind it. Instead of Voimostina's armor, I circled the entire underground laboratory. But Orphelune, who was with me but just before I blacked out, had vanished seemingly into thin air.
そろそろ限界よ。
なんでこんなことに。オルフェルーネ、どこにいる？返事してくれ。
I shout her name, hoping for a reply from somewhere. No one answers.
限界です。これ以上は地下実験室が持ちません。ボイマスチナ、指揮官を連れて脱出して。
Voimostina ignites the thrusters without a word, and the armor lifts into the air. Piercing alarm echoes through the lab. Chaos erupts around us. The ground trembles violently, rubble cascading from the shattered ceiling. Though her armor looks heavy, Voimostina maneuvers with remarkable agility as she evades the collapsing walls. On the one hand, Commander's saying some crazy things. On the other, how many times has he been wrong about crazy things? Yeah. Suddenly... This is kind of part of the course from at this point, isn't it? Just another Thursday. Suddenly a metal beam crashes down from above, hurtling straight towards us.
捕まっててください。
Voimostina pushes the propulsion module to its limit. I feel as though I'm clinging to the wing of a jet, the air slicing across my face like blades. I grip her arm tightly. One slip and I'll be thrown into the red-lit abyss below, buried alongside the Elids beneath Lviv. Just as the beam is about to crush us, Voimostina twists the armor 180 degrees and catches it with her other arm. The impact rings out with a deafening clang, and the visible crack splits across the armor. I thought the animation that played, she lost one of her arms and one of her legs, but it's fine. I know that if she were alone, she could have avoided it easily, but to shield me from harm, she chose to take the blow herself. The armor plummets for an instant. Then I hear the thrusters roar back to life. With a violent heave, Voimostina hurls the multi-ton beam into the abyss. System warning, left arm damage, sensory failure, shooting aid offline. Warning blares through the armor. I look at Voimostina. Her face remains expressionless, yet the rapid flicker of orange light reflected across it tells me how grave the situation is. Rubble continues to rain down. The Elids below surge upward in reckless pursuit. The armor darts like an arrow through the falling debris. But the early air impact has clearly dulled Voimostina's responses to this. Several chunks of rubble fly towards us. Without thinking, I draw my pistol and shatter one midair. Two more pieces slam into the armor's head with a dull thud.
左側の視覚モジュールが。
She mentioned earlier that the armor's visual system is connected to Task Force Defy's exclusive Wolf Eye, one of the key advantages that sets Defy apart from the ordinary dolls. When the visual system is compromised, her firepower is severely reduced. While fending off Elids trying to leave out of the armor, my mind races for a way to get us out alive.
あと50メートル上へ来てもらえれば。
指揮官、協力してほしいことがあります。
もちろん。何をすればいい？
視覚モジュールと射撃補助システムが破損しています。なので手動で敵を照準します。そのために目になってください。
Oh。
目？
はい。
私に務まるのか？
信じています。
そう言われたら断れないな。
The armor continues weaving at full speed. Through the violent air currents, I lift my head and begin calling out targets.
実験室の方向、方位000、仰角30度、距離20メートル、2体。
Voimostina fires precisely according to my callouts, shooting them down. Seeing her accuracy steadies my nerves.
2階デッキ、方位210、仰角マイナス5度、距離35メートル。真下垂直線から30度、距離
She keeps firing as we near Gross's extraction point. Neelid leaps onto Boimestina's leg. As her body drops sharply, more begin swarming onto the armor. I glance upward. We're less than 10 meters from the extraction point. Before Elva can respond, Boimestina's arm dips. Suddenly I feel weightless. With all her strength, Boimestina hurls me out of the Elid-infested laboratory. Elva rushes forward and catches me. Her strength absorbs most of the impact. We roll across the ground before coming to a stop. I look down into the opening. Boimestina is nowhere in sight.
Boimestina! クローザー、いつでもボイマスティナを助けられるように。
Almost a minute passes, still no sign of her. But I refuse to believe she would fall so easily. I refuse to believe Boimestina would go down like this. This explosion roars upward with a powerful blast of air. One detonation follows another, as if something has ignited the sewer gas below, reducing Chivaleg's entire research facility to ashes. Elva throws herself over me, shielding me from the searing shockwave, but I no longer care. I turn toward the opening, waiting for something, anything to emerge. At last, a familiar voice crackles through the communicator. As the heat dissipates, a battered suit of armor rises from the opening and stumbles onto solid ground.
ボイマスティナ。
指揮官、申し訳ありません。生き袋が地上まで出ていかないように実験室を爆破しなければいけませんでした。
Also remember, yeah, we did remember her at least.
だから先に指揮官を安全な場所に送るしか。
The other way around. Yeah, yeah.
これでパラデウスの悪行を証明できる証拠がなくなったか。
大丈夫です。あなたが生きていることが一番の証拠になります。
Elva steps closer and lowers her voice.
だが
私たちを信じてください。まだ遺跡を止めるために頑張っている人がいます。
それってもしかしてミーシャか。
Elva nods.
だったらなぜ保安局を離れたと言っている。
名義上、私たちは確かにもう政府に所属していません。
But it's like an informal alliance.
指揮官と同じように、私たちも契約を受け入れた身です。今の反逆小隊はもうただの特殊部隊ではありません。
This is all but a love confession for AK-15. Is it though?
この10年間、私たちはずっとこの名前に新しい意味を見出そうとしていました。今はまだ詳細を教えるわけにはいきませんが、いつか必ず反逆という名前の意味も含めて。少し話しすぎました。本題に戻りましょう。指揮官、今後は立場上苦しい日々が続くでしょう。ただ反逆小隊はいつでもあなたの味方です。かつてのアンジェのように。
I look at Elva in confusion. She offers me a calm, unwavering smile and says nothing more. In that fleeting moment, I'm reminded of the commander they served 10 years ago. The one who truly made the name Defy an irreplaceable symbol. The sun rises once more over Lviv. The long night has finally passed, giving way to a dawn that stirs both awe and sorrow. The vines that once spread wildly across the city have vanished. Survivors stare at the ravaged streets in confusion, as if unable to comprehend what has transpired. But the ruined buildings and shattered infrastructure stand in silent testimony to the night's events.
揮官、撤退ルートはすでに確保済みです。
Worked against Earl and William. Oh.
あとは
Dan's words are cut short by a heavy mechanical hum, followed by running footsteps and a rumble of armored vehicles. In the next instant, dozens of targeting reticles lock onto me and my subordinates.
久しぶりだな、指揮官。
Familiar voice speaks from behind me. It's Javier. We now have to brand you a terrorist.
ですよ。コルフェンは容赦なんてしないんですから。
お、
そうそう。私の前に立つものはなんだって。
Alrighty.
久しぶりだな、指揮官。
I turn around. Javier walks toward me from behind the ring of gun barrels aimed at my head.
ハーベルさん、これはどういうことですか？
こんな形の再会になって本当に申し訳ない。避難誘導と安全確保のため、現在リビウは非軍事勢力管理局と第7区中央方面軍の管理下に入っている。安心するといい。避難は終わっている。厄介な怪物もジラードグループ本部の付近にしか出現していない。
The only thing I do not understand about this man is what is this?
コーラプス粒子汚染は
汚染？リビウはホワイトエリアだ。汚染などあるはずがない。
I glance at the surrounding soldiers. None of them are wearing protective masks, and I see none of the intermittent green haze that accompanies particle dispersion. What is going on?
さて、指揮官、少し話をしようか。
話？リビウの地下はほとんどパラデウスのアジトでした。なのに私を問い詰めるのがロレン政府のやり方ですか？
落ち着きたまえ。君を非難するつもりはない。ただ、君は曰く付きなのでね。ここに現れた以上、納得のいく説明をもらわなければ、私も上に報告できない。
I believe he was blind in his left eye?
それはこっちのセリフです。なぜ10年前消えたはずのパラデウスがこのリビウで堂々と大規模な実験を行っていたのか。
なぜパラデウスの仕業だと確信している？もし証拠があるのなら今すぐ私に見せてくれ。そうすれば君が満足する結果が出るまで私がいろいろと取り計らってやろう。昔と同じようにね。
Yeah, this is the consequences of his earlier actions catching up. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing he did, but still.
昔のあなたならこんな時に銃口を向けることはなかった。そしてパラデウスを調べるのに証拠がいるなんて言わなかったでしょう。
Javier casts a thoughtful glance at the soldiers around us, then returns his gaze to my face. He waves his hands. The soldiers lower their weapons.
指揮官、信頼は相互関係だ。
どういう意味ですか？
サミット会場の監視カメラに君の姿が映っていた。怪しい人物と接触していたそうじゃないか。
怪しい人物？誰のことですか？
例えば今回の事件の容疑者、ジラードグループの現総裁兼楽園計画の責任者オレク・ジラード。
I was curious how they were going to clear up the entirety of this arc now that a certain individual has been wiped off of existence.
オレク・ジラード？何を言ってるんですか？私はそもそも。待て。楽園計画の責任者オレクが。
奴はただの操り人形ではあったが、全くの無実というわけではない。そしてこのリーディウを滅ぼしかねない実験の現場に君がいた。
Javier's lie is so clumsy it feels like an insult. I've never attended the summit, nor have I met Oleg. The one who made contact with him was Kruger, and he died afterward. He does not even mention Orphaluna's name. This method is unfamiliar. It is entirely consistent with their style, yet something is off. Though I had no direct contact with him for 10 years, from our prior communications in this meeting, I know Javier has not changed that much. He is skilled at twisting facts and spinning an official truth for public release, but when dealing with me, someone who knows the inside story, he would not treat the other party as a fool. He would offer appropriate bargaining chips instead, making refusal difficult. Forcing fabricated facts onto me and coercing compliance is not his style. In that case...
オルフェルーネは
それは誰なんだい?
That's why you guys were talking about timelines earlier. Okay. So this isn't she was erased from existence. This was he was sent to another timeline? Or is this a branch? We were at this point was a divergence point and we deviated off course. Which way is this one going? Is it the same timeline? Okay. So she just was eliminated. It's a script change, really. Yeah. Like I said, there's a it's a what's it called? Divergence point. So it is a script change, yes, but basically the point that was a divergence was when she survived that hit. Originally they were going one route, and then that was undone. So the entire world has basically gone through its entire existence, but now it's gone from the other branch instead. Yeah, so that's all it does. That's the way I would see it. It's resetting the divergence point there. She was meant to die, but yeah. Yeah, I get it now. I was thinking this is either a timeline or it's a divergence point argument. In which case, it's the divergence point, so it goes the Ozzer Lane route. Well, initially. Then it branched off into timelines and divergent points. It got a little messy. Oh, shoot. His confusion in his eyes is genuine. He doesn't know who Orphaluna is. He doesn't know who Orphaluna is either. Wait, what? Oh. Just what is going on? It is as if no one remembers but me. There's no one but me remembers what that Orphaluna even ever existed.
ヘレナを探し、楽園計画を調査することがクルーガーさんに言い渡された任務です。だから計画の責任者に接触したことも、パラデウスの実験室に潜入したことも。
指揮官、それは分かっている。だが上にとって全てどうでもいいことだ。要するに君はやりすぎたのだよ。オレクの企みを止められたのはいいが、10年前と同じように君はやってはいけないことをした。だから私も10年前のように君を助けに来たつもりだ。ヘレナをこちらに渡せば君のやらかしには目をつむろう。
ハーベルさん、私の任務はヘレナを非軍事勢力管理局に預けることです。
私をクルーガーの代わりだと思ってくれて構わない。
I don't know if I trust that.
だったらクルーガーさんと話をさせてください。
いや、汚れ役は私の仕事だ。君も分かっていると思うが、私の言ったことはすなわち管理局の意思なのだよ。
ヘレナをどうするつもりですか？本当にジラードグループを摘発するために証人として扱ってくれますか？
もちろんだ。
ハーベルさん、ヘレナの安全を誓ってくれますか？
I detect a brief hesitation in Javier's tone. To someone who knew and worked with him 10 years ago, that fleeting pause is telling enough.
やはり聞こえのいい嘘ですね。
私は君を困らせるつもりはない。ただ、
ハーベル、私が話そう。
And Javier, a soldier, hands him a communicator. Javier frowns, clearly displeased, but still raises the device before me. From the communicator, that cold voice sounds once more. I look at Javier. Perhaps because of the man speaking through the communicator for the first time in all these years, he cannot meet my eyes. In that instance, I understood everything. You!
やはりあなたですか。さあ。
手短に言おう。指揮官、10年前のことについて、私はもう一度チャンスをあげたいと思っている。君の選択を教えてくれたまえ。結果次第で、私はどんな話にでも応じるつもりだ。もちろん、ヘレナのことも含めて。すべてを君に任せることすらできる。ハリネズミかキツネか、君はどちらを選ぶ？
私は選ばない。
10年、君は何も変わっていないのか？
何も変わらなかったからこそ、あなたの言葉が嘘なのが分かった。今回は逃げではない。私は私の理想の世界のために動いている。さあ、あなたの理想はすでに歪んでいる。間違ったやり方で正しい結果は得られない。
Earl wants to play Sonic co-op with Commander.
生意気な。
ああ、生意気だ。
That old man on the wolf, I see.
それでも私は後悔しない。
I don't know why I just imagined that this is being really silly and hedgehog or fox picks up Alva. Wolf. Angry Groza noises.
どうやらもう決めたようだな。
There you go. Welcome. From the communicator, Earl issues his final command.
ハーベル、
どうかもう一度。
やれ。
The soldiers around us raise their guns once more. Avia turns his gaze towards me and strikes the ground sharply with his cane.
やれ。
3日前、リビウ市にて発生した大規模テロ事件についての調査結果が公表されました。軍によれば、テロリスト1名および数名の無所属武装人形が市街地にて正規軍と交戦し、多数の兵士が負傷しました。増援部隊が到着した直後、武装人形はヘリコプターに乗って逃走。その途中、リーダー格と思われる人物が重傷を負いました。現在、軍は都市を封鎖し、捜索範囲を広げています。また、今回の事件を引き起こしたテロリストは LVI-13 で発生した事件の犯人と同一人物であることも判明しました。
Picks up some doggo. I see. Picks up Prithia. Cat. Gritting my teeth against the stabbing pain in my abdomen, I sit up and switch off the radio broadcast. When I look down, I see blood faintly seeping through the gauze. Rosa notices that I'm awake and quickly comes to my side.
指揮官、ようやく目を覚ましたのね。大丈夫？まだ痛む？
いや、平気だ。
I press a hand against my abdomen, hiding the blood from Groza's view.
メイリンが3日も夜更かししてみんなの素体を直したわ。
Jeez.
そよ風正体の素体損傷が一番ひどくて部品の交換が必要なんだけど、今の状況じゃ一番近くの修理所に行くことすら難しいわ。だから一旦ポルドニッツァに互換品を注文するしか。
ああ、それでいい。
それにしてもあの兵士たち狙いが悪いわね。
Man brought a whole bunch of stormtroopers.
ハーベルさんの計らいだろう。
What do you think about 3 days non-stop overtime not paid? No. Traitor, Akung. I don't know what that means. But nice to meet you, I guess. Recall this scene. After Javier struck the ground with his cane, there was a subtle shift in the soldier's eyes. I seized the moment to have Monsoon Squad deploy smoke grenades. He boarded the helicopter sent to extract us amid the chaos, though I still ended up taking a bullet to the abdomen.
そうだ。アルバとボイマスティナは
偵察に出ているわ。警察も賞金ハンターも私たちを探している。
賞金ハンターが賞金首になる日が来るとはな。
I let out a sigh and flopped back onto the bed, as if surrendering to fate. Groza gently pats my hair to soothe me.
グローザ、頼みたいことがある。
Feels to me that Javier didn't want to do it. Yeah, he probably didn't have a choice. Because he was saying, I urge you to reconsider.
何？
オルフェルーネという人物について調べてくれないか。一体何が起きたのか。
実はもう調べてあるんだけど。
結果は？
She died at Frankfurt.
自分で見た方がいいわ。
Do I still have it? No, I don't. I got rid of it. I don't know where I put it. No! I hate it here. This is just a few sheets of paper.
ええ、それで全部よ。
I skimmed through the documents. It is clear that Groza has made every effort to collect what she can about Orphelune, but the contents are sparse. Because Orphelune's personal history is nowhere as rich as I remember. The very first line of the file bears a piece of news that leaves me stunned. Orphelune Girard, the only daughter of Oleg, current CEO of the Girard Group, tragically perished in the Frankfurt incident 10 years ago. I had considered many possibilities. But this so-called fact far exceeds anything I imagined. I stared at the line for a long time, unable to calm my thoughts. Suddenly I remembered the words spoken to me 10 years ago during the Frankfurt incident by the girl named Lunazia, and the many other worlds she showed me. The countless possibilities woven together by threads, stirred by blue butterflies. Shina no go away. Shirado, go away. Nirvana.
そうだ指揮官実はもう一つ
Rosa seems hesitant.
どうした？
メッセージが一件届いているわそれを開けていいのか
メッセージ？誰から？
暗号化されているからわからないだから安易に開けていいのかどうか
わかった。転送してくれ。
Ask Rosa to leave the voice message with me. After she leaves, I stare at it for a long time. A few minutes later, with a soft beep, the message begins to play.
指揮官様、カリーナです。タイミングが悪いのは分かっています。ただ、どうしても連絡したかったので。指揮官様はテロリストなんかじゃありません。私は無実を信じています。私にできることがあればいつでも連絡してください。ご飯の件も。
Sudden burst of chaotic noise and hurried footsteps cuts through the recording. Well then. Message cuts off abruptly.
Karina.
She's being house arrested again. Dang it. Zimmerman admires the third gen doll suspended before him with satisfaction. She hangs in mid-air, limbs fixed by precise metallic arms, as though nailed to an invisible cross. Igla's torso is opened, revealing the intricate structures within. Several data cables wind out from her exposed chest cavity, connecting to surrounding receivers. The only part of her body that can still move, her eyes, roll wildly, as if searching for something. Her vocal module is already damaged, and only garbled syllables escape her. Yeah. Now I also feel bad for her again. Cowabunga it is! Zimmerman presses a button. Igla falls silent.
ご満足いただけましたか？期待通りの結果です、ジマーマンさん。ファルベングループとはいい関係が築けそうです。今後ともよろしくお願いいたします。
ジマーマン様、今日は珍しくご機嫌のようですね。
Igla bad ending. That's sad.
ああ、いいことがあった。役員会のファイルを整理したら上がっていい。
かしこまりました。
Secretary, okay. Numa exits the opulent and spacious office, leaving the secretary alone to diligently organize the files. A short while later, she places the last document in its folder, closes the cabinet, and dusts her hands off.
今日は忙しかったわ。
Wait, her voice is familiar. At the headquarters of the Orlog conglomerate, a woman who appears to be a secretary finishes her day's work and stretches. She then picks up the phone and dials a number.
あら、今日は帰るのが早かったね。今夜何にする？フィレミニョンのステーキにボルシチはどう？はーい、エスカルゴも付け加えるね。今日の仕事はもう全部終わったわ。残業もない。ええ、だから家でゆっくり待ってて。
After hanging up, she sighs helplessly. She sits back down and begins typing briskly on the keyboard.
まったくもう、いつも心配させるんだから。
彼女からか？
うん。指揮官絡みの面倒事は何とかしてくれるって。
怒られると思ってた。
相手が指揮官だからなのかもしれない。あるいは組織からはお咎めなしになったからかも。指揮官を守るのも私たちの任務だから。
任務がなくともそうしていた。
そうかもね。ただ指揮官とコンタクトを取るタイミングが組織の計画よりもだいぶ前倒しになってしまった。
その方がいい。指揮官には私たちが必要だ。パラデウスは強い。
10年前の失敗はパラデウスにとってそんなに響かなかったみたいね。この状況を作ったのは狐とハリネズミの争いだけじゃない。裏に潜む大物たちの駆け引きこそ。私だってそういうのは嫌い。けど私たちも武力以外の戦い方を覚えないと今後の変化についていけない。さあ自ら指揮官の前に現れるなんて思わなかった。組織がいてくれなければあっちもそう簡単に引き下がらなかったか
も。わからないな。全部計画のうちじゃなかったのか。
Nova falls silent briefly. She's not accustomed to nor skilled at navigating conspiracies and schemes. Fortunately, she once had a close partner, a true master at the craft for whom she now draws inspiration.
今後どうなるかはわからないけど、誰も予想できない展開の方が私たちにとっては好都合。相手はすでに切り札を切った。なら私たちの切り札もそろそろ現れるはず。それまでには少し大変なことになるかもね。
はっ。
Seeing the look on Voimostina's face, Alva smiles gently.
だよね。そういうのはとっくに慣れている。
Alva looks down at the documents on the desk, her gaze mild and tender. She murmurs softly, her trust in that person apparent in her steady voice.
頑張ろう、指揮官。希望が見えるその瞬間まで。
Huh. Concept art and everything. No, it's always cool to see this stuff.
When the last night's falling, the gold melts in desert and despair. Left behind the world of silence, and no one light or dark to see. Why do I walk towards to the end of nameless teardrop?
Prometheus, okay.
I hear the praying from ashes.
I really do feel bad for Igla.
I offer to kid who doesn't know hopes. I can turn back and pretend I am blind. I know a flame too bright to keep. It burns me, but I don't care. The heat reminds me of the sun rising over the mountain. I'm proud I feel the pain. It will show my way. I
Ophelius. Yeah, to be playable. That'd be funny. The shadowless lamps in the operating room ablaze with a blinding glare. Heliveg feels a wave of dizziness wash over her. Every joint, every muscle, every bone in her body throbs with a strange and unnatural pain. And yet she is still alive. No. That is not right. Is she truly alive? This body, is it really still her own? No. She cannot make a sound. Nor can she sense anything tangible. Her body feels unbearably heavy, yet at the same time as though it's floating in a void.
Oya, 目が覚めたかい。久しぶりの手術だから失敗したかと思ったよ。視界から残存意識を救い出し、新しい素体に入れるのはそう簡単なことではない。まずはその体になれることだな。
よー。
その後は悲願で見たすべてを教えよ
う。Wait, he knew. No way did he anticipate that. I didn't think about that. You have to meet somebody who's been there. Well done. Orphalune does not know when she awakened. She has returned to this place, strange, yet overwhelmingly familiar, but she cannot remember how she arrived. Her last memory is merging with Kiliveg in this deep sea of a torrent of consciousness. Just as she had surrendered herself to the descent, someone reached out and caught her. Who was it? The memory was already scattered like drifting smoke. Now she feels as though she is still floating in the deep sea, rising and sinking with soundless waves. She senses light filtering down through the surface above, shining upon her, warm and viscous. Could she continue sleeping like this forever? Orphalune feels as that it is the time for her to awaken. So she opens her eyes. Her vision is blurred, as though some strange lens covers her sight, rendering the world warped and distorted. The only thing she can see clearly is the reflection cast upon the dome-like ceiling when she lifts her head. She stares at that reflection in disbelief. It's her. Okay, we just have those two scenes. I'm assuming these are like semi-short. See, what time is it? Hopefully not super long. Okay. After hearing the engaged tone through the communicator, Kalina spaces out for a while before numbly ending the call. He did it again without saying a word. He just went off by himself again without telling me anything. But this time I'm not going to stand around waiting like an idiot. I need to do something. Kalina clenches her fist. The after effects of falling for that trap from the city haven't fully faded, and her head still aches faintly. However, she powers through it with enough sheer will and forces herself to get up before changing out of her hospital gown. Two Nova guards are standing watch outside her sick room. Kalina makes up an excuse to get them out of the way, then surveys her surroundings, ensuring that no one's around to see her. But right as she's about to head outside, her communicator finally rings again. Kalin, Lena and I are headed to the hospital. The evacuation of Livia has begun, and it's a madhouse out there. Stay in your room and don't wander around. We're coming to get you. I'm fine. This place is still safe for now. So focus on helping Nonfa to organize the evacuation. I'll meet up with you at the safe house. Kalin, are you hiding something from us? Why do you say that? You're planning to go it alone again, aren't you? I do want to confirm some things, yes. Helen, you should know by now that this is a secure internal channel Lena and I made for 404. You don't have to worry about being overheard by anyone else. So what's this big secret you can't even tell us? The line is silent for a moment. Kalina closes the door with a click, then heads over to the secluded corner of the sick room. I want to help the commander. What? You want to help the commander? What happened to him? I don't know. But just now the commander told me to delete all comms logs with him. So I strongly suspect he's going to do something dangerous by himself again. That's why I want to help him. But Colin, your body... I know. You don't have to tell me. I hugs the stream. Yep, almost done though. But I am not going to watch the commander walk into danger again while I do nothing. I swore I'd face this sort of thing with him together. Linda laughs helplessly. Looks like you're determined to do this. I take it that nothing I say will change your mind. Yeah. Alright, fair enough. Still, there's no reason for you to hide that from us, so you know? You do know our commander has no name or identity in the system, right? Were you seriously planning to try and track him down in a big place like Lviv all by yourself? When he contacted me earlier, I managed to pinpoint his location. Oh my, you really were going to look for the commander all on your own. Kalina sighs heavily as she realizes the unspoken meaning of Leva's words. Listen to me, Leva. What I'm going to do is most likely going to violate Nonfa's confidentiality regulations, as well as various URNC laws too. If the powers that be decide to conduct an investigation, what happens to me is one thing, but I don't want you to end up... So you do know what's in store for you after all, don't you? But Cullen, have you forgotten? The only reason we even joined Nonfa in the first place is because of our personal relationship with you and the director. We're here to help you, not the URNC. Surely a situation like this is when we can truly shine, right? But if the commander and I end up as wanted criminals after this, you'll become illegal dolls too. Illegal dolls. That takes me back. You do remember I was using it as... I think that's a Sanguiferous. Sanguiferous? I forget what the exact acronym stands for. Frame until recently, don't you? That's hardly law-abiding behavior. Sanguis Ferry, I think? I don't remember. I know what it is, I'm fairly certain. Right, we've just arrived at the hospital. Leva's gasp of surprise is accompanied by a shrill alarm going off inside the hospital. Emergency, your attention please. Unidentified life forms have breached the hospital perimeter. Emergency response measures have been activated. All staff are to cease their duties immediately and evacuate along their designated routes in an orderly manner. Medical personnel are to assist mobility-impaired patients in their care and prioritize their evacuation. Security personnel are to assist them. Please remain calm, do not push or shove, and follow the fluorescent signs to the nearest exit. We repeat. Hey, but what's going on out there? Hospital PA systems are saying there's been a breach of unidentified life forms. Does that mean... Yep. Elids. I believe it's the city in a white zone. How could they... I believe all this is related to what the commander was telling you just now. Unfortunately, we don't have time to figure out exactly what he meant. Our current priority is to evacuate you safely. Monstrous roars can be heard through the comms channel coming from Leva's side. Used to be... You... Oh, I see. You would only hear things like that in a yellow zone. Nana, prepare for battle. There. Well, in that case...
私がみんなを守る。了解。いい感じ？
Oh, can you not go through cover? You cannot go through cover. Man. Your range is what? You can't reach, okay. That, alright, well, not what I wanted to do, but it's okay. Actually, no, if you stay right there... No, he didn't. He's gonna be Crafty Rabbit now. And that's just anyone within 3, right? Why doesn't that show up right? Ambush. Within 3 tiles, okay. Oh, nope, stay there. I think this is the last minute. Yeah, that is. Are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Let's leave the hospital. Let's head for this location ASAP. My last contact with the commander placed him at that location. Lena, analyze the coordinates Callan sent us. Okay, leave it to me. As Lena analyzes the coordinates, the alarms inside the hospital grow increasingly urgent. Orderlies and nurses rush to help their patients to the emergency exit. Some of the patients in question were in the middle of surgery when the alarms were triggered. Their procedures were suspended, and they were wheeled out of the operating... I hope some of them... That's gotta suck. They were wheeled out of the operating theater, after receiving only the basics of emergency care. It hurts so bad. Please hold on a little longer. We will administer pain medication once we get to safety. The nurse pushing a gurney races past Colleen and the others. However, one of its wheels suddenly seizes up, sending it careening down a flight of... Look how... Or rather, it would if not for Kalina rushing over it and grabbing one of its side rails. I'll lend you a hand. Thank you so much. Lena holds onto the side of the gurney and helps guide it to the emergency exit. However, the nurse is followed by more medical staff helping patients evacuate. They're coming from all directions and they flood into the corridor where Kalina is standing. I'm sorry, but we don't have space for severe cases. Why don't I help you move? Bless your heart, young lady. Make sure to drink some water. My grandma's like that a lot. Hey, isn't anyone going to help me out there? I paid a lot of money for this top-class ward. I deserve top-class treatment. Hey, you over there, you're a doll, right? Get over here and get me out of this place. David looks up and glances coldly at the man. However, just as he finishes speaking, a gurney rushing out of an operating theater crashes into his wheelchair and sends him flying. The wheelchair spins several times and comes to a halt, teetering precariously at the edge of the wall. It is then that Kalina realizes the man on the wheelchair has lost both his legs. But before she can think on the matter in detail, a heart-rending scream from behind draws her attention. Make way, please, everyone. This lady's about to give birth. This is the worst time for that. We need to get her to safety ASAP. Just then another More frantic alarm comes in over the hospital's PA system. Once again, this is the emergency announcement. Unidentified life forms are currently closing in. All medical personnel, please evacuate your patients to the designated safe areas ASAP. However, the loudspeaker's announcement is swallowed up by the clamor in the background. All it does is blend with the background noise and add to the babble of voices around them. The hospital security doors does their best to maintain order. However, they are clearly too used to peace because the sudden outbreak of chaos leaves them at a loss for what to do next. I've finished analyzing the coordinates. I've cross-referenced it with a local map and uploaded it to the comm channel. According to the map, the commander's last known position was near a research building owned by the Gerard Group. So, are we heading out? As she takes in the chaotic scene before her, Kalina finds herself unable to decide immediately. She has waited 10 whole years just to find the commander's trail again. She would like nothing better than to rush to his side right away and face whatever is coming with him. Even if it means plunging into hell along with him. But the massive, monstrous silhouettes of an Elid bursts into the hospital building, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass and a ferocious roar. The security guards try to return fire, but their efforts are futile. In an emergency like this, their lack of combat experience means that they do little more than serve as appetizers for the monsters. Let's put that on hold for now. After a brief silence, Kalina takes out her handgun and takes aim at the Elid. Lena, we're focused on protecting and evacuating the civilians. As for the rest, we'll worry about it later. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you kind of have to do that.
私が強かった？あなたの采配のおかげよ。
Everyone make way, please. I'm Counselor Kalina from Nonfa. Until corporate security troops arrive, I'll be taking charge of this evacuation. All combat-capable personnel, fall back now and prioritize evacuating the civilians. Avoid engaging the Elids as much as possible. Kalina didn't need to emphasize that. These ordinary security guards have no chance of surviving a direct clash with Elids. However, Kalina's leadership means that their formation isn't as sloppy as before. As they cover the orderly withdrawal of patients, they also manage to avoid needless casualties. Lena, sit rep. We've got 5 or 6 unknown heat sources near the hospital. 3 of them have been visually confirmed as Elids. Half a dozen. I can't believe there are so many out there. That's such a weird thing to say, but this is a white zone. I have to think about that. Elids and red zones can shrug off 50 cal. That's terrifying to think about. Looks like this isn't an accident. No wonder the commanders said all that. Well, the Cuban guards won't last long. If their defense line breaks, the Elids will run riot through the building. It's not going to be pretty. The other enemies on the perimeter are coming over. They're Elids too. Got it. Nevalena, for now, until the evacuation is complete, I'm lifting all restrictions on weapon use in the white zone. So go out there and kick their asses. Looks like I'll be getting a proper workout. After all, I haven't been in a proper fight ever since I changed over to this body. This new body. I'll work with Leva. We're the best $2 partners. Something. I didn't catch the full thing. Can't the big ones shrug off even tank rounds? Big ones being like the, what is it? The Boojum? The infamous Boojum? I'm gonna stick with these two. I was gonna say, I was like, I'm pretty sure I can hit this right here. We can't have humanoid zombies and ghosts. That kind of doesn't surprise me, oddly enough. I think that should work. That's fine. I don't know if we compared to the thing in the red black zones. Oh. Okay.
聞いてるわ。いい感じ？白フクロウの声だよ。
And then... I recall the zones are black, red, yellow, green, white. I think that's correct, yeah. You know what? Get in his face and annihilate him. Just fired a shotgun. Almost done. Lena looks back at the almost empty hospital lobby and puts her gun away. In front of her, Leva and Lena are wrapping up their battle with the Elids. Evacuation is almost complete. You guys had better run for your lives, too. As Leva addresses the hospital guards, she studies the Elid limbs scattered across the ground. These men are lightly armored and barely qualify as combat capable. They look at each other, then nod to Leva and Kalina before beating a hasty retreat. If these Elids manage to reach a hospital in the middle of a white zone, the outside must be absolute chaos. We can leave the rest to Nonfa. Leva stretches and then heads over to Kalina. Say, Kalina, since the people Nonfa is sending to take over the scene haven't arrived yet, you have a chance to do what you want to do. Yeah. Lena nods. Lena, send me the map and those coordinates from just now. The faint sound of a child crying filters its way over from the corner of a hospital lobby. Cullen looks over the source of the voice and finds a trembling child hiding behind an ornamental plant. Kiddo, why are you still here? Where's your family? Big sis. I don't know where Mommy went. There, it's alright. Big sis will take you to a safe place. Lena takes a look around. The hospital's evacuation corridor isn't closed yet. She just needs to bring this kid to the underground holding area and hand her over to the workers there. After that, she'll have enough time to go find the commander. With that thought in mind, she bends down and takes the girl's hand. Come on, let's... Leva, our imaging shows we've still got mobile heat sources. What? Leva immediately realizing something is wrong somewhere. The small guns used by the security personnel don't have much in the way of stopping power. It's entirely possible that hitting an Elid in its vitals might not have been enough to finish it off. However, Khaled, behind you. There was no time to turn around. Khaled scoops the girl into her arms, operating entirely on instinct. She doesn't have the time to see what's behind her, only to roll aside, aiming for a piece of cover. Elids really vary in how horrifying they are. I mean, it's also terrifying too. That's like it could be people that you've known that mutate into them, like that. That was kind of creepy to read about. The ponderous report of a sniper rifle's discharge fills the air behind Kalina. The Elid staggers back, a gaping hole in his head, before crashing to the ground, completely motionless. And stay down! Kalina hears a familiar voice coming from above her. She looks up and sees a pair of dolls emerging from hidden positions on the hospital's second floor. Miss Kalina, are you alright? Beside Springfield, Macchiato puts away her smoking gun. Both of them jump down from the balcony and approach Kalina. Springfield, is that you, Macchiato? You shouldn't have gone back after being cleared by Nonfa. This area is very dangerous, and there's no telling what might happen next. I'm worried that... Don't worry. We'll be fine, provided Leva and Lena don't report our illegal discharge of firearms to the administration. Bit late for that. I just reported a case of illegal arms possession by a civilian doll, as well as the use of said firearms without authorization. It's a really serious charge, you know. Lena. You sweet summer child. This isn't the time to be joking around. Lena looks at the two of them, and a worried look crosses her face. So anyway, why are you two still in the white zone? I mean, he must need all the help he can get, right? After reading between the lines, Springfield smiles in a soothing way. He knew you all too well. He told me that he was afraid you'd get impulsive and do something stupid, so he asked me to secretly protect you. Protect me? But he's the one who needs the most protection. He's the one who ran off into a dangerous place like the Gerard Group lab, and then he said, "Don't contact me again." Haven't you realized it, Miss Kalina? What? You're doing exactly what the commander did 10 years... You mean... 10 years ago in Frankfurt, the commander did what you just did. Tried his best to protect everyone. Not that great. I can't bear to watch the people around me in danger and not do anything about it. But that was the same pure mindset the commander had when he set out to save everyone around him. Lena, you silly doggo. She's joking, right? I'm fairly certain she was joking. It's Leva, guys. Like, I was reading that and I could just hear the sarcasm in her voice. I know I don't have the right to comment on this subject, but as long as your hearts are aligned, why worry about meeting him sooner rather than later? As long as you both walk the same path, then someday you'll encounter him again. A mix of emotion wells up in Kalina's face. She lowers her head, shrouding her face in shadow, as though she doesn't want people to notice the red around her eyes. I understand. I know I shouldn't be saying this, but sometimes I'm jealous of all you dolls, Springfield. I'm jealous of how you can discard everything and stay by his side. But as for me, I still have responsibilities to bear as a human being. Well, my current self does at least. And there are still things I can do. Kalina raises her head. The confusion on her face is gone, replaced by a look of determination. Springfield, Macchiato, can you help me send this girl to a safe place? Right now I'm going to be like the commander. I'm going to be like the commander. Oh. Commander, give her a chance, please. It just kind of feel that way a little bit. Alright, last tune, we're done. Business time since the commander entered the Gerard Group building. Monsoon had agreed to check in regularly with Rosa Squadron 404. However, in their previous transmission, Klukai had mentioned that they were going deeper underground with the commander, them at a very high chance of losing contact with the surface. As such, she asked Monsoon to be ready for an emergency which might come up. Sure enough, several minutes after that transmission, both teams' signals had started growing weaker, until they vanished entirely. What do we do now, big sis? We haven't heard back from the commander or the others yet, but we also need to be ready to evacuate at any time. Zokui, what's the status of the helicopter? Sintarasi has touched down on the nearest satellite city helipad in the white zone. The stealth camouflage has been applied. It's ready to go anytime. Well done. Jungyu, how about your side of things? The engine is running. Once we pick up the commander, I'll get us to the airport at top speed. Understood. Looks like all we can do is wait for Miss Groza and the others to contact us. But if we can't pinpoint their locations, we can't draw up a more concrete evacuation plan. I say we just dig up the entire area and drag up the commander and the others. You'd be surprised. I'm pretty good at this kind of manual labor, pulling people out of underground mine shafts and all that. Lviv is being evacuated en masse. If we damage the surface, it might affect the withdrawal of civilians. While ensuring the commander's safety is a high priority, we shouldn't be too aggressive when we don't have a clear picture of the situation. We're in a white zone after all. Causing too much of a disturbance will end up inconveniencing the commander. Fine, in that case, I'll just have to find them the old-fashioned way. Monsoon Squad continues discussing their plans for a while longer. After they're sure that there's no other option than to wait for the commander to contact them, they decide to go searching for his signal. Just then, Faye, who is both highly experienced and perceptive, notices that something is off. Wait a minute. This feeling, could it be? What's wrong? Earthquake! Everyone get down! Just as Faye says that, a loud rumbling echoes up and down the hitherto peaceful street. and the ground beneath their feet shakes violently. The crowds on the street are knocked to their feet by the summoned tremor, and the entire area is plunged into chaos. However, no fissures open up and no buildings collapse, contrary to Faye's expectations. As she emerges from the dust clouds thrown up by the quake, she realizes that the plants around them are suddenly growing at frenzied speeds. Countless cracks of varying sizes open up on the ground, and plants burst forth in a verdant tide. Amidst tangles of thick vines, smaller branches squeeze out and form buds that open up into translucent gem-like flowers. Said flowers are lovely and flawless, but they fill everyone who looks upon them with terror. They're the radioactive pieces are picking up a massive spike in ambient radiation levels. Something big is about to happen. I know these plants, they emit irradiation depending on their surroundings. I saw the ones during a rescue operation. People we tried to rescue ended up... Dude, what the hell are things like these doing in the white zone? Is this the real aim of this so-called Project Eden? Upon seeing the bizarre sights before them, the evacuating crowds began fleeing madly in all directions. Then, as though the situation wasn't chaotic enough, even more fissures open up on the ground, and several massive shapes emerge from them. So, Elids, what are they doing here? I've got some on my side, too. What should we do? Should we engage? Yeah, we don't have a choice. Everyone, Monsoon Squad will not enter combat. Our objective, eliminate all Elids. Help the civilians evacuate while ensuring our withdrawal route is clear. We need to make sure that we can all leave ASAP once the commander... I didn't get to read all that. Dang it. Hello, random sentry gun. Well, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of characters to work with for this, because I only have so few people of Monsoon. I need to borrow Anthony's again. I can't remember where he is. Oh no, you switched it. Wait, who had? Oh, it was you. And since... Well, Sentarasi's here, because I think that was mentioned. I don't have Jiangyu, though. Alright. Let's take this guy out. You don't need to move. You should be able to hit them pretty hard, actually. I probably didn't need to throw the knife, but you know what? It's whatever. This is why Monsoon Frame is to a huge amount of they always seem like they're the ones that get constantly damaged. Should be able to hit all of them, I think, here. Actually, maybe not one of them. I think I'll be able to take out these two. So maybe more mobility at the cost of armor. Yeah, they're... I mean, I'd like their playstyles, though. They play very well into them. Like, their kits are actually kind of fun with their mobility. Like the banana. Look, Faye needs a banana, okay?
いつでもどうぞ。
落ち着いてください。
I think I'm gonna be able to do anything with that unless I... Ah, if I skill that, I think that'll do it.
横たわれの楽器。立てれば平気。いつでもどうぞ。
I'm curious, is this enough? Yep, that is.
かしこまりました。
Oh yeah, I forgot you have that like anesthesia effect. That's such a nasty ability. After clearing the threats in the surrounding area, Diane and Faye struggle to their feet. Jungyu, how are things on your side? Okay, I guess. A bunch of Elids were trying to attack the fleeing people, so I ran the Elids over with a jeep. Just roadkilled them. Well done. However, you should be more careful on missions. Don't worry, big sis. I can take care of myself. The immediate crisis has been resolved. However, they still need to contact the commander, who is deep underground, and tell him how serious things have become. If Lviv has been embroiled in a crisis of this magnitude, they need to get him out ASAP, no matter what's going on down there. Because this once flourishing city may become an Elid-infested hellhole very soon. In the end, they can hear army units heading toward the city center. Diane directs Monsoon Squad to take cover and conceal themselves to the best of their ability. While Monsoon Squad is technically authorized to bear arms, it's best to avoid unnecessary complications before re-establishing communications with the commander. Just as they're about to try and contact the commander again, there is a massive explosion. It comes from far away and behind them. As one, Diane and Faye turn to look at it. What they see through their visual modules shocks them to the point where they can't tear their eyes away. Look over there. A column of light is shining up from the surface. Immediately after that, all of Lviv is engulfed by blinding radiance. Like a keen blade, it slices through the horizon where dawn and dusk meet. Golden light blooms into a giant flower in the sky. It looks as though the light from before has cut through the heavens with themselves. The result resembles an invertebrate whose shell has been cracked open to reveal sinister, gory innards within. The dolls have never seen anything like this before, but for some reason it felt strangely familiar. Then they hear the same rhythmic whispers in their neural clouds. The fleeing people all stop in their tracks. They look to the sky, their eyes reflecting the distorted scene on the horizon. Right after that, screams fill the air, making the already disorganized evacuation even more chaotic. The people who see it scatter and flee in all directions. It seems that creepy sight has triggered a fear from the most primal depths of their hearts. That's... Faye is the first to come to her senses. She looks at the place where the beam came from. The light seems to be hiding something. Faye, can you use your scanner function to collect more information on it? It's too far away, but I can try. Faye activates her scanner module and moves the aim point to the center of the light column. However, the results it yields shock her. There are vital signs in there. Vital signs? The bad feeling creeps into Diane's neural cloud, and she reflexively grabs Faye's shoulder. Moving closer. The hole torn in the sky grows larger and larger, and the beam of light grows ever brighter. Yeah. The sky around it starts turning a brilliant red, like blood spurting from the body of some living creature. Faye looks at the light. She focuses her vision. She finally manages to make out the shape of the creature surrounded by the radiance. It's alive. Hearing this news fills everyone with shock. In the end, Diane gathers her thoughts and makes her final decision. Since there are signs of life over there, it's very likely that the commander might be there too. Zakhui, tell Sintarasi to keep the helicopter's engines running and ready for liftoff. Will do. Jungyu, bring the vehicle over and follow us to the beam of light. Got it, big sis. We're going to bring Helen and the commander back. Oh yeah, they know who she is. That face though. I don't remember myself. Diane makes this face. Is a new record here? No, it's not. We've gone longer. Step Elid is there. Actually, it's only been 9.5 actually. Unless the counter is off. Step Elids, is there no end to them? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Out of my way. It's just in front of us. Down and Faye try to move against the flow of civilians who are fleeing the city. With great effort, they manage to clear a path through the Elid-infested streets. However, the Elid density grows the further ahead they move. Soon they realize that these Elids are coming from the direction of the orb of light surrounding Helena. The Elids are coming from there. Looks like things are worse than we thought. If it's supposed to be a white zone, how could it end up like this? Is everyone in the URNC a bunch of incompetent dorks? So, you've ever reached the target location yet? I'm here. Can you see what's going on over there? Would have been, if not for the job life, it would have been nice to split this in. Oh yeah, it would have been nice. But I didn't have the luxury. Thankfully, we're almost done with that, though, so I'm happy. There are tons of plants growing out of the big fissure in the ground. The Elids are coming out of it. Underground? Yeah. I can't believe there's something like that under Lviv. I bet even Nonfa would be shocked by this. Oh yes. How about Helena? Is there a way to approach her? Nope. I just did a scan just now, and that ball of light around her contains incredible amounts of power. There's no telling what would happen if we approached it thoughtlessly. Plus, it's so high off the ground you'd need a chopper to get close. A helicopter, you say? So, can Zinterasti help us out here? Flying into a white zone runs the risk of being intercepted. Dion, it's your call. There's no point being too cautious at a time like this. Lviv is in chaos right now, and a lot of big shots are all scrambling to evacuate. Pretty sure the military won't have the time to bother with a single civilian helicopter amidst the madness. Maybe 2 or 3 parts. So yeah, expect future main story events to be long now. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Not that I mind though. Got it. I'll try to contain Miss Dandelion. Contact, not contain. Contact Miss Dandelion and have her disguise our signal as an ordinary civilian one. But wait, that sound is. What happened? It's coming from the nearby military air bases. Several military helicopters have just taken off. Looks like they're headed towards Lviv. Military helicopters? Is the military going to deploy them against the Elids? No, I highly doubt that. If it was just dealing with Elids, a few spec ops units would be enough. These are white zone ones, though. They might not be as trained. I don't know what's going to happen next, but we best be ready for it. Attention, all members of Monsoon Squad, immediately enter the highest level of combat readiness, apart from Zahri, who needs to fly the helicopter into the white zone. All other members will follow the plan and keep our axis of retreat clear. Faye and I will take a shortcut to approach the fissure. Zhang Yu, find a way to bring the jeep around on the roads. The closer you can get, the better. Got it. This mission will be a difficult one, but I'm counting on everyone to do their part. We gotta cut a path through those Elids for the commander and the rest of us. I see some boxes to explode. Okay. You had it, Jung. Well, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I would still need Zahui from somebody anyway. So, not much you can really do about it. Actually, these are mostly all melee characters. I could probably just get away with... Is that enough? No. Is this enough? Yes. Pretty sure we should get this guy behind cover. Yeah.
神経を研ぎ澄ましてすぐに始める。了解。
Oh, we can just do this, I think. Yep.
すぐに始める。消息すぐに始める。
I don't need to change it there. Oh, there's more. Okay.
まだまだ強くなれる。
Oh, that doesn't do anything.
いつでもどうぞ。
Think about it. Becoming a terrorist.
すぐに始める。
I think all the helicopters were the ones that have here. Yeah, that would. He had. I don't know how many troops he had, but he definitely had a lot. I'm going to assume if I even attack one of them, it's just over for the entire group is aware. Yep, okay. Place a bit more like this.
すぐに始める。 5、4、1。すぐに始める。
Probably don't need to be doing this like that, but you know what? It's fine. Well, not what I had intended for, but you know what? It's fine. I think 2 is in... Ah, dang it.
Ah. いつでもどうぞ。すぐに始める。
I think I can do this.
すぐに始める。
Just walk back here, take him out. Diane get the guy at the top, and then Faye's got the one all the way up in the back. Nah, just annihilate this man. I probably didn't need to climb all the way up there, but you know what's whatever. We're on the last mission, and then we're done. So, don't worry. This is the last dude anyway. So, we're pretty much done after this. Big sis. So is our withdrawal route secure? Yep. There were a few enemies, but I got rid of them. The roads are pretty torn up, though, so I stopped the jeep some distance away. Well done. Diane pats Xiang Yu's head in approval. After that, the three of them carefully approached the fissure created by the thick vine and looked down the length of the massive creeper. He says, do you think we could contact the commander from here? I'll give it a try. Once again, Diane tries to reach Gross's squad in 404. However, the only reply she gets through the terminal is the crackling of electrical static. Looks like comm signals have been disrupted. Is it because of the high particle density in this place? Yeah, radiation intensity here is off the charts. Looks like the source of this disaster is coming from below this fissure. The View City map says that this area is the property of the Girard Group. Seems they built their R&D labs here. Doesn't look like a lab so much as an experimental mine. They built a lab of this size underneath Lviv? They got a lot of balls, I'll give them that. I guess we go in there and wreck all their equipment. Then we'll definitely be able to save the commander and Helena. Don't be impulsive. Zoe, what's your situation? I'm in the white zone airspace, but I can't approach any closer. What happened? Those helicopters I mentioned earlier, they're all headed towards Helena's position. Before Diane can react, Jungyu exclaims and interrupts her train of thought. Big sis, look. The vines, they're withering. The radiation intensity seems to be dropping too. Oh, so this is right at the very end. The three of them exchange glances. They look at the sky. Then look at the sky. As the sun rises, the bloody gash in the sky seems to be slowly healing up, and the beam of light coming from Helena's chest is gradually dimming. What appears to be some kind of grand sacrificial ritual has finally reached its end. Just then, a reply comes through Monsoon Squad's communicators at long last. It's Grossa, finally! It does tie up the loose ends a little bit. It kind of tells the perspectives of those characters a bit. You can see the little thing. I didn't see whose that is, but he's definitely got one of them on there. These can be those anytime you're leaving. Yeah, with it being as late as it is, I probably should just hop off because it is very early in the morning. And I do have to get up in a few hours for work as usual. Okay. Holy crap. Alright. Well. That. One was a binge. But two. That was really solid. Oh, hello. I should probably get that. Absolute eleganto. Cinema. Yup. But man, that was pretty solid. How much left of this stuff? Probably not much. Yeah, I was gonna say not much. I usually don't go for any of these. I almost always go for these conductors. Guess I can take these. Yeah, I got these. Oh. That was Corposant, though. Why are you screaming at me? What are you screaming at me about? We found a super mysterious gifted letter in the mailbox today. The sender's name was 3 question marks. The letter said that because everyone on the Elma was so tired lately, they need to hold a super concert to lift their spirits, and Vepley has chosen to be the host in Star Center. However, the letter also said that I had to mail some supplies to a certain address to receive a concert venue booking permit. That's a piece of cake for Vepley the genius. The only person on the Elma who's this concerned for everyone and who knows Vepley's greatness is you, Commander. Turns out the concert supplies are all here. Vepley's not going to politely send them in the mail like a dork. Vepley's brought all the supplies that Vepley has been saving to the ops room. Commander, why are you laughing? Vepley hasn't even told you the joke Vepley's prepared for you yet. Today, April 1st, is April Fool's Day. So you're saying there's no Elmo Super concert? That letter was just a prank! Vepley saw through it long ago. That's right, Vepley's a pro idol after all. I'm gonna just hold on to... I'm holding on to Mr. Pizza right now. How could Vepley be fooled by such a simple trick? All that was just now was just to keep the spirit of the occasion and show Vepley's super acting skills. So these supplies were actually prepared for Vepley. Vepley, please. The supplies that were almost scammed away. Right, just take them, Commander. Thank you, Vepli. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. That was a lot to cover in 3 days. I'm honestly hoping I'd never do that again. Not because I didn't like it. But yeah. Hopefully I don't have to do that again in the future. I'll just put it that way. It's more just the timing and the exhaustion that comes from it. But yeah, I'm going to take a break for a few days. I'm sure you guys will probably understand why. I will see what I can do time-wise for other stuff. I know Blue Archive, I've got quite a bit to cover, and Enfield's got some new stuff as well, so I will look into those and see what I can do. Well, I'm about that. Being that close to call is not great. Yeah, it really wasn't. I could not really get the time until like this weekend and the last 2 days. Four days straight. Well, was it 4 days straight? I remember I was gonna like start one, and then I found out that it was time gated, and then I was like, why did they time gate it? And then I had to delay like a week before the actual story. Might go to 3 parts. Well, what I mean is less so having to do 3 streams on it, more so just having to do all 3 streams back to back to back on the last couple days. Not that I want to do it by choice, but I still did at least enjoy the story, so it is fine. So, anyway. This is on Discord. Oh no, I know who it is. I've seen her. I think I've seen a good number of the dolls. I just don't have their names to faces yet. I think Cheyenne is one of the few that I do know of because I've seen enough of her. Yeah, I'm not worried about like super lengthy events. I'm more so just worried about the time scheduling that I've been having to do lately with work. That's it. So, anyway. That is going to be all for tonight. I do need to hop off because it is definitely late. So, anyway. Have a good rest of your night, morning, evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you guys all again in the near future. Until then, eleganto! Alright, catch you guys later.